Chapter 101 Large Caliber, with a mirror, it's a sniper. When Lin Bei turned around, he found that Usopp seemed to have stopped leaving the ground early. At this time, he was using a gun to kindly direct the obedient Valpo to make all kinds of parts he wanted. Seeing Lin Bei open his eyes and look at him, he hurriedly asked Lin Bei for a lot of special gunpowder. These gunpowders were also rolled into cubes and placed in Lin Bei's backpack on weekdays. Otherwise, Lin Bei would not dare to put such a large amount of gunpowder in the cabin. If the naval battle was hit one day, everyone would go to heaven. Do you have any idea about the kind of artillery that is loaded from the back? Usopp nodded, indicating that as soon as he sat down just now, the inspiration almost pierced his brain. Under the buff of enhanced comprehension and IQ, Usopp quickly constructed a blueprint in his mind. In fact, there are breech-loading guns in the pirate world, but they are all in the Navy. The bow guns on the ships of the Navy fleet, as well as the coastal defense guns, are all loaded from the back. I have never seen anyone suddenly run out of the fortress during the war, reload the guns from the front and then shoot at Whitebeard. When they met the Millennium Dragon before, there were many Navy warships surrounding them, but Lin Bei summoned the Sea King to play with them. Later, when the sea level rose, some broken ships were pushed up. At that time, Usopp was studying things in this area, but he had never seen that kind of breech-loading gun, so there was no progress. It was not until he saw the Navy's breech-loading gun that Usopp got inspiration. Now, inspiration has exploded, and he has completely thought of a shipborne gun suitable for the Mary. Before Lin Bei opened his eyes, he asked Valpo to help him produce the cannon parts he imagined in his mind. Not to mention, the parts produced by Valpo are really good, with extremely high precision, and even the rifling is done for you, it's just like a human lathe. Now all the parts have been prepared, only the gunpowder is missing. Just now, Usopp saw that Lin Bei was still in epiphany, so he didn't bother to disturb him, but now there is no problem. Assemble the huge cannon, and fill the gunpowder into the pointed cylindrical shell. Usopp trembled as he held the shell and loaded it into the first cannon he invented, and then fired the first shot under Lin Bei's gaze. Obviously, what Usopp made was a cannon with a very high initial velocity and a relatively low shooting angle, which is very suitable for flat shooting in naval battles. The key is that the distance is far. This kind of rifled breech-loading cannon is directly several blocks away from the front-loading smoothbore cannon. One shot caused an avalanche on the mountain next door. There are a lot of rabbits in the snowy mountains of the Drum Kingdom. After a roar, the rabbits avalanched. He also cursed and thanked Usopp. Awesome! Usopp! But in this case, are you still a sniper? Usopp glared. Why not? Look. Usopp pulled the mirror on his head to his eyes and adjusted the focus. Now, the weapon in my hand is large caliber, powerful, and has a sniper scope to aim. You dare to say this is not a sniper? If it is a sniper, then I am a sniper. Lin Bei clapped his hands. Awesome Usopp! He is worthy of being the man who will become the Sniper King in the future. The big noise made by Usopp disturbed Zoro and Sanji, but the two were not impatient, but just opened their eyes helplessly. Obviously, they are just like Lin Bei, greedy to understand more and become stronger. But they found that their bodies could not keep up with what they had learned, and they had not experienced enough. As long as they could experience fierce battles later, they would be able to quickly adapt to what they had learned today and quickly become stronger. It was reasonable to cheat. However, in addition to these virtual things, Zoro and Sanji still had some practical things. For example, Sanji directly performed a jump from a cliff, and then jumped back on the air. For example, Sanji swung his legs and actually swung out a slash. Zoro's eyes turned red when he saw it. He, a swordsman, was taught a lesson by a man who used his legs. Zoro also quickly performed a wave of flying slashes, but felt that it was not enough. After seeing Usopp's artillery, he showed off a wave of cutting through the realm of steel. This time, he didn't use the armed color domineering to wrap around the knife, it was purely a breakthrough in the realm of the swordsman. Then, let Usopp point at his nose and scold him, eating oil cakes. He just made a cannon, and let him cut the barrel like sushi. Now, it changed from Zoro and Sanji scolding each other to three people scolding each other. When Linbei led people back to the supplies where they lived, Nami had already woken up. As expected by Linbei, Chopper, who was very afraid of people before, has now started to play with Luffy. Luffy is very good at making friends. It should be considered as friendship color domineering. Or, the ability of personality charm fruit. Chapter 102 The Story of Feian. Luffy, you seem to like this guy very much. Linbei said as he entered the door. Luffy nodded with a smile. Yet, I want him to be my partner. Hey, Chopper, how about getting on my ship? At this time, Luffy didn't know that Chopper had also learned the medical skills of Guriva, but simply felt that Chopper was very much to his liking. Yet, to his liking on two levels. After asking this question, Chopper, who had been playing well with Luffy, immediately took a step back. Of course he wanted to agree, but I'm not a human, how can I be friends with humans? Linbei sat on the sofa and said. What a coincidence, we just made an animal friend before, a whale named Lab. By the way, we actually like to make friends with animals, which is much better than making friends with people. Chopper blinked. Really? Of course. But, I'm a monster, don't you care? Speaking of this, Linbei wanted to laugh even more. Is there a normal person on our ship? Watch this. Linbei stretched out his hand and pinched Luffy's face, then began to pull. From this end, he stood up and pulled him to the door. Chopper's eyes suddenly lit up, and he shouted in a baby voice. Shooch! That's it, you kid has never seen anything good. Watch this. Linbei began to conjure up blocks one after another out of thin air. Water, food, and Valpo alloy. Chopper's eyes lit up, and he didn't seem to be very afraid of Linbei, the guy who had rubbed him hard before. You are a magician, right? You can say that. In short, we are all monsters on the ship. If you are not a monster, we don't want it. How about it, little monster, think about it. Chopper fell into silence, which meant that he would continue to think about it. Linbei knew that this was indeed not urgent, after all, it was only the first day they met. However, Chopper was already very shaken. Valpo was left outside by Linbei to be beaten, which added a lot of points. After all, Chopper always felt that Hiluriku's death was caused by Walpo. If Walpo didn't use tricks to harm Hiluriku, Hiluriku wouldn't have died so soon. Seeing Walpo's current miserable state, Chopper's favorability towards the Straw Hat Pirates has jumped from 0 to 60, which is considered to be the passing line. After that, Linbei played with him, which reduced his score by 5 points. Luffy played with him, and Luffy's personality charm increased by 30 points. Luffy and Linbei's invitation, as well as Linbei's complete disregard for the fact that he was a little blue-nosed monster, made Chopper's favorability explode directly. The only thing that worried Chopper was Dr. Guriva. This role was both a teacher and a mother to Chopper. Chopper had a particularly deep affection for Guriva. Even if he really wanted to go out to sea, he had to ask Guriva's opinion first. At this time, Guriva was drinking in the bar in the town because she had cured Nami. Anyway, Nami will take some time to recover, and Linbei has time to wait for Chopper and Gilwa to explain and think about it himself. However, Linbei still has a way to speed up this process, and it can also be regarded as a wish in Chopper's heart. While Chopper was taking care of Nami in the room, Linbei went to the bar in the town and found Gilwa blowing the bottle. Linbei wanted to walk towards Gilwa, but before he opened his mouth, he saw Gilwa turned his head. Are you going to ask me the secret of eternal youth? Linbei was stunned, then smiled and asked, Can you tell me? Don't look at Gilwa's old face, her body is comparable to that of young people, or even far beyond that of young people. Will young people have diarrhea if they drink a cup of cold food on a snowy day? Hey, Gilhwa not only drinks cold food on a snowy day, but also wears belly-exposing clothes. So Linbei is really curious about the secret of Gilhwa's eternal youth. Gilhwa was also stunned when she heard Linbei's question. This line has been said for so many years, and Linbei is the first person who asked her to tell him. Interesting kid. It's okay to tell you, this requires the dragon bone of a 1,000-year-old dragon. But you can't find it. Linbei raised his eyebrows. If you find it, can you help me do it? Unlike those who think that life is as gorgeous as summer flowers, Linbei certainly hopes to live as long as possible. I want the splendor of flowers in all seasons. Although he has the 6 treasury immortal thief, he doesn't need this. But the people around him don't have the 6 treasury immortal thief. For example, no one knows whether he will have a confidant in the future, right? No one knows whether Nami will stop being arrogant one day and come up to do it herself, right? So anyway, knowing the location of the 1,000-year-old dragon, if Gilhwa says it can be done, then he will wait until the voyage is over to get the dragon bone, and then let Gilhwa help do it. Let yourself and the people around you all can live forever. Gilhwa pushed up her sunglasses. It seems that you really know where to get the dragon bones of the 1,000-year-old dragon. Okay, I can help you do it. But I also have a condition. Let us take Chopper away. Gilhwa grinned. I like to talk to smart people. Chopper is a poor child. When he was a child, Gilhwa told a story that Linbei had seen a long time ago, but every time he read it, he still felt a little tired. When he heard that Hiluruk knew that Chopper brought back poisonous mushrooms, but still ate them with a smile in order not to disappoint Chopper's intentions. Linbei's heart was also full of mixed feelings, so he wanted to ask Sanji for a cigarette to light up. So, my stupid son yearns to be a pirate, but he doesn't know what kind of scum the real pirates are. It's his greatest luck to meet pirates like you. If I hadn't met pirates like you, I would have let my stupid son stay with me for the rest of his life. Hearing this, Linbei suddenly thought of a short comic he had read before, which also told the story of a witch with a long life. Like Gilhwa, the witch adopted a little boy. When the little boy grew up, the witch was still the same, and didn't change. Then the grown-up boy's filial piety changed. The witch and the boy were together and spent a very good time together. Until the years passed, the boy was old, and the witch was still young. The witch experienced the pain of losing her son and husband at the same time, and she has been in seclusion ever since. Although this comic is a bit colorful, Linbei read it with a critical eye when he first read it, but the core of the story is still very touching. If Chopper hadn't met the Straw Hat Pirates, he would probably have stayed with the witch Gariva for the rest of his life. That means his filial piety wouldn't have gone bad. After all, this is a hot-blooded comic, not a color comic. But Chopper can control himself to grow bigger or smaller, which is too. Ahem. Ms. Gariva. Well, I like this name. I agree to your request. Actually, I came to you this time to ask if you can allow Chopper to be our partner. In this way, we hit it off. Linbei also ordered a glass of wine and clinked it with Gariva. It was a small celebration. Then, there is one last thing, Ms. Gariva. What? Did Hiluruk's research succeed? Linbei knew that Hiluruk was successful, but this quack didn't make a magic medicine that could cure everyone. He made a colorant that attached to snowflakes. This is something suitable for the climate of the Drum Kingdom. As long as the powder is sprinkled in the sky, when it snows, the snowflakes will turn pink. It looks like the cherry blossoms in my hometown are blooming again. So Hiluluk is not a doctor, but a chemist. But from a psychological perspective, he may also be considered a psychologist. Seeing the cherry blossoms falling all over the sky can indeed make people feel happy. That guy. It can be considered a success, that idiot. Speaking of Hiluluk, Gilwa, who can understand him, also sighed. But why are you asking this? Lin Bei smiled. Let Chopper leave without any worries. Gilwa was silent for a while, then took out a bag from her body and handed it to Lin Bei. This is the result of Hiluluk's research. Don't you think he is a fool? Lin Bei took the bag and said seriously. Anyone who can bet his life on something is not a fool. The world needs such people. As Lin Bei said, if there were no idiots who bet their lives on something and gave up their wealth and glory. Before he came through, the flag on his head might have been a different color. Salute. Chapter 103 The cherry blossoms in my hometown are blooming again. That evening, it was almost 10 o'clock. Just after Chopper checked Nami's current situation, he was pulled out of the house by Lin Bei. Chopper's face was full of vigilance. Are you going to touch me again, hentai human? What are you thinking, am I that kind of person? Then can you let me go first? Ahem, Lin Bei let go of Chopper. I want to ask you, have you considered it, whether you want to join us and become our partner? Chopper was struggling at this time. He wanted to go out as a pirate, but he didn't want to leave Gilwa, the doctor. After all, Chopper is only a teenager now. It is difficult for a child of this age to leave his mother. Well, don't rush to answer me, tell me after you finish reading. Chopper blinked, not knowing why. Finish what? Lin Bei glanced at the watch on his wrist. It was still half a minute before 10 o'clock. Lin Bei then directed Chopper to look at the castle where he and Gilwa were living now. It was a cylindrical mountain, like a tree stump with the top cut off, and no one knew how such a strange landform was formed. But when the time reached 10 o'clock, accompanied by the sound of cannons, the castle turned on the spotlight, and Chopper was stunned. On the bare cylindrical peak, there was a pink cloud because of the falling snow and colorant. Together, it looked like a huge cherry tree. And the snowflakes are like cherry blossoms falling from the trees. Chopper's eyes were filled with tears at this moment, and he was deeply moved. This is the research of Dr. Hiluruk. He really succeeded. Chopper shouted, crying while shouting, and vented all the emotions accumulated over the years. Lin Bei touched his head. I have heard your story, Chopper. If Dr. Hiluruk was still alive, he would also want you to carry the pirate flag and become a warrior on the sea. Chopper asked Lin Bei, crying. Did you do all this? Well, not all. Usopp fired the cannon, Zoro and Sanji were responsible for the lighting, and Luffy was responsible for eating the falling pink snow. Chopper, there should be no problem eating these pink snowflakes, right? Chopper burst into laughter and hugged Lin Bei's thighs. Thank you. Lin Bei also hugged Chopper, and the touch was really good. Chopper officially agreed to join the Straw Hat Pirates. The plan to abduct Chopper was successful. Nami's illness was cured quickly under Guriva's superb medical skills and Chopper's care. In fact, her fever had subsided this afternoon. But she still had to lie down for a night to observe her condition. If there is no problem the next day, she can set sail again. Rainy Land, Casino. This is Crocodile's base camp. At this time, Robin has returned. And Crocodile has also learned the latest news about the hunt for Vivi. Point 3.5 and SS. Valentine sacrificed, and Golden Week disappeared. Because of a small Straw Hat group, he actually lost 4 digital agents in succession. They are all a bunch of rubbish. Crocodile immediately called Den Den Mushi to Point 2 and Von Clay and issued a new round of hunt orders. Point 0, that pirate group is a little different, maybe Point 2 may not be able to solve them. In front of Crocodile, Robin still acted like a loyal secretary, thinking about Crocodile wholeheartedly. But in fact, Robin only knew that Crocodile was a proud and arrogant person, and the only person he recognized was Whitebeard. The more she said that the Straw Hat Pirates were not simple, the less Crocodile would care. Let them fail, anyway, they will definitely come to Alabasta with Princess Vivi, and I will personally deal with them at that time. Hehe, I am a hero of this country. Everyone will cheer for me when I deal with a pirate with a bounty of tens of millions and extremely evil crimes. That's natural. Robin had a blank expression on her face, and Crocodile could not see any psychological activities. But Crocodile still took a deep look at Robin, with other thoughts in his mind. Well, I slept well. Lin Bei slept until dawn. He successfully quit drinking last night, and he didn't have a headache when he woke up this morning. It feels great. After washing up, I found that Sanji had already prepared the meal, and everyone got up and started eating. Nami was also energetic, with a healed expression. But, I didn't see Chopper. Where's Chopper? Lin Bei asked as he poured himself a cup of coffee. He went back to the castle on the mountain with Gulliver. He said he wanted to talk to Dr. Gulliver about going out to sea. In theory, he should be coming down soon. Nami glanced at her watch. Will he be locked up by Gulliver? Usopp said. Dr. Gulliver treats Chopper as his son. Maybe he doesn't want Chopper to take risks. As soon as he finished speaking, Chopper's voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. Everyone! Let's go! When they heard that it was Chopper who was calling, they didn't care about eating and went out to take a look. As a result, they saw Chopper transformed into his initial reindeer state, pulling a sled and running towards them. Behind him, there was the old woman Gulliver. If you look closely, Gulliver is holding a pile of javelins in her hands, chasing Chopper all the way, shooting all the way. The javelins almost pierced Chopper several times, and Chopper narrowly avoided them. Sanji's eyes widened. Lin Bei, didn't you say you reached a consensus with that old woman last night? The next second, a javelin flew towards Sanji's face like lightning. Sanji stomped his feet on the ground and dodged. When he stopped, his forehead was full of cold sweat. What's wrong with this old woman? Whoosh! Gariva didn't chase Chopper at all now. She aimed her javelins at Sanji's philtrum and shot them, as if she wanted to destroy him. Sanji ran and asked in horror. What the hell? Nami, as a girl, understood Gariva very well. Who told you to mention the word old? I didn't say anything wrong. Whoosh! Stop talking. Perverted cook. That woman started shooting with armed color domineering. It was like the bow and arrow shot by the Amazon female warrior, which would explode when it landed. The Straw Hat Pirates, who were still eating breakfast leisurely, were blown up all the way to the ship because of Sanji, and Gariva stopped attacking. Lin Bei sighed. Sanji is also double standard towards ladies. The young and beautiful ones are my sweethearts. The old ones are old women. I really don't know if he can bear it when he sees the old mermaid lady later. Chapter 104 Luffy caught Xiao Feng. The ship had no other reason to deviate this time. Under Nami's control, the Mary sailed straight to Alabasta. At the same time, there was also a swan ship from Alabasta, sailing straight to the small garden. Because the departure time of the two ships was not much different, the straight lines extending from the 2 points would intersect as long as they were not parallel. And this intersection was in the sea where a group of submarine volcanoes were located. Hey! Nami, there is a lot of green gas floating in front, is everything okay? Usopp, as a lookout, was the first to discover the sea area, and then called Nami. Nami came out in time to check and confirmed that it was just water vapor evaporated by the heat of the submarine volcano group. The ship does not need to go around, just go through. Lin Bei glanced over there, and when Nami said it was okay, he retracted his gaze. He was checking today's superpower, which had a very strange name. Clouds at Chinchi, thunder at Sishi, rain at Washi, and rain at Weishi, with a total of 3 feet, 3 inches and 48 points of water. This is the first time I have seen a superpower with such a long name. But it looks so familiar. Lin Bei suddenly remembered that this seems to be a chapter in Journey to the West. It's the one where the Dragon King of Jinghe River bets with Yuan Shaocheng. Yuan Shaocheng must have predicted tomorrow's rain according to this. The Dragon King of Jinghe River has to fight with him. It was clearly ordered that tomorrow it must rain so much, but the Dragon King of Jinghe River changed it, just for fun. As a result, he played himself into trouble and got his head chopped off. So if nothing unexpected happens, this ability is to control the weather. Lin Bei looked up the ability introduction, and sure enough, it was true. And the ability is very simple, it can only control rain. But there are also advantages, that is, no matter how dry the local area is, as long as you use this ability, you can make it rain. But this ability has a slight side effect, that is, you must control the ability to make it rain for 3 feet, 3 inches, and 48 points. A little more or a little less will not work. Because no matter if it is more or less, there will be an accident within the rainfall range. The size of the accident depends on how much your rainfall deviates from the standard size. For example, if you control the ability to make a drop of rain, then where this drop of rain falls, there will be a terrible accident. Because the deviation from the rainfall is too much. Lin Bei stroked his chin. If that's the case, then wouldn't he be able to turn into a humanoid accident maker? If you don't like someone, just drop a drop of rain on his head. This ability is not bad. Lin Bei quickly checked the task requirements. Today's task, become good friends with Von Clay. Lin Bei frowned. Is this another impossible task? Where can he find Von Clay? To be honest, Lin Bei didn't recognize who the name Von Clay was. If you say Xiao Feng, Lin Bei will immediately understand that you are talking about the real man who is super loyal. But if you say Von Clay, who? Cough cough cough. What a strong smell of sulfur. Lin Bei quickly covered his nose. It turned out that when he was thinking about today's superpower, the ship had already sailed into the sea area of the submarine volcano group, and Lin Bei was caught off guard and inhaled a nose full of sulfur vapor. He was so excited that he held his breath and waited until he passed this sea area. He looked at Nami. Nami. Sorry, I forgot that sulfur gas would evaporate at the same time. Lin Bei turned his head and thought about who Von Clay was, but the noise over there started again. I caught something! Luffy shouted excitedly. Since Lin Bei had the ability of My World, there was no shortage of food on the ship. Even if Lin Bei and Luffy ate as much as Sanji every day, the food on the ship was still enough for sailing on the sea. So Luffy and his friends fishing was not for food like in the original book, but for fun and for a meal. However, Luffy's fishing skills were basically the same as Zoro's route finding skills. He had caught everything except fish. Now he said he had caught a fish, and Lin Bei looked over, and then saw Luffy throwing a man dressed in a swan costume and with strange makeup on him. Sure enough, I said Luffy couldn't catch a fish. Wait. Lin Bei suddenly looked at the man with weird makeup and water all over his body. Is this guy called Feng Clay? Xiao Feng was sitting on the deck like a duck, breathing heavily. I was saved. I thought I was dead. Ah, I'm so sorry, I was saved by a pirate I didn't know. I will definitely repay you for your kindness. Lin Bei stepped forward and suddenly asked. Are you called Feng Clay? Hey, do you know me? Xiao Feng's words made Lin Bei confirm that this was the goal of the mission. This is really, it's easy to get. But, how can you make friends with someone? After all, they are not in the same camp. Xiao Feng is from Baroque Studios, and for now, he is still their enemy. When Lin Bei was thinking about how to become Xiao Feng's friend, Luffy asked. Can't you swim? Yes, I ate a devil fruit, so I'm a landlubber all my life. Usopp, what fruit did you eat? I'm a mimic who ate the mimic fruit. JJ.br. Mimic fruit, what is it like? Hey, do you want to see it? Well, just consider it as a way to repay your life-saving grace. I haven't performed my ability in front of outsiders yet. Please look. Xiao Feng slapped Luffy in the face and knocked him out. Zoro immediately became alert and pushed the knife away with his thumb. As long as Xiao Feng dared to move, he could cut him in the next second. It can be said that he is a real captain. Don't be nervous, I'm about to perform. As he said, Xiao Feng touched his face with his hand, and instantly the whole person turned into a swan costume. Luffy looks weird and funny. Everyone was stunned. This ability is really interesting. Then Xiao Feng touched the faces of the remaining people one by one, and then changed sides one by one. While everyone praised Sige, Xiao Feng suddenly blinked at Luffy. Actually, my ability only needs to touch other people's faces, no need to slap them. Luffy, p. Except for Luffy, everyone laughed happily. The cute little Chopper and Usopp also said that they wanted to watch the performance. Maybe only Linbei didn't want to watch or laugh, because he had a mission in his mind. It's just that the more you try to make friends, the less likely you are to become friends. On the contrary, Luffy, Usopp and Chopper, three simple-minded idiots, joined in the fun and let Xiao Feng perform. One side was performing happily, and the other side was applauding and cheering. The two sides instantly drew closer and became very good friends. Linbei was stunned. Could it be that only idiots can be friends with idiots? Chapter 105 Weird Friendship Between Boys. Could it be that Linbei, Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper must become idiots, and then idiots can only sympathize with each other? No, it doesn't fit Linbei's cold personality. Besides, there are many definitions of friends. There are friends who are close to each other, and there are friends who are willing to help each other. Xiao Feng, Linbei still likes this loyal man. So Linbei doesn't mind being a friend with benefits. I just hope that the definition of friends can be slightly relaxed in the conditions for completing the task defined by the system. Soon, Xiao Feng's performance was over. The key is that the crew of his ship seemed to have discovered that the captain had fallen into the water, and hurried back to look for him. When Xiao Feng saw that his ship was in place, he immediately said goodbye to Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper. Although it was only a brief meeting, the four of them actually developed an exceptionally strong friendship. It was very rare for Luffy to cry, but at the moment of parting with Xiao Feng, he shed tears. Linbei was not sure whether this was more of a joke or whether the feelings between men really came so unexpectedly. However, regardless of that, Linbei held Xiao Feng. Next, he and Xiao Feng made friends in the Linbei style. Von Clay, you are an agent of Baroque Studio, right? The affirmative tone made Xiao Feng know that the man in front of him really knew his identity. So he stopped pretending and directly revealed his identity. Yes, I am Point 2. At this time, Xiao Feng's ship approached, and his men hurriedly held up several wanted posters and shouted, "Lord Von Clay, the photos have been sent over. These are the people we are asked to get rid of." "Hey! Lord Von Clay, these are the people." Zoro leaned on the side of the ship, but his posture was adjusted to the right position, ready to jump up and kill at any time. It can be said that when encountering a battle, Zoro is the most reliable person on the ship. Linbei was very moved when he saw it. But now, it is not needed. "Xiao Feng, we can actually be friends." Xiao Feng is a kind-hearted person, and he values friendship. Even if his younger brother told him that these people were targets, he had no intention of taking action against his benefactor. When he heard what Linbei said, he was even more relieved. It would be best if he could avoid fighting. "Xiao Feng," Linbei looked at Feng Clay and said, "As a transvestite, do you know the transvestite king?" Speaking of this, Xiao Feng's eyes widened immediately. Ivakov, that was the person he admired the most. The king of the legendary transvestite paradise Kamapaka. Do you know him too? Of course, Apollyo Ivakov, known as the Man of Miracles. Sure enough, you have heard of this name too. Just now I was thinking that all transvestites should have heard of this name, so I asked. Xiao Feng was very excited. He is the person I want to meet the most. But what do you mean by mentioning this name? I know where he is. If you want to see him, I can tell you the location. Really? But, why? Lin Bei said very sincerely. I said that we can be friends. But if you are still a member of Baroque Studio, we will inevitably meet each other in battle, which is not the scene I want to see. So, if you really want to see Ivakov, maybe you can leave Baroque Studio. As for whether Baroque Studio will send people to hunt you down, you don't have to worry about that. I said that we are friends, and I will help you solve your worries. Xiao Feng was very moved when he heard it. To be honest, compared to meeting Ivakov, even if he knew that Crocodile was his boss, it was nothing. Meeting the Shemale King was his lifelong dream. It was a bit like Luffy's desire to become the Pirate King, a deep obsession. As long as you can tell me where Ivakov is, I will be your most loyal friend. Lin Bei did not hesitate and told Xiao Feng where Ivakov was. The only advantage of traveling through time is knowing the personality of each character and who to trust. He is in the undersea prison, a place that is easy to get in but difficult to get out. Ivakov is on the 5.5th floor, where there are a large number of new humans gathered by Ivakov. Even the Navy does not know about this. This is the situation. It is really dangerous. If you are afraid, I can understand. Xiao Feng shouted. What a joke, as long as I can see Ivakov, even if I enter the underwater prison, it doesn't matter. This is really like when Luffy shouted that I am the man who will become the Pirate King. But Xiao Feng's men have lived in Bangbu, and their captain is going to betray Baroque Studio. The men shouted to remind Xiao Feng. Point 2 Sir, you can't listen to him, he must be lying to you. He must just want to trick you into the underwater prison. Xiao Feng's face turned black, turned around and jumped back to the boat, and then pressed the person who spoke to the ground. This is my friend. He is also the benefactor who saved me. He is also the person who guided my dream. If he is lying to me, then I will repay his kindness. If he didn't lie to me, then he is not only my lifelong friend, but also the person whose kindness I can never repay. In short, don't let me hear you talk again. As soon as Xiao Feng finished speaking, Lin Bei got a hint. He gained Xiao Feng's friendship and the mission was successful. Luckily, I have seen One Piece. What if someone who has not seen it came to travel through time? I am afraid that I can't complete such a mission. JJ.br. Xiao Feng gave Lin Bei a thumbs up. Anyway, I am going to defect, so I will just follow you. Go to Alabasta, and then find a navy to arrest me and put me in the underwater prison. Can I find Ivakov as long as I go in? Lin Bei completed the mission and did not hide it. Get as close to the 5th floor as possible, so that you can have a greater chance of contacting Ivakov's people. In my opinion, you'd better publicize your identity as a Shemale after you go in. After Ivakov knows that you are a Shemale, he will definitely take you away as soon as possible. Xiao Feng was moved to tears. This is a friend, and he is also conscientiously helping him plan the road to his dream. Thank you. At this time, Luffy, Usopp and Chopper on the side also hugged Xiao Feng with tears in their eyes. It's great that we don't have to be enemies anymore. Lin Bei, to be honest, doesn't quite understand this kind of weird friendship, but he does have some empathy. The friendship of idiots. Chapter 106. It's easy to get things done with someone in the Navy. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Card clip. Lin Bei picked up the Den Den Mushi that Mouse gave him when he was in Rogue Town. This was the first time Mouse called him since entering the Grand Line. The voice of Mouse on the other end of the phone was very low, and Lin Bei could even imagine Mouse in a dark little room, with the whole person in shadow. Yes, Lord Lin Bei. Yes. Are you heading to Alabasta? Lin Bei's eyebrows immediately rose when he heard this. The Navy already knows yes, Smoker in Rogue Town went crazy. He ignored the order from the Navy headquarters that he should stay in Rogue Town and followed you into the Grand Line. Just a few days ago, he captured a member of Baroque Works and found out that your destination is Alabasta. Now the Navy is waiting for you at the Rapeseed Harbor in Alabasta. Please do not land at the Rapeseed Harbor. It is good to have a Navy informant. If he did not know the plot, he would have stepped into the Navy's trap. I know, you did a good job. Serving the adults is what we should do. My lord, I have secretly reported Smoker's movements to the Navy headquarters. Alabasta is the place where Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, is. The Navy cannot be too presumptuous in this place. Even the Navy headquarters may directly order Smoker to be transferred away. Please avoid Smoker. As long as you do not give Smoker a reason to attack in the first place, you don't have to worry about the Navy. For more novels, 153,030, join, https://discord.gg/xxtcast. Lin Bei was a little surprised. This guy seemed to be too loyal to him. But it is understandable. Lao Shu was probably worried that he would be exposed if he was caught. To put it bluntly, the two of them were in a relationship of interest. Haha, the Navy has such a good officer, so why worry about not being beaten by pirates? But if there is a relationship with Lao Shu, maybe I can help Xiao Feng. Lao Shu, do you want a wanted criminal? As long as you ask, I will send it to you. The mouse on the opposite side was stunned. Ah, this, sir, I don't have this idea. I just want to serve you. 32 million wanted criminal. Yes. From now on, I, Lao Shu, will be your most loyal lackey. 32 million, a bigger record than Aaron. And he's still alive. Then wait at Rapeseed Harbor, I'll be there soon. The mouse was touched. Sir, there's no need for you to risk your life to come to Rapeseed Harbor for me. Smoker is here with a large number of Navy, waiting for your arrival. This guy has gone crazy recently. Whenever he encounters a pirate, he never lets him go. Killing is the least of his worries, and sometimes he even deliberately hits someone's cow until it explodes. I don't know if he has always been this perverted, or if he has been stimulated by something recently. Lin Bei. This, I may have a say. Smoker was actually a man who hated evil before. The enemy has always been irreconcilable with pirates. However, people were not so perverted before, and generally did not kill, but knocked them unconscious and imprisoned. Now, I know what's going on, don't worry about me. I will send the wanted criminal to you, but remember, treat the wanted criminal I send with warmth like a family member. And, you must send him to the underwater prison, understand? Yes. Sir, I will treat him as my real father. After hanging up the phone, Lin Bei couldn't help but sigh that Mouse was really a talent. Although what this guy did before was hated by heaven and man, he became cute when he cooperated with him. Lin Bei put away the Den Den Mushi and walked onto the deck. At this time, Xiao Feng was playing happily with Luffy and the others. What they did looked very stupid in the eyes of normal people. Luffy had chopsticks stuck in his nose and mouth, and Xiao Feng also turned into Luffy and stuck chopsticks in. Then the two Luffys sang and danced hand in hand on the deck, and Usopp, Chopper, and Sanji laughed until tears came out of their eyes. Ha ha ha, they are so talented. Lin Bei's mouth twitched. Only after getting on the ship, you can understand how broken Zoro is on weekdays. Our captain is an idiot, and it's contagious. Hey, Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng touched his face with his hand, changed back, and greeted Lin Bei happily. Yo Lin Bei boy. I found a way to send you to the undersea prison. Do you want to go? The kind that won't suffer. Really? Xiao Feng's eyes lit up. In order to see Ivakov, he was mentally prepared to suffer. After all, he is a 32 million pirate. Even if he surrendered and didn't get beaten, no one would say anything if he was not given food or water during the transportation to the undersea prison. Why be so nice to a pirate? But now, Mr. Lin Bei. Xiao Feng burst into tears. I will definitely remember your kindness. Don't get too excited. I'm sending you to jail. I always feel a little weird that you're so happy. Lin Bei said. Xiao Feng's original boat and his men were actually moving along with it. When they heard what Lin Bei said, they all stood up excitedly and winked at Xiao Feng frantically, signaling to Master Feng Clay to wake up. He himself said that he was sending you to jail. Why are you still grateful to him? Xiao Feng, thank you. Xiao Feng's men collectively collapsed. It was all over, the master was fooled. Their future was also bleak. Isn't this the same as Song Jiang, not thinking about how to make the mountain stronghold bigger and stronger, but thinking about recruiting? But they are just small people and can't help Feng Clay make decisions. Now they can only wait for the ship to dock at Rapeseed Harbor, and then they can take the opportunity to escape. The Mary continued to sail for about half a day, and with Chopper's nose uncomfortable, he sneezed several times in succession, indicating that Rapeseed Harbor had finally arrived. What's wrong with Chopper? Vivi, Rapeseed Harbor is a well-known perfume-producing area, so the perfume here is very strong. Chopper's nose is too sensitive, so it will be affected. Lin Bei thought about it and found Usopp to make a mask for Chopper. After wearing the mask, although Chopper still felt very uncomfortable, he could accept the strong perfume smell. The ship slowly docked at the port. As a professional management-type deputy captain, Lin Bei divided several people into groups to facilitate the subsequent actions. Chopper and Sanji are in one group, Luffy and Zoro are in one group, and Usopp is temporarily in one group with Vivi and Nami. After Lin Bei gives Xiao Feng to the mouse, he will come back and Lin Bei and Nami will be in one group. Two people in a group can take care of each other. Especially Luffy, if he goes crazy, only Zoro can stop him. Zoro is a road idiot, but he can still be pulled back by Luffy, which is a good match. Chapter 107 Lin Bei's Ambition. According to Lin Bei's pairing, everyone started to get off the ship. Sanji and Chopper basically went to purchase various supplies, while Zoro and Luffy went to eat and drink. As for Nami, Vivi, and Usopp, out of caution, Nami, who originally wanted to buy some clothes and perfume, finally decided to stay on the ship to be safer. At least there are Usopp's new weapons on the ship. On the way, she saw Usopp test fired, and the power made Nami feel very relieved. There is a wonderful feeling that the fear of insufficient firepower has been cured. Finally, it was Lin Bei and Xiao Feng. After Lin Bei got ashore, he called Mouse, and then found a small house in the port according to the address given by Mouse. After arriving at the place, he handed Feng Qiliai to Mouse. Mouse told Lin Bei all about the current deployment of the Navy. Currently, the northeast of the entire Rapeseed Harbor is basically full of Navy troops, and Smoker is still expanding patrols. So far, more than a dozen pirates have been captured. In addition, Lin Bei also got all the information about the Navy in Alabasta from Mouse. The moment he saw the information, Lin Bei sighed again that it was really convenient to have a Navy informant. Originally, Lin Bei only remembered the plot content and knew that Alabasta had the Navy, the 7 warlords of the sea, the King's army, and the rebels, but he didn't know the specific situation. But with the intelligence from the Navy, Lin Bei knew where Crocodile's people were, where the King's army was, and where the rebels had their bases. Don't underestimate the Navy and the world government, they are regular troops. Even if the forces of resistance are everywhere, a lean camel is better than a horse. Big. Can the Navy and the world government turn a blind eye to Alabasta, a superpower descended from the 20th king? I'm afraid they can just sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, and then let Alabasta pay more interests to ask the world government to take action. To put it bluntly, the world government is the same as a certain superpower. However, Lin Bei came and got this comprehensive information. Perhaps, he can also seek his own interests. He believes that the Straw Hat Pirates will definitely reach Raftel in the future, and Luffy will definitely become the Pirate King. But the process in the middle will definitely not be simple, and it will definitely require support from many aspects. If we can take advantage of the civil strife in Alabasta to do something, at least we can solve the money problem along the way. After all, it is such a big country. Can a little tax revenue every year not support a pirate group going out for adventure? Secondly, after the Straw Hat Pirates finish sailing, Lin Bei doesn't know what the people on the ship will do, but it must be beautiful to have a stable rear base and come back to enjoy it after the voyage. He worked hard for half his life, so he must continue to play music and dance in the second half of his life. He would not be like Roger's crew, who all retired after disbanding. To put it bluntly, when he had power, Lin Bei, an ordinary person, finally began to have ambitions. Holding this information in his hand, Lin Bei thought a lot. Finally, he had a general idea in his mind. After hugging and saying goodbye to Xiao Feng, Lin Bei walked out of the small house that the mouse rented temporarily. No one discovered their transaction. Lin Bei walked all the way to the port where the ship docked. He was going to find Wai Wei to do something big. Didn't Wai Wei want the country to stop the civil unrest? He came to help her. Lin Bei, you are back so soon. Has Xiao Feng gone to the navy? Usopp was a little depressed. Although the time was short, he and Xiao Feng did establish a very strong relationship. Lin Bei went on board and hugged Usopp's shoulders. Don't be sad, Xiao Feng is going to pursue his dream. Besides, sooner or later we will meet him. How is it possible? I heard from Vivi that the place called the Undersea Prison is said to be a prison that no one has ever broken through. Then you didn't hear it completely. Someone broke through it once in history. But that was the Golden Lion. Do you think we will be worse than the Golden Lion in the future? Usopp, if you want to be a warrior on the sea, you must first have confidence in yourself. I think you don't have enough firepower, so you don't have confidence. Take advantage of now and let Valpo speed up production and make as many artillery and guns as possible. Usopp nodded fiercely. He will definitely become the greatest warrior on the sea. He will go and squeeze Valpo. After Usopp left, Lin Bei found Vivi. Vivi was chatting with Nami at this time, and Lin Bei motioned Nami to move aside. As a result, Nami glared back. Lin Bei was helpless, but he thought that there was nothing he couldn't tell his friends about this matter. After all, they still had to fight the dungeon together later, so it didn't matter. Vivi, do you still want to end this rebellion? Vivi nodded fiercely. At this time, she already knew that the situation in Alabasta was already precarious. Originally, it was 600,000 royal troops against 300,000 rebels, but just before coming, because of Xiao Feng's operation of becoming the king, 300,000 royal troops directly turned to rebels. The country is about to overthrow, and Crocodile's conspiracy is about to succeed. Now that Xiao Feng is gone, Crocodile can no longer let Xiao Feng become the king to do something stupid. In fact, it is a good thing for Vivi, but the current situation is still not optimistic. If you want to save this kingdom, Vivi, what do you want to do? I want to rush to the capital and find the rebel leader Kosa to persuade him before the rebels launch a general attack. Vivi said naively. But this is indeed the only thing she can do. After all, she is just a princess, and she has no rights and no army to follow her. She could only rely on the fact that she and the rebel leader Kosa were childhood sweethearts to persuade Kosa to stop the rebellion. But, the world is not that simple. You think things are too simple, Wai Wei? Even if Kosa is willing to listen to you, his subordinates may not. There are 600,000 rebels against only 300,000 king's troops. The current situation is that the rebels have the advantage. Even if you put order, the rebels below see the possibility of overthrowing the kingdom and becoming kings themselves. Are they really willing to give up this opportunity? Anyway, Lin Bei has seen the changes of dynasties in China. Even if a general does not want to be an emperor, his subordinates will give him a yellow robe. The current situation is so advantageous to the rebels. What for the sake of water-starved citizens and justice is bullshit. Power and wealth will make people dizzy. What's more, even if they don't want to do this, crocodile will make them do it. Chapter 108 Why the Princess Rebelled Against Herself. Vivi really showed a worried look. Actually, I'm not sure if I can do it, but this is the only way I can save my kingdom. Even if I may fail in the end, I will definitely do it. Thank you for sending me here. From now on, this is my own business. I can't let you down. Lin Bei frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? Nami gently pulled Lin Bei, signaling him not to speak so harshly. Vivi is in a difficult situation now. But Lin Bei continued, regardless, do you think we are sending you back for free? If you can't quell the war in the country, then there will be no money. If there is no money, we are sending you back for free, right Nami? Nami immediately understood what Lin Bei meant. He was provoking her. But it is true that sending you back for free without getting a penny would be a big loss. Yes, Wai Wei, you don't think we like to do charity? We are pirates. Nami was as fierce as possible, and Wai Wei was very moved. She knew what Lin Bei and Nami meant. But, it's too dangerous. The opponent is Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and there are 600,000 rebels. Lin Bei finally laughed after hearing this. Whether you can beat Crocodile depends on whether Luffy can explode. But I can help you deal with the 600,000 rebels. Anyway, Lin Bei has a plan in mind. He has only reached the theoretical height now, and his physique is not strong enough. He may not be able to beat Crocodile. Only Luffy, the son of destiny, can defeat them. But 600,000 rebels. He still has a way to deal with them. Wai Wei's eyes widened. Can you handle 600,000 rebels? Nami, what do you mean by explosion? Lin Bei glanced at Nami. Stop talking. Nami, Lin Bei looked at Wai Wei. What is the reason for the riot in your country? Rainwater. Crocodile deliberately let people find out that my father was using dancing powder to take away rainwater from other areas and keep it in the capital. The subjects thought that my father didn't care about the lives of the people and only enjoyed himself. But in fact, my father really didn't use dancing powder. If it's just rainwater, I can handle it, but Wai Wei, you have to make some sacrifices. Sacrifice as long as it can end the civil strife. What's the sacrifice? Well, from now on, you are the #1 rebel in this country. What 600,000 rebels, what traitor Crocodile, all tremble under the banner of the princess's rebellion. After Lin Bei finished speaking, Wai Wei was confused. What is she the leader of the rebels? Things are starting to get wrong. Nami didn't understand either. Why did the princess rebel against herself? It's a simple reason. Everyone thinks the king is a bad guy. Wai Wei was excited for a moment, but Lin Bei stopped her and motioned for him to finish first. Now the king has no way to wash away the blame in the eyes of most rebels. Only a small number of subjects still firmly believe that the king is their good king. Is that the truth? Wai Wei nodded with difficulty. Although it is difficult to accept that her father was slandered, who can make Xiao Feng transform into the king and appear in front of his subjects in person? Unless Xiao Feng comes forward, there is no way to wash away the blame. But Xiao Feng has been sent to the navy. It is impossible for Lin Bei to bring Xiao Feng back. Otherwise, the matter will be clarified. What about his ambition in Alabasta? Then at this time, if you, the princess who has been ignored by everyone, suddenly appear and clearly state that you can't stand what the king has done, and want to rebel against your father and govern the country again, what will happen? Wai Wei's eyes gradually widened. This is a path she has never thought of. First of all, the rebels here, they can't stop, even if the leader Kosa says to stop. This battle to overthrow the kingdom must be fought. Because they have been swept up by a certain force, they are also afraid that they will be liquidated by the king's army after stopping. The key is that they have a chance of winning, so why not fight? So it is impossible for Wai Wei to ask them to stop. But what if Wai Wei wants to rebel? If Wai Wei clearly expresses her support for them, as long as these people also support her, they can overthrow the old king and let her, the new queen, achieve what they want. It will undoubtedly be much easier. Because the change of dynasties is not that simple, especially in this world, the theory of bloodline runs through the entire pirates. Having bloodline and not having bloodline are completely different. Even if the rebels overthrow this country, they will not be recognized by the world government. Instead, they will be annihilated by the navy. Why? Because Vivi has the bloodline of the 20 kings. To some extent, she is a celestial dragon. However, she did not become a celestial dragon. So this kingdom cannot be like the Drum Kingdom, where the people drive away the king and then the people succeed in taking power. But if Vivi is their leader, then this matter will be different. In addition, Vivi can also get the support of the king's army. Those people who believe in the king will also support Vivi. Why? Because Vivi is a princess. It can be said that as long as she rebels, she can not only get the support of the originally opposing rebels, but also the support of the king's army. Once the flag is raised, she can regain control of the country. This is a roundabout way to stop the civil strife in the country. The only victim is Vivi's big resentful father. Wai Wei and Nami both widened their eyes. Lin Bei, you are really cunning. But this is feasible. Lin Bei smiled slightly. Of course it is feasible. When he uses Wai Wei's influence to recruit rebels, these rebels will be his. But there are difficulties. Wai Wei suddenly said. First of all, even if I say I want to rebel, it is impossible to quickly get the rebels to join. They are now only one step away from attacking the capital, and the time is too short. Secondly, there is Baroque Studio. Crocodile will definitely not sit back and watch me rebel, he will definitely do something. Lin Bei's smile did not change. To be honest, he was afraid that Wai Wei could not think of the difficulties. After all, if there were no difficulties, what would he do? Lin Bei showed a little devilish smile. Wai Wei, I said, I will help you deal with the rebels. As for Baroque Studio, Luffy and the others will deal with it. Don't worry, your kingdom is my kingdom. I mean I will treat it as if it is my kingdom and take it seriously. Wai Wei thought about it. This is indeed much better than her talking to Kosa about her feelings and talking about the past to awaken Kosa's emotions. At least, this is a plan. Originally, she didn't have any plan. Okay. Lin Bei, I'll listen to you. What should we do first? Lin Bei took out a stack of intelligence from his arms and turned to the part about the rebel base. All the rebel bases were recorded in great detail. This is mainly because the rebels are now really powerful, and they don't play underground, but put it in the open. Even so, no king's army dared to cause trouble. Now, it's convenient for Lin Bei. Chapter 109 Limited Skin, Great Sage Lin Bei. The first step is to incite all the rebels near us to revolt. I can do this with you. I don't have a wanted order, so the navy and the world government won't be alerted. Lin Bei said to Wai Wei. Nami pouted and said. I don't have a reward either. Lin Bei took out a reward in a flash. Little thief Nami, did you see the reward of 500,000? Nami, you should stay. We have to leave someone with brains on the ship. Don't worry, I looked at the map and found that there is a big river in Alabasta that leads directly to the inland. You just follow the river. That's the direction I'm going. Nami wanted to say something else, but saw Vivi's pleading face. This was her only hope to calm the civil unrest in the country. Okay, go ahead. Lin Bei nodded, and stood up with Vivi and walked out of the cabin. At the moment the door opened, Nami whispered, Be careful. Lin Bei smiled, I will. Click, the door closed. Lin Bei and Wei Wei got off the boat. According to the intelligence, the two went to the location of the first rebel. It was not in Rapeseed Harbor, but in a small village not far from the port. Now the small village has been completely occupied by the rebels. Lin Bei bought a camel according to the intelligence, and went to the village with Wei Wei riding Pikachu. It is worth mentioning that there was a carriage that seemed to be going in the same direction as them. After both parties arrived at the rebel base together, the people in the carriage immediately pulled out their guns and pointed them at Lin Bei and Wei Wei. Because at this time, both of them changed into local clothes and covered their faces, they could not see Wei Wei's appearance. The guns were pointed at them just because this was a base and their origins were unknown. Lin Bei raised his hands, but there was no fear on his face, and he said very calmly, "My friend, I have no hostility, I am here to help you." The rebel soldiers did not relax their vigilance. "Who are you?" Lin Bei slowly put down his hands and pulled off the masks on his face and Vivi's face. "I don't know if you can recognize that this is the princess of the kingdom of Alabasta." The rebel soldiers didn't believe it at first, but after taking a closer look at Vivi, they were full of disbelief. "It's really Princess Vivi." The rebel soldiers didn't understand. The two sides were fighting fiercely. Why did the princess suddenly come here? Persuading them to surrender? Or is there any conspiracy? The key is that if there is a conspiracy, there are only two people. "What is your purpose?" "My friend," I said, "I am here to help you. Please take me to see your leader. What I want to say is not something you can decide." The rebel soldiers hesitated, and Lin Bei said again, "What do you have to worry about? We are just two powerless people." The rebel soldiers still couldn't make the decision, so they recruited people to watch Lin Bei and Wei Wei, and went to the base to find the leader of the base. It was a respected old man named Jiamir, who was also the original village chief of this village. Once upon a time, he was also a loyal supporter of the king. It was not until he knew that the king didn't care about their lives and took away their reign that he joined the rebels. If he wasn't old, he wanted to take a gun and overthrow the stupid king. When he heard that the princess was here, he was also full of thoughts, not knowing why the princess came. Just for safety, village chief Jiamir still brought all the people in the village out. Men, women, old and young, there were a total of 2,000 people. All of a sudden, they surrounded Lin Bei and Wei Wei. Village chief Jiamir leaned on a cane and looked at Wei Wei vigilantly. "Princess, what is your intention?" Wei Wei looked at Lin Bei, and after Lin Bei nodded, Wei Wei recited what Lin Bei said to her on the way. "Everyone, I am the princess of the kingdom of Alabasta, Nefertari Wei Wei. I am sorry to see the chaos in this country now, but before that, I was powerless. I also advised my father, but the truth was hard to hear, and even I was put in solitary confinement." The old village chief frowned. "Have you, princess, come to apologize to us? It's too late. We are lucky here, we can get water supplies from Rapeseed Harbor, viewed in the village just a few miles away from us. People die of thirst every day. What did His Majesty do? He doesn't care about our lives, and he also takes away the rainwater we depend on for survival. We will never forgive such a king." For a moment, the crowd was excited, and the whole village shouted. Wei Wei was scared. After all, she was just a little girl. Lin Bei put his hand on Wei Wei's shoulder and signaled him to do it. "Everyone, you are right. Wrong is wrong. The current king is already incompetent. He has no way to solve the current civil unrest in the country, let alone the problem of water for the people to survive." The old village chief didn't understand. Isn't Wei Wei a member of the royal family? The people around him should also be the royal family, that is, the king's army camp. Why is he criticizing the king? So, our Princess Wei Wei can't stand it anymore. She risked being hunted down by the king's army to escape from the capital and find a way to save the country and the people. Finally, she found it. Found it? The old village chief and the villagers in the rebel base were increasingly confused. What did Princess Waiwei mean? It sounded like she was rebelling against her own family. I am the only way to save the country and the people. Village chief. Villager. Rebel soldier. Ha 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 ha. After a short silence, all the villagers laughed. Did you hear what he said? He said he was the only way to save the country and the people. Is Princess Waiwei crazy, so she also found a madman? Lin Bei was not angry, and still said calmly. You are short of water, so you can't survive and want to rebel. And I will make sure that you will never lack water again from today. The villagers were still laughing, so Lin Bei raised his hand. The next second, the sky, which was originally so clear that it was sunny, suddenly became cloudy. Then, raindrops fell into the mouths of the laughing villagers. JJ.br. The villagers seemed to be petrified by the raindrops. The next second, someone suddenly shouted excitedly. It's raining! It's finally raining in a few years. Quick, go get a bucket to get water. For a moment, the villagers ignored Lin Bei and Waiwei, and only the old village chief was trembling with excitement when he looked at Lin Bei. It's not dancing powder. He can make it rain without using dancing powder. Chapter 110 Remove the firewood from under the cauldron and solve the problem of 600,000 rebels. Those who have read the original novel know that dancing powder is a green powder. It has great side effects when used and will take away rain from other areas. If it is used in front of people, there will be very clear traces of use. Even if it rains, it will be green clouds. Just now, Lin Bei just raised his hand and made the sky overcast and heavy rain fell. The old village chief stood in the rain, quietly washed by the heavy rain, and his heart was shocked beyond words. Perhaps this ability is nothing to others, but for the people of Alabasta in drought, those who have this ability, it's God. Suddenly, the old village chief was stunned. Because the rain stopped unexpectedly, the old village chief looked at Lin Bei. He was sure that it was this young man who did it. At the same time, a villager who had just brought out a large wooden barrel suddenly tripped and dropped the wooden barrel on the ground. The wooden barrel was also broken, and the man was stabbed by the broken wooden barrel and his head was bleeding. Lin Bei noticed this and swallowed his saliva secretly. This accident came really fast and was really random. Fortunately, he didn't rain too little, otherwise this person would not be just injured. The old village chief walked to Lin Bei excitedly. Did you do this? Lin Bei nodded. Isn't it dancing powder? Do you see any signs of use? My ability is not that low-end powder that relies on seizing rain from other regions to make rain. As long as I want, I can solve the rainfall problem of the entire Alabasta. I am Princess Vivi's way to save the country. I am the great sage teacher Lin Bei. The old village chief is indeed a conscious person, otherwise he would not be the leader of a stronghold. He was trembling and about to kneel down to Lin Bei on the spot. Please, save the people of Alabasta, great sage teacher. Lin Bei lifted him up. I have always said that Princess Vivi and I are here to help you. The old village chief only then noticed Princess Vivi, and immediately looked like he did not understand. Since the princess has found a way to save the country, why not tell the king? In that case, this war can be completely avoided. Lin Bei quickly winked at Vivi, indicating that your part has come. Vivi gritted her teeth, and she did not want to say that she wanted to slander her father. Lin Bei could understand her thoughts, so he quickly whispered in her ear. It can be whitewashed later. I will let Xiao Feng issue a notice. Vivi was relieved and said, it is my father who does not want to. He only wants to use this way to save the country in the capital. He has been completely incompetent. I couldn't stand it anymore, so I had to flee the capital. Lin Bei nodded, saying that was enough, and hurriedly stepped forward to the old village chief and said, Village chief, I can save the people of Alabasta, but it's only a temporary solution. As long as that incompetent king is still the king, the country will never be truly clear. Only Princess Vivi is the real future of the country. In order to save the people and the country, she even gave up her identity as a princess. Such a person is the best leader of the Kingdom of Alabasta, a leader who truly considers the people. The village chief frowned. But, the rebels. Lin Bei interrupted the old village chief before he finished speaking. Even if the rebels take down the capital, can they save the country? Can they solve the water problem? This is the key, and the old village chief understood it all at once. Only Princess Weiwei and the great sage master can save this country. Lin Bei nodded, the boy is teachable. That's it. But Princess Weiwei and I alone are not enough. If we want to save the country, we need more people to support Princess Weiwei. The old village chief was so wise that he knelt down directly in front of Lin Bei and Weiwei. I, Jiamire, am willing to lead the villagers to support Princess Weiwei. Lin Bei helped Jiamire up again and whispered in his ear. It's not enough to have only the people in this village. Where are the men here? The village chief hurriedly said. They all joined the rebels. Let their families tell them that their hometown is saved and they don't have to worry about the water problem anymore. Let them come back to see what their home looks like. The village chief's eyes widened, and he was cutting off the firewood from under the cauldron. This great and wise teacher is so amazing. War can make people blind, but family can make people sober and tearful. Lin Bei had already thought of a way to disintegrate the 600,000 rebels. Cutting off the firewood from under the cauldron. Using the classic method of surrounding the city with the countryside, he walked through the villages one by one, showing his miracles again and again to save the water-deficient villages. Then let the families in the village call back their men from the rebels. Lin Bei dared to be sure that the army that could be identified to rebel was at most the core 10,000 or 20,000. The rest were simply disgusted by the underworld operation of Xiao Feng pretending to be the king, so they turned against him. Lin Bei did this, setting up the banner of Weiwei and the so-called Great Sage Master, and instantly made those non-core rebels fall apart and join Weiwei's team. The old village chief hurriedly announced to the villagers the news that Princess Weiwei and the Great Sage Master came to save them. At first, the villagers did not believe it very much, but when Lin Bei once again made a heavy rain in front of everyone, everyone became the most loyal believers of the Great Sage Master. The villagers began to write letters to their men, children, and fathers, calling them back. Lin Bei's plan was perfectly implemented. And this will only be the beginning. Lin Bei and Weiwei will take the soldiers in the former rebel stronghold and the villagers who are willing to help Weiwei and continue to the next rebel stronghold near Rapeseed Harbor. Lin Bei estimated that after sweeping all the surrounding strongholds, he would be able to gather at least 10,000 followers. And when the family's letter reaches the rebels, at least 50,000 to 60,000 people will leave the rebels and choose to go home to join Weiwei's camp. In less than a month, Weiwei will become the queen of the new Alabasta kingdom under Lin Bei's promotion. And he, as the great virtuous teacher who is second to none and above 10,000 people, will also control many important industries and materials in Alabasta. Lin Bei has already planned that he will set up a company at that time, a behemoth like Samsung that controls the great cold nether kingdom. In this way, he can live a more leisurely life afterwards. However, Lin Bei scratched his face under the umbrella. His rainfall has completely exceeded the standard value. Why hasn't there been any accident? Just as he was thinking, he suddenly heard a violent explosion. Looking in the direction of the explosion, Lin Bei found that it was the carriage that came to the village with him. After asking the village chief, he found out that the carriage was full of munitions for the rebels. What was even more surprising was that the explosion caused a fawn with its tail on fire. Chopper. Chapter 111 Crocodile, I don't understand. The heavy rain quickly extinguished the small flame on Chopper's tail. Chopper also saw Lin Bei and Weiwei under the umbrella, surrounded by the rebels, now the Yellow Turban Army. He ran over quickly. Lin Bei, I finally see my relatives. The fawn turned into a cute little form, and was held in Lin Bei's arms, wiping his body with a towel. "Why are you here?" Chopper was very aggrieved. "I don't know either. When Sanji and I went shopping, Sanji asked me to wait for him there, and he went to chase a beautiful woman. I felt that I was about to get a heat stroke, so I went into the car to take a rest in the cool air, but I fell asleep and woke up here. I was so unlucky. The gunpowder in the carriage was ignited for some reason, and I almost died." Lin Bei wiped his body silently. He couldn't say that Chopper was blown up because he was raining too much. In fact, this is pretty good. What's there to be dissatisfied about not going to the dragon-slaying platform? In this case, you can follow me first, and then meet up with Luffy and the others. Chopper nodded obediently, and it was at this time that he thought of asking Lin Bei why these people looked so respectful and even worshipped him. Lin Bei didn't hide it from the little deer, so he slowly told the content of the previous few pictures. Under the big umbrella, Lin Bei held a cute little deer, and Wai Wei smiled beside him. A harmonious scene. But in the heavy rain, there was a pair of eyes staring at Lin Bei, which flashed by in a flash. This person was a member of the Baroque studio, and was considered a person hiding in this former rebel base to gather information. After all, Crocodile's goal was to seize Alabasta, and he had to know the news of the king's army or the rebels as soon as possible. So there were countless spies like this in the rebels and the king's army. And spies like this would not easily turn against Lin Bei just because of a rain. On the contrary, he thought this was a great opportunity. As long as he reported Vivi's whereabouts and what Lin Bei did, he would definitely get a lot of rewards and promotions. In the heavy rain, no one cared that someone ran out of the village. The visibility in the rain was too low, and it was not clear more than 10 meters away. In this way, about an hour later, Crocodile got the news about Vivi and Lin Bei. Because the spy's status was not high, he only knew that Princess Vivi had instigated the rebels in this base. With such information, Crocodile's face was full of disdain. He had long expected that Vivi would save the country after returning to Alabasta, and it was normal for some rebel bases to be instigated by Vivi. After all, the king was still very popular before. In the clear intelligence, there was only one person and a deer around Vivi, and there was no reward for these two things. Crocodile didn't take it to heart. What kind of waves could these three pieces of information make? There was no reward at all, so it must be a low-level pirate with low combat effectiveness. In this case, it only takes a little trick to get rid of Vivi and the other two. Crocodile thought about it and sent a task to the spies in the other rebel base. He didn't even bother to send out the coders of Baroque Studio. He just needed to tell the rebels that their people were turned by Princess Vivi. The rebels would take the initiative to help him do things, and those idiots wouldn't even know that they were being used by Crocodile to kill people. After calling Den Den Mushi, Crocodile fell into waiting, because if nothing unexpected happened, he would receive good news in about 2 hours, before finishing his meal. Robin beside him still looked calm, but she was a little nervous. Because she was sure that Lin Bei was one of the people mentioned in Den Den Mushi just now. She didn't know the other one, maybe he was a new partner of the Straw Hat Pirates. But it was undoubtedly difficult for these two people to survive if they had to face the siege of thousands of rebels. Robin still remembered what Lin Bei had said to her. Now was the time of the test. If Lin Bei could survive, she might really be able to cooperate with Lin Bei. An hour passed, and the Den Den Mushi in front of Crocodile rang. Crocodile laughed disdainfully. He was indeed a scum. He couldn't even last 2 hours. No, card clip. Hey! The master who issued the task, it's bad. Because the low-level spies in Baroque Studio didn't know that their boss was Crocodile, they only knew that if this Den Den Mushi called them, they had to obey unconditionally. When Crocodile heard this, the smile on his face disappeared instantly. What happened? In order to ensure the completion of the mission, I encouraged all the rebel bases near Rapeseed Harbor to go and eliminate the traitors. As a result, they were turned against the enemy as soon as they arrived. It was as fast as seeing a ghost. Now they have blocked the entire area and are looking for who spread the news. I can't escape. Please send someone to save me. Crocodile's face was gloomy, and when he heard this, his face became even darker. I asked you to deliver troops to someone. You want to ask for rescue after the mission failed. I can't save you, wait to die. Crocodile hung up the phone with a dark face. Things were beyond his control. What happened at the scene? No, he had to ask the codders of Baroque Studio to check it out. In the first base of the Princess Army. Lin Bei also wanted to ask what happened. Witch Angel gathered everyone in advance and sent them to him when he was about to start sweeping the base tomorrow. Of course, it is not difficult to guess. Either they are from the rebel army or they are spies from Baroque Studio. No matter which one, they should still be here. After Lin Bei showed his power to save the country as a great sage, and with the sincere words of the old village chief, he quickly instigated the rebel army that was originally here to eliminate the rebel army that was instigated. Then he immediately announced that if he wanted to make it rain, everyone had to obey his orders as a great sage, block the area, and not allow anyone to escape, and report the person who had previously passed the information. Of course, there is no suspense about this. Who doesn't want to see their hometown become green again? Compared to this, the person who reported it is nothing. If he is really a man from Alabasta, what's wrong with sacrificing for his hometown? In an instant, the spy from Baroque Studio was found out. He was still making phone calls, and then he was reported and found, and then sent to Lin Bei. After a simple interrogation, Lin Bei also understood who his opponent was. JJ.BR. Crocodile. If that's the case, then we can't fight alone. Soldiers are only low-end combat power after all, and are only suitable for dealing with low-end combat power. In terms of high-end combat power, Baroque Works has at least 2 or 3 or even more Devil Fruit ability users. And there is also Crocodile. In this case, Luffy and the others must be called over as well. Chapter 112 Today's Superpower: The Acting Skills of the Emperor's Uncle. Lin Bei, Chopper, and Vivi rested in the base for a night, also considering that the future tasks may be more arduous. After all, they have to subdue the parents, wives, sons, brothers, and sisters of a full 600,000 rebels. It's not that easy to be a great sage teacher. So Lin Bei slept very deeply, he had to ensure his sleep quality. But on this night, several forces did not sleep well. First of all, Crocodile, after realizing that Vivi's ability to incite local fellow villagers was too strong, Crocodile had given up the idea of instigating the rebels to attack Vivi. Mainly because he was afraid that Calabash Brothers would send his grandfather away, and let Vivi grow stronger in waves, then he would raise a stone to shoot himself in the foot. Anyway, his Baroque Studio is not without people, 200 billion elders and 1,800 million elders. These people are the backbone of the Baroque Studio and the reserve personnel of those digital agents. There are few locals among these people, they are all foreign pirates or pirate hunters, so they can be absolutely trusted and will not be instigated. The key is that the fighting power is strong. These 2,000 people combined, it's like playing to smash Vivi's current 10,000 people. He summoned these 2,000 people overnight to completely strangle Vivi in the cradle. It is estimated that in the early morning of the next day, Hydrogen will be able to wake up the sleeping hearts of Weiwei's group. Then came the people from the rebels. Some of them had already received the news. But this news was very confusing. The royal princess, Weiwei, actually rebelled against herself. Moreover, many people chose to join Weiwei's camp, which was even more puzzling. Some of the rebels who received the news felt their heads buzzing. What kind of world is this? The mouse is the best man for the cat. The navy, Smoker was speechless. He had caught pirates in Rapeseed Harbor for a few days, all of them were small pirates, but the mouse caught a big pirate worth 32 million. The Navy headquarters immediately sent a congratulatory message. The mouse was promoted again. This made Smoker doubt his life. How could he not know what kind of person the mouse was? Was he wrong to insist on it? No. It's not his fault. Lin Bei was wrong. He will definitely find Lin Bei and bring Niu Zi back. Finally, it's the Straw Hat Pirates. I have to say that Lin Bei's grouping is really reasonable. It was already night, and Nami only waited for Sanji on the boat. After counting, Luffy and Zoro lost contact, and Chopper and Sanji got separated. Sanji and Usopp were the only ones left on the boat. Oh, by the way, there is also a tool man, Walpo, who is now locked in the cabin and makes weapons for Usopp day and night. Nami feels that this pirate group can't stay. Every time they land on the island, they lose contact. But fortunately, everyone's ultimate goal this time is the same, which is the royal capital. So according to Lin Bei's instructions before leaving, they sailed and went inland along the river, and they should still be able to meet. The next morning, the combatants of Baroque Studio number 2000 directly surrounded the small village where Lin Bei was. Although it was 2,000 to 10,000, the advantage was on the side of Baroque Studio. Immediately, a soldier under him hurriedly reported to Lin Bei, "Great Sage, there are unknown forces outside that have surrounded us. We tried to negotiate, but were killed by the other side. The other side is very strong, one person can beat 5 of our soldiers." The old village chief, as a cadre of the current princess army, frowned while leaning on a cane. "It seems that the other side is here with the idea of completely destroying us. Mr. Lin Bei, what do you think we should do?" Lin Bei just got up and heard such bad news, which was also quite a headache. Fighting is no problem, he can fight, he killed them randomly. But there are too many people on the other side, and 2,000 pigs can't be killed so quickly. He was afraid that these 2,000 people were just the beginning, and after delaying them, more people would come. Frowning and thinking, Lin Bei decided to take a look at today's random superpowers. Maybe it can be used. The Emperor's uncle's acting. This is a bit interesting. The content of today's superpower is that as long as you cry to someone, the other party will sincerely think that you are a good lord and will sincerely want to follow you. The length of time they follow you depends on the strength of their personal strength and the sincerity of their crying. This ability can be regarded as a solution to the urgent problem, but there is a small problem: how to cry. It must be sincere. Lin Bei not only couldn't cry, but also wanted to laugh. He didn't learn acting, and he couldn't cry in 5 seconds. Think about the scene later: he went out and faced 2,000 people alone, and the other party was ready. As a result, Lin Bei was staring there, hoping that the wind would blow over and make him cry. Sure enough, I want to laugh when I think about it. Let's use some physical means. Do you have onions? The old village chief was stunned. He was facing a powerful enemy. He was asking Lin Bei how to fight the enemy, but Lin Bei asked, "Do you have onions?" "What, sir, are you hungry? Or do you want to use onions to drive away Wallen?" "No need to say more, give me 2 onions, I can deal with the 2,000 people outside in a snap." The old village chief was full of questions when he heard this, but since the adults said so, why hesitate? He quickly asked someone to get 2 onions and handed them to Lin Bei. Lin Bei was dressed more and more like a great virtuous teacher at this time, and his charlatan temperament was about to overflow. He walked out of the village very confidently, with half an onion hidden in his right hand. After going out, he squeezed his right hand in front of his eyes, and Lin Bei bent down uncomfortably. The members of the Baroque studio opposite frowned. What is he doing? Look like he's going to vomit. No, he's going to cry. The guy was scared to tears by us, ha ha ha. The members of Baroque studio sneered. It turned out that the opponent this time was so LOL. They thought it would be a bloody battle that would require all of them. In the end, that's it. Even the old village chief in the stronghold and the few rebel leaders who had just joined looked at each other. Great Sage Master, are you trying to win the sympathy of the enemy? How can we repair it? We would rather die in battle than bow our heads. Chopper stared at Lin Bei outside nervously, and was ready. If something went wrong, he would rush out and take Lin Bei away. Helping Wai Wei to quell the civil strife and other things, how could the lives of partners be more important? JJ.BR. Both sides were talking about it, but in the next second, the speeches of both sides stopped as Lin Bei raised his head. Lin Bei's eyes were red and tears were streaming down his face. It can be said that he felt sour. But he still acted very sincerely and said, "Dear brothers and friends, people are born by their mothers. Animals are born by their mothers. If you die in battle, your mothers will be so sad." Lin Bei's words are extremely nonsense. However, all the people who heard him on this land, inexplicably, felt that, "Fuck, this guy is right. I really want to go to him. Fuck, I didn't hear what he said, but he is right, I also want to go to him." The scene gradually became outrageous. Chapter 113 Baroque Employees' Complaint Against Unscrupulous Boss. Lin Bei got a hint here. Due to your careless crying scene, everyone present has only 1 week to pledge allegiance to you. Tisk, how good is his crying scene? He is not the descendant of Lu Huangshu, who can cry when he says he can. Is he going to find a child to throw now? No, this ability is not stable. He wants to build a company that belongs to him alone in this place. If the loyalty period is only so short, when he goes to sea, when the time is up, won't this place fall into civil strife again? Unless the mission can be completed and the ability can be solidified. But to be honest, the mission of this ability is a bit difficult. Today's mission, make crocodile listen to you without using today's superpower. Hehe, this is a man who has fought with Whitebeard. Even Whitebeard couldn't interrupt his ambition, so how can he rely on Motzi? However, Lin Bei suddenly thought that the mission was just to make crocodile listen to him. Is there a possibility that as long as he talks to crocodile and makes him listen to him, he can complete the mission? Let's try it. Anyway, if it doesn't work out, there will be no loss. After all, they have become enemies with crocodile, so just treat it as a harsh remark in advance. Moreover, if crocodile knew that these loyal subordinates of his have become his people, what expression would he have? Lin Bei really wants to see it. Thinking of this, Lin Bei waved his hand, signaling all the members of the Baroque studio in front of him to put down their guns, and then asked them to recruit these members. Then he took out the Den Mushi of the person who contacted Crocodile before, although Lin Bei didn't know that this was the one who could communicate directly with Crocodile. The Den Mushi that received the call. But what is certain is that the person behind this Den Mushi can definitely contact Crocodile. No, Kaka. Crocodile was a little surprised at first why the Den Mushi rang again. But soon he thought that it might be that the 2,000 people under his command had dealt with the rebels who were turned against in that stronghold. This Den Mushi is a trophy. Crocodile's character is like this, very arrogant, thinking that everything is still under his control. Hey, which billionaire are you? Is the battle over? Moji, please help me find your boss. Point 0. Crocodile was silent. This is definitely not his subordinate. If it is, then he is definitely looking for death. Who are you? Oh, I forgot to introduce myself, I'm sorry. I am Princess Weiwei's first minister, the living Buddha of the desert, the savior of the country, the great sage teacher, Lin Bei. Crocodile gritted his teeth and revealed the true identity of the caller in one sentence. Lin Bei, the pirate from the Straw Hat Pirates. Who are you? I am Point 0 from Baroque Works. Oh. Lin Bei also revealed the identity of the person on the other end of the phone without hesitation. Crocodile. Crocodile's face turned very dark. Anyone who knows my identity will die miserably, you should know that. It's too late to beg for mercy from me now. Crocodile thought that Lin Bei called him to beg for mercy because the 2,000 people were about to break through the stronghold. Unexpectedly, Lin Bei's next sentence was, "Don't talk, listen to me first. Crocodile. The 2,000 people you sent felt that your salary was too low, overtime was endless, and the promotion channels were not obvious, so they decided to join me." Crocodile. How is it possible? On the Den Den Mushi side, Lin Bei sighed. After Crocodile heard what he said, the mission was not completed. It seems that this kind of bug can't be stuck, so forget it, use this ability to do as much as possible. For example, trick Crocodile into calling all his subordinates, no matter how many there are, and then he will recruit them all with today's ability. In this way, Crocodile will be a commander without troops. The threat from Baroque Studio has been reduced a lot. Even if Crocodile comes by himself, maybe he will become his subordinate because of this ability. If this is the case, it will be even more interesting. Lin Bei decided to do it. Nothing is impossible, Lin Bei said, and called a few members of Baroque Studio who were loyal to Lin Bei because of their superpowers. Listen to the true voice of your subordinates. Lin Bei handed the Den Den Mushi to the Baroque Studio members who came over, and the members were very excited. Can I say dirty words? Lin Bei said, of course. The members of Baroque immediately smeared honey on their mouths. 0. You, who can use the little salary you offer. Even if I don't join you, I can be a free pirate hunter and eat a lot every day. After joining Baroque, my goodness, the salary is low, and I am treated like a donkey. Do you know the pain of getting up to work just after lying down in the middle of the night? Crocodile clenched his fists. Who are you talking to, you bastard? Shut up your hole. You don't know how devastated people who have to work in the middle of the night are. Don't you have a partner? Oh, yes, you definitely don't have a partner, you old bitch, a psychopath, you deserve to be lonely for the rest of your life. You. Crocodile on the other side of the Den Den Mushi began to breathe rapidly. He never thought that he would be broken by the words of his subordinates. Lin Bei took the Den Den Mushi over at this time. Hear your employees' complaints about you, a black heart boss like you who exploits employees will only end up hanging on a street lamp. Who? You are dead. Although I don't know how you managed to turn them against you, you have completely annoyed me. I will let you see the most terrifying power of Baroque works. Wash yourself and wait for death. Lin Bei was not panicked at all and continued to taunt Crocodile. He wished that Crocodile would send all his men over today. Yo. How many people do you have left? There are only a few capable ones left. I know all of them. They are just a few devil fruit users. If you have the ability, just shoot them all over here. See if they betray you or not. Kaka. Crocodile hung up the Den Den Mushi fiercely. He didn't want to talk to this bastard named Lin Bei anymore. His blood pressure was high. Crocodile directly issued a killing order for Lin Bei to the few remaining senior agents. By the way, he asked them to find out why a group of people were turned against each other. He wanted to know the truth of the matter. Chapter 114. This ability is so useful. Lin Bei sighed after hanging up the Den Den Mushi. The mission could not be completed. He could only reduce the difficulty of this alabasta copy. He began to give orders, asking everyone to be alert and to sound the alarm immediately if they found that a member of Baroque Works had arrived. This is very simple for those who were originally members of Baroque Works. But what Lin Bei didn't expect was that after he issued the order, the system suddenly prompted him that the mission was completed. Today's superpowers are permanently retained. Lin Bei's face was full of question marks. How did it complete? Lin Bei was puzzled until 2 hours later. All the senior Baroque agents headed by Point 1 arrived. Lin Bei finally understood how his mission was completed. He proposed that Crocodile send people over, and Crocodile really sent people over, which can be regarded as Crocodile listening to him. JJ.BR. So, the mission is completed. Lin Bei realized that the system's mission can be completed in this way. Are you Lin Bei? Point 1 is a bald strong man, and also the user of the quick-cut fruit, which can turn any part of the body into a blade. It is considered a strong opponent. Yes, I am Lin Bei. Point 1 frowned, he always had a subtle feeling of being taken advantage of. The boss asked me to finish you off. If you have any tricks, you can do it now. Otherwise, you will be powerless to fight back. So cool. Lin Bei looked at this guy, his face full of confidence, and those who didn't know him would think that Crocodile had come in person. Look, you asked me to do it first. Lin Bei took out half an onion from his pocket. He immediately took a defensive posture, and even the senior agents behind him were alert, preventing Lin Bei from making any powerful moves. But the next second, Lin Bei was too lazy to act, and he squeezed the onion in front of his eyes. He cried with a sound. Today, the score is 3 points, and Alabasta is exhausted. This is truly a critical moment for survival. Lin Bei cried out a modified version of the departure to the army. The senior agents of Baroque on the opposite side were all stunned. At first, they looked at each other, their eyes conveying the meaning. Is this man sick? As Lin Bei recited halfway, they continued to communicate with each other. Are we sick? I actually think what he said makes sense. After Lin Bei finished reciting all of them, the eyes of these strange Baroque senior agents were no longer confused, but only had a fiery desire to follow. Sir! Sir, you said it well, sir. Although I didn't understand a word, but you said it well, sir. Lin Bei got the information prompt. If Lu Huangsha could also recite a section of the departure to the Imperial Academy, wouldn't all the talents in the world be in his pocket? Sincere crying scene, get Baroque Senior Agent. Point 1, Quick Cut Fruit Ability User, SS Daublifinger, Thorn Fruit Ability User. Point 4, Baseball Man, SS Reists. Mole Man, 6 months of loyalty. Lin Bei widened his eyes. Wow, the departure to the Imperial Academy is so useful. These people with strengths of more than 30 million can actually obtain their 6 months of loyalty. It can be seen that what he said to the 2,000 Baroque members who came before was really bad. Those people were so weak that they only gave 1 week of loyalty. How can this be possible? Lin Bei quickly called the group of people over and cried again. Immediately obtained the loyalty of these 2,000 people for 3 years. Lin Bei was relieved. This ability is so useful. However, it can only be used on Baroque people. He did not intend to use it on the rebels and villagers in Alabasta. Because he would soon solve the affairs of the Kingdom of Alabasta and then leave with the Straw Hat Pirates. All the people of Baroque can be killed before leaving, but Lin Bei wants to gain the true loyalty of the people of Alabasta, so that he doesn't have to worry about their loyalty time expiring when he leaves. The key is that he can indeed gain the true loyalty of these people in Alabasta. He believes that even if he leaves for 2 or 3 years, these people will still recognize the existence of the great sage teacher and worship him as a god. In short, Lin Bei uses his kidney to Baroque. To the people of Alabasta, Lin Bei uses his heart. Lin Bei quickly gave orders, and the Baroque senior agent who had just pledged allegiance to him became his senior general, responsible for leading the more than 10,000 princess troops. As a princess, Wei Wei actually doesn't care much about things. She is just a symbol, a flag. But when he saw that the new commanders of the princess army were the 4 of them, he was petrified. His mind was completely confused. For a moment, she even thought that Lin Bei was actually the vice president of Baroque Works, so he could turn those 2,000 people and the 4 top agents against each other. Because it was impossible to turn Point 1 successfully against this person. He was the only one in the work club who knew that the boss was Crocodile. He even joined Baroque Works because of Crocodile, and he could be said to be a diehard fan of Crocodile. How could he be turned against? Wei Wei was really stupid, she didn't understand it at all. But she thought of Lin Bei's magical qualities along the way, and suddenly felt that this matter was not so absurd. Lin Bei is such a magical person. Later, because Baroque works had been turned against by Lin Bei, as long as Lin Bei wanted, he could let these people go back with a snap of his fingers, and then make Baroque works a pirate version of a winery. It can be said that there is not a drop of wine in the water. Therefore, Lin Bei doesn't have to worry about Baroque's affairs, and he doesn't even have to worry about the navy. If the navy dares to come, it's not the same fate as being turned against. Lin Bei can officially join the Straw Hat Pirates and drive all the way to the capital. At the same time, a chill surged in Crocodile's heart. He always felt as if his kidneys were stolen. He couldn't help but think, could it be that the senior agent was also turned against by someone? As soon as this thought came out, Crocodile shook his head hurriedly. Impossible, absolutely impossible. No one else said, Das Bonus would never betray him. But Crocodile thought that just half an hour ago, Das Bonus had just reported to him that they had arrived at the designated location of the mission and would complete the mission within half an hour and kill the target person. But half an hour had passed, and there was no news from Das Bonus. Crocodile could only comfort himself that they must have failed to assassinate successfully in the assassin mode, and began to forcibly start the unparalleled assassination mode among more than 10,000 people. In this way, of course it would be much slower. Just wait a little longer, with Daz's ability, he can definitely take the enemy's head from the army. Just like that, Crocodile waited for another half an hour. Still no news. Crocodile finally couldn't wait any longer, and he called Den Den Mushi to Das Bonus. Chapter 115 Crocodile, don't call me anymore, I'm afraid Lin Bei will misunderstand. No, 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 no. Kaka. Das, what's the situation? Crocodile said in his usual gloomy voice. Crocodile. Crocodile was stunned, Das had never called him by his name before. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Das Bonus said. Don't contact me again in the future, I'm afraid Lin Bei will misunderstand. After that, he hung up the Den Den Mushi. Crocodile held the phone on the Den Den Mushi and was stunned for a long time. Even the Den Den Mushi gave Crocodile a sympathetic look. This look made Crocodile come back to his senses and furious. He now felt that he could empathize with Smoker. Even Point One was turned against him, so what was left of his Baroque works? He and Robin were the only ones left. This was no less than having his own son stolen. Crocodile's face was extremely ugly, and suddenly, he thought of Robin. He quickly called Robin into his office, and seeing Robin still as aloof as before, he was relieved. For some reason, he always felt that even Robin, who had never gone out and had no contact with Lin Bei, had been turned against him. Fortunately, he was too nervous. Robin is still his man. It's okay, you can go down. Robin nodded and turned to leave Crocodile's office. And at the moment of leaving the office, Robin changed her expression and laughed. Just when Crocodile was on the phone, Robin used her ability to monitor Crocodile. So now she knows that Crocodile is a bachelor commander. Although it is incredible, even Das Bonus was instigated by someone. Then why is she still hesitating? She summoned her own Den Den Mushi and called the one of Das Bonus, and contacted Lin Bei directly. Does the cooperation you mentioned before still count? Lin Bei was quite surprised that Robin called at this time, but it was understandable. She might have learned about the current situation from Crocodile, and she felt that she had a greater chance of winning, so she gave up Crocodile without hesitation. For her, this was an operation she had been doing since she was a child. Her growth history was to betray one force and jump to another force. Of course it counts. Do you want to come over? Well, I will come to you as soon as possible. When the time comes, I will tell you everything that Crocodile has arranged. But in return, you have to protect me. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. This sister seemed to have misunderstood something. Since Baroque was left with only one commander, he no longer needed Robin to provide him with anything. All he wanted was Robin. But there was no need to point it out. Okay, just come over. But I have to remind you that the team has already set off and will not stay here for you. I will find you. After saying that, Robin hung up the den mushy, turned around and took a deep look at Crocodile's office, got up and left Crocodile's base. JJ.BR. And Crocodile, half an hour after letting Robin go out, called Robin back in. Because Lin Bei inexplicably disrupted the things he had arranged for several years, now he had to do it himself. But before that, he still needed Robin to help him continue to recruit people. Baroque works must continue to exist, otherwise even if he solves Lin Bei and Wei Wei, he will not be able to control the entire Alabasta kingdom. But Crocodile called Robin's name several times and asked her to come to his office, but he didn't see Robin. This made Crocodile very angry. Where did this little girl go? Don't you know this is a critical moment? Crocodile walked towards Robin's room with a gloomy face, but found that Robin's room, which was usually full of literature and research materials, was now empty. Those materials and books, all disappeared. This undoubtedly shows one thing: Robin ran away. Crocodile stood there in silence for a long time, and finally broke out. The whole person turned into a desert storm, and he calmed down after destroying several rooms in succession. His eyes were full of viciousness. Lin Bei. Ah, Lin Bei, I finally found you. Luffy gave Lin Bei a bear hug directly. That's right, Lin Bei, Luffy and Zoro have reunited. Interestingly, he only met up with these two people. And not on the boat, but in a small village that was almost deserted due to drought. Because they had to continue to save one water-deficient village after another, win over the families of the rebels, and thus achieve the effect of disintegrating the rebels. So the team set out. Within one day, Lin Bei had saved 2 villages. In the second water-deficient village, Lin Bei found Luffy and Zoro, as well as a brother with a naked upper body and a Whitebeard pirate's tattoo on his back. Lin Bei knew that Luffy and Zoro must have run away. He had calculated everything, but he didn't expect that although Luffy was not a road idiot, he was an idiot. And Zoro, although not an idiot, he was a road idiot. The two people together were not 1 + 1, but 11. The two people did not complement each other at all in their strengths, but instead added up in their weaknesses. In the end, it became a road idiot and an idiot. However, it was not completely without gain. At least Luffy met his brother, Ace. It was also the first time for Lin Bei to meet Ace. This guy is so damn handsome. Although there are a few freckles on his face, it does not affect his handsomeness at all, and he is almost as handsome as the readers. Letting go of Luffy who was hugging him, Lin Bei and Ace bumped fists. Ace, do you know me? Who doesn't know the captain of the 2nd division of the famous Whitebeard pirates? I'm just curious why you're with my captain. Ace smiled gently. Well, Luffy is my brother. He told me about you, his vice-captain. It must be a headache to sail with my stupid brother, right? Lin Bei looked at Luffy. It's okay, except that the captain is sometimes out of control and eats all the food in the cabin. There is nothing too troublesome at the moment. Ace laughed at the words. It's really Luffy's character. It's a good thing that you can tolerate this idiot and let him be the captain. Luffy pouted. Now he has a sense of déjà vu when he returns to his hometown with friends for the new year but meets all the aunts and uncles. Chapter 116 Ace's Surprise. Is this reasonable? Because Ace's character is really good, Lin Bei quickly became friends with Ace. The main reason was that Ace saw that Lin Bei was willing to use his abilities to help those who were short of water, and he didn't ask for anything in return. Lin Bei was very kind, and he was humorous, and he could play well with Ace. The two of them seemed to be getting along very well. Luffy was also very happy. After going through that period of time when he felt like his aunts and uncles were exposing his secrets, Luffy was still very willing to see that his vice-captain and his best brother were friends. While chatting, Lin Bei suddenly mentioned that he wanted to see Ace's ability, the flame fruit that even dogs would not eat. Ace was happy to show off, but just said, "It's a bit boring to show off without an opponent. Do you want to have a little competition?" Actually, Ace wanted to see the strength of Lin Bei, the vice-captain. As a brother-loving demon, he always had to estimate the strength of his brother's crew to see if he could survive the voyage ahead. He also wanted to see his brother in the new world after solving Blackbeard. But as everyone knows, Lin Bei is not good at fighting. Zoro immediately said, "I can fight you." Lin Bei was a little moved. Zoro is worthy of being the #1 person who protects his children. As long as they are on the ship, no one can touch them. However, this time he wanted to try to fight by himself. In fact, if it comes to the crooked way, Ace will be loyal to him as soon as he cries. This time, he mainly wants to see how much hard power he has reached, and how far he is from Ace, who is at least a vice-admiral. "It's okay, Zoro, let me try." The theory has been achieved, but it must be combined with corresponding combat experience. As he said, Lin Bei turned to Ace and made a starting move. Wing Chun Zhang Tianzi. I don't know when this middle school second-year combat preparation method was retained by Lin Bei. Seeing this, Ace smiled slightly and also made a starting move. Captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates Ace. As soon as the voice fell, Lin Bei disappeared instantly. Seeing this, Ace was slightly stunned. This seems to be the 6 styles of the Navy. This guy actually knows it. Interesting. A flame ignited on Ace's body, which means that he has begun to enter the elemental state. In this normal state, ordinary physical attacks have no effect on Ace. Here is a setting in this book, because the setting of armament haki hitting natural system is really jumping back and forth. In this book, as long as the natural system ability user is not completely elementalized, that is, the whole body turns into flames, sand, and smoke, as long as the human body is still in place, it can be hit by armament haki. When the whole body is elementalized, it can still be hit by armament haki and cause damage after being hit, but if the natural element that is transformed by the body part is controlled in advance, it will not cause damage. Ace's eyeballs are constantly turning. As a pirate in the New World, especially Zhang, the 2nd squad of the Whitebeard Pirates, he can use armament haki and observation haki. The reason why it was not shown in the early stage of the comics is because there was no concept of haki in the early stage. This is also the reason why Lin Bei has always been wary of Crocodile. Ace is like this, what about Crocodile? The next second, Ace's eyes locked on Lin Bei's position, right in front of him. Lin Bei's fist arrived, and Ace's observation haki could have realized it and dodged it, but he didn't dodge. He only knew about haki after entering the New World, so he didn't think that his stupid brother and his pirate group members could use haki in the early stage. So, puff. Ace's body was punched into a shape by Lin Bei's fist covered with armament haki, and flew out. Ace was surprised that his brother's crew could use armament haki, and judging from the degree, they were very proficient. More importantly, it hurt so much. But Lin Bei's hammering force was not strong, at least in the eyes of Ace, who was used to the battles between pirates in the New World. Lin Bei's strength could even be described as weak. But it hurt so much. That's right, this time, Lin Bei aimed at the acupuncture points. After the armament haki was enough to cover the fist, Lin Bei no longer saved and only used his fingertips. He really couldn't master the finger gun technique in the 6 styles. No matter how he practiced, his fingers hurt. Even when he was improving his epiphany in the Drum Kingdom, he couldn't comprehend it. In order to avoid hurting his fingers, Lin Bei could only use his fists. With the help of the white eyes, Lin Bei, who could see the acupuncture points, punched the acupuncture point on Ace's abdomen. Lin Bei had tested that acupuncture point on a member of Baroque before. It didn't have any special effect, it just hurt. It hurt a lot. It hurt like the pain of torn abdominal muscles. Ace covered his stomach and grimaced in pain. You actually know Haki? Lin Bei shrugged. As a vice captain, it's reasonable for me to know some Haki, right? Ace nodded. Have you taught my brother? Actually, I taught everyone on the ship, and my teaching method is pretty good. Currently, 3 people on the ship have learned it and have mastered it. Including Luffy. Well, as a vice captain, it's understandable that I have a better teaching ability, right? As he said that, Luffy smiled foolishly and covered his fists with armament haki to show Ace. Zoro also held a knife, and armament haki came with a wave of entanglement. Ace was stunned. It's really reasonable bullshit. You have only been out to sea for a few months. JJ.BR. Your teaching ability as a vice captain is unreasonable. Lin Bei shrugged, indicating that this is all the basic operation of a vice captain. After being surprised, Ace let go of his hand that was covering his stomach. Since I know you can be domineering, I don't have to be so cautious. Come on. Fire gun. Ace made a pistol shape with both hands and aimed at Lin Bei, firing flaming bullets continuously from his fingers. This shooting speed is no problem to clear the troops, but for Lin Bei who has learned to shave, how to describe it, he can even push his grandmother's wheelchair. Continuous shaving, quickly moved behind Ace, then aimed at the acupuncture points on Ace's waist, and punched down again. This time Ace dodged, turned that part into flames in advance, let Lin Bei penetrate it, and then turned the whole person into flames to pull away, and threw a Yanjian. The so-called Yanjian is a pillar of fire, which is quite powerful. It's just that the speed is relatively slow. When Lin Bei shaved again, he found that there were some green spots at the point where he shaved this time. Lin Bei's shaving couldn't stop the car, and directly broke into those green spots. Ace smiled slightly. Firefly Fire Daruma. Bang. Chapter 117 Save Ace. The green dots exploded. Lin Bei couldn't run out. Fortunately, his physical fitness made the 6-story immortal thief durable enough, otherwise he would have died directly. Ahem. Standing up from the smoke, Lin Bei had to say that people with rich combat experience were different from him who had little combat experience. It's like playing a game. Others have a series of small combos, with basic attacks and dodging skills in the middle, and they can still think about how to connect with you when you attack. You, on the other hand, only know how to press the keyboard randomly. Anyway, you can just use any skills to release them. After releasing them, just start basic attacks. Lin Bei is like this now. However, he is also different. Although he is not good, he is cheating. A normal hero has a total of 4 skills, and Lin Bei has 8. Just when Ace asked with a smile. Do you want to continue? Lin Bei grinned with a mouthful of white teeth. Of course. Ace continued to make gestures. As soon as he finished, he heard Lin Bei, the old man, say, "Come here." Ace didn't care at first, but after Onet heard of a second, he lost consciousness and ran towards Lin Bei violently. Lin Bei's idea was that Ace lost consciousness and turned into a mindless attack monster, so wouldn't he, a rational and normal person, have more opportunities? But an accident occurred, and Lin Bei missed a point. This superpower will taunt people and force them into a violent pursuit state, and will definitely do their best to hunt Lin Bei. In this state, it is absolutely impossible to use power other than its own power. But the devil fruit can also be regarded as its own power. That day, the people of Alabasta saw the Great Flame Ring, Emperor Yan, which was enough to destroy an entire city. Lin Bei widened his eyes and hurriedly the superpower on Ace was removed. This was also on the top of the snowy mountain in the Drum Kingdom. After his comprehension was enhanced, his superpowers were further developed. You know, Lin Bei didn't know how to remove this skill before. After removing the power, Ace regained his consciousness and immediately realized what he was doing. He forcibly put the half-released Yan Di back. Otherwise, no one present here would survive. Of course, the children of destiny might not be. Seeing Ace take the Yan Di, Lin Bei patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this ability can only be used to attract soldiers and people he can beat in the future. Otherwise, if there is another Yan Di, he will die directly. Okay, let's not fight anymore. The scene is too big. Lin Bei waved his hand and said. Ace looked at Lin Bei with burning eyes. Your move just now was very powerful. I lost consciousness instantly. If this was in a real battle, you used that move and jumped directly into the sea, I would be dead. Lin Bei raised his eyebrows. That's right. How come he didn't think of it? This is a special skill for devil fruit users. How about we go to the port and fight again? This time it was Ace who refused. No way. Do you think I'm stupid? I'm not my stupid brother. Speaking of Luffy, everyone laughed happily. The smile on Luffy's face was transferred to everyone's face. Then everyone had a party, eating, drinking and playing happily. Luffy and Ace were the joy engines of the party. Ace was such a handsome guy, but he actually danced with Luffy with chopsticks stuck in his nose. It made Chopper play with him, and his cute attribute instantly turned into a sand sculpture. The happy time here formed a sharp contrast with the lonely crocodile, Smoker who lost his cow, and Nami who lost the captain and vice-captain. After a night, happy times are always short. Ace himself has a mission, and it is very important. If he hadn't heard that Luffy had gone to sea and arrived in Alabasta, he would never stay here. This brother-loving demon was relieved after discovering that his brother was quite powerful, his brother's crew was also quite invincible, and even learned domineering. The next morning after the banquet, Ace was ready to say goodbye to everyone. Lin Bei covered his hangover head and slowly stood up. At this time, Ace had already said hello to Luffy and was ready to leave. Seeing this, Lin Bei hurriedly went up and grabbed Ace and chatted with him privately. I have some information for you. I hope you can consider it carefully. Ace was still wondering what information Lin Bei could give him. Didn't he come out of the East China Sea and just arrived at the Grand Line? But then he thought that this guy even knew Haki, so it might not be that simple. So he became serious. Please speak. You told me last night that the one you were going to hunt down was Teach, right? Ace nodded. Teach is definitely not as weak as you think. The scratch on the four emperor's red hair's eye was caused by Teach. It's very dangerous for you to go this time. Lin Bei could only say this. After all, he couldn't just say that you would definitely be defeated by Blackbeard if you went there, and he was captured and handed over to the navy, which led to the Battle of the Top. Ace's face turned fierce, and he said without hesitation. Even if he is very strong, I will still continue to hunt him down. Lin Bei sighed. In fact, he had long expected that Ace would not give up. Ace has now been assimilated by Whitebeard into a person who regards his family as his life. It can be said that if Whitebeard died and he didn't die, then Ace would definitely be the heir of the Whitebeard pirates. But Lin Bei still didn't want to see the tragedy of the Battle of the Top. He now understands the friendship between Luffy and Xiao Feng a little bit. Although they have been together for a short time, you can really feel that the other person is a very good person. Ace, like Luffy, has a strong personality charm. So, I'm sorry. Lin Bei took out half an onion. After a while, Ace still left, but the direction he left was no longer the direction he went in the original plot. Instead, he headed towards the New World. Lin Bei looked at his back and looked at the 3-day loyalty period given by the system. He couldn't help but sigh that the difference between the judgment of the strong and the weak by this superpower is too big. I just hope that these 3 days can allow Ace to avoid Blackbeard. There is only so much he can do. Hey Lin Bei, don't be stunned, we should go. Hearing Luffy's shout, Lin Bei turned his head and turned into a great sage again, continuing to lead Vivi and the princess army to solve the civil strife in this country. After setting off, Lin Bei couldn't help but check his superpowers today. Show your love, die quickly. The name of the ability is very angry, as if the system is single and has been stimulated by someone. However, after taking a closer look at the content of this ability, Lin Bei found that this superpower has nothing to do with the name. Today's superpower requires a girlfriend. When the user and his girlfriend show affection together, the mouths of single dogs within a radius of 10 kilometers will be stuffed with a handful of dog food. And as long as they continue to show affection, the dog food in the mouths of single dogs will never decrease, even if they keep eating. Either they will be choked to death or they will be stuffed to death. This ability is quite strong. But the problem is that he, Lin Bei, is also a single dog. Where can he find a girlfriend? Chapter 118. Continue to play music, continue to dance. The killing and heartbreaking thing is not here, but the task of solidifying this skill. Today's task: kiss your girlfriend 30 times, and you can keep the skill permanently after completion. Haha. Today he didn't get a superpower randomly. Today the system takes a day off. Today, he doesn't cheat. Lin Bei sat on the camel, sulking, and thinking whether he should find some exotic girls in this desert area to vent his anger. The soldiers following him also felt the change in Lin Bei's mood, and they all didn't understand why the great sage suddenly got angry. There was a very smart one who thought that Lin Bei was angry because he was too exposed to the sun. So he quickly made a simple parasol, trotted all the way to Lin Bei, and ran along the camel to hold an umbrella for Lin Bei. Lin Bei also noticed this very considerate guy, and couldn't help but feel a lot more relieved. Although he didn't have a girlfriend, he was a considerate guy. Why did it feel a little wrong? Lin Bei didn't care about that. Just as he had no ability and no mission today, he had to take a day off, and he also enjoyed the corrupt life of a desert dog owner. He took out a square of fruit from his backpack, all of which were iced in the Drum Kingdom and then rubbed into squares. It was so sweet and delicious, and the guy who gave him the umbrella casually ate it. The guy immediately expressed his loyalty to Lin Bei with tears of gratitude. This made Lin Bei sigh again, the benefits of the feudal dynasty. As long as you are the ruler, you can enjoy the best treatment. In the following half a day, Lin Bei, as a great virtuous teacher, saved 7 or 8 villages in succession. Now he is very skilled, and even has developed his ability. As long as he arrives at the place, he can directly control the rain to start for a whole day. Even, there is no need to go to the place, as long as he is given an accurate position, Lin Bei can directly rain. However, if there is any accident due to too much or too little rain, it has nothing to do with him. He is only responsible for rain. He doesn't need to speak in terms of deception, and a large number of lackeys have become his most loyal believers, and their ability to incite and language skills are far better than Lin Bei. One by one, they even unified their clothes. From the consistency of clothing, the compliance of the team can be strengthened. Well, this is called professionalism. In this way, the snowball naturally rolled bigger and bigger, and more people followed Lin Bei, from the initial 10,000 to 20,000, 30,000, and then directly reached 100,000. That's right, those family members sent the letters to the rebels, and then a large number of rebels began to leave and became Lin Bei's most loyal believers. You know, Lin Bei didn't even use the acting skills of the emperor's uncle to make these people follow him wholeheartedly. If nothing unexpected happens, in a few days, the rebels will have no one left. When the rebel leader Kosa goes out to the toilet, he will be very puzzled and murmur when he sees the completely empty rebel camp outside. I remember I have an army. Then he will become a lonely man like Kosa. The Straw Hat Pirates are finally together now. It was Chopper who found them by following the perfume on Nami. When Nami, Sanji and Usopp followed Chopper to see the marching team of more than 100,000 people, the three of them were so scared that their legs went weak and asked Chopper if they were in the wrong place. But when Nami saw Lin Bei in the middle of the crowd of thousands of people, this grandson no longer rides a camel, and a large sand-slide cart is pulled by 4 camels. The cart is covered with a soft blanket, and Lin Bei is lying on his side like Dong Zhou, with his adopted son, Luffy, and Zoro eating meat and drinking wine beside him. There was an exotic girl dancing in front of him, and there were 2 exotic girls feeding him grapes. Nami's body hardened immediately, especially her fists, which were very hard. Sanji's body was also hard, but not his fists. When Nami was about to run to Lin Bei, Sanji turned into a whirlwind and ran towards Lin Bei. He became corrupt with Lin Bei. Chopper was also a little surprised, because just 3 hours ago, when he left, Lin Bei was still a camel. In just 3 hours, he became so corrupt. The most outrageous thing was that every few minutes in the desert, a group of people would appear to join Lin Bei's team. Some came from the rebels, and after coming here, they would be arranged to join the team by the experienced commanders of Baroque works. Some heard of the name of the great sage teacher, and their village had not had rainfall for a long time, so they were willing to join the great sage teacher's team, just to get Lin Bei to rain for them. Nami wanted to rush over and hit Lin Bei with a stick, but she couldn't do it. Seeing this, those fanatics wanted to tie explosives to their bodies and die with Nami. In the end, Lin Bei waved and let all the members of the Straw Hat Pirates gather in his carriage. It was a pity that because all the members of the Straw Hat Pirates gathered together, the carriage became narrow all of a sudden. The 2 young ladies who fed Lin Bei grapes were naturally squeezed down. "Hey, what's that look in your eyes?" I refused at first, but they said they would rather die than serve me. If you don't believe it, you can ask Luffy and Zoro. Seeing Nami looking at him with an expression of looking at a scumbag, Lin Bei hurriedly explained. Luffy's mouth was stuffed with roasted lamb, baked buns, pot meat, and other foods. When he heard Lin Bei mention his name, he raised his head in a very cute way. It fully demonstrated what it meant to be heartless, with 3 stomachs. Zoro knew that what Lin Bei said was indeed true, but he was too lazy to speak. So. Humph. Scumbag. Lin Bei was too lazy to defend himself when he saw this, so he just lay back and let it go. I am a great and wise teacher, I solved the problem of Baroque works, and I also solved the problem of water supply for the people of Alabasta. I have been tired for so long, what's wrong with enjoying myself? Come on, continue playing music, continue dancing. Lin Bei also just realized that Nami is not his girlfriend. Why is he so nervous? You have to continue enjoying it. Because of Lin Bei's appearance, the adventure of the Straw Hat Pirates in Alabasta has completely changed. In the original book, following Luffy, you go hungry 3 times a day and get beaten 9 times a day. What about now? Because of Lin Bei's efforts, this adventure has successfully turned into a trip. When did the Straw Hat Pirates in the original book eat lamb specially roasted by someone eating became a problem? When did the Straw Hat Pirates in the original book drink enough water? What about now? Not only did Lin Bei drink water, he also took out the ice stored in the Drum Kingdom and drank the iced drinks directly. Moreover, this is not only for the people on the carriage. All 100,000 people can enjoy cold drinks and fruits. The folding storage function of my world is so awesome. If it is too hot, just let it rain and have a banquet on the spot. Marching. No. Just hi. Anyway, nearly 100,000 rebels have fled, and Cao Sha is busy stabilizing the morale of the army, so how can he have time to attack the capital? This may be the reason why these people are so devoted to Lin Bei, the great virtuous teacher. Although he is like the nobles and should enjoy himself, he has not forgotten his little brothers. How simple the people are, they are oppressed, but they don't complain or feel tired, as long as they can eat, they will follow you. What's more, there is such enjoyment. Chapter 119 Crocodile, I was here first. Because Lin Bei did a good job in logistics, the team moved very fast in one day. Finally, when the number of people gathered reached 200,000. At the same time, in the evening, the whole team arrived at Crocodile's base camp, which is known as the Dream City, the Rain Land. It is also the only city in Alabasta that does not lack water. Arriving here, Lin Bei's appeal dropped rapidly. Because the people here do not lack rain, and they believe in Crocodile who helped them drive away the pirates, and regard him as a hero. The people here are repulsive to Lin Bei and Vivi. They are afraid that after Princess Vivi solves Crocodile, they will lose the safest and most dreamy city in Alabasta. In fact, some people are not stupid. Why is it that other places are so dry, but they not only have a lot of rainfall, but are also safe? Of course it's because of Crocodile. Lin Bei doesn't believe that the people haven't seen Crocodile's bounty and don't know that he is a pirate. They crowned him as a hero and supported him simply because of their own interests. Apart from anything else, Rainland, as the only city that does not lack water, is more suitable for living than the capital. Just the housing prices in this place are so expensive, you can imagine. So Lin Bei's team of 200,000 people was excluded and had to stay outside the city of Rainland. Only Lin Bei and the Straw Hat Pirates, as well as Vivi and the 4 senior agents of the former Baroque, entered this so-called Dream City. Oh, by the way, in fact, Lin Bei felt that the current Straw Hat Pirates should be able to beat Crocodile. The reason why he brought 4 senior agents was not for anything else, but simply because he wanted to deal with Crocodile. After all, killing people is heartbreaking. At the same time, Crocodile also knew the news of Lin Bei's arrival. This time, his intelligence was not obtained through Baroque works, and he was now a lonely man. The news of Lin Bei and Vivi's arrival was still spread by word of mouth by customers who came to his casino, and he knew about it. Crocodile's forehead was blue with veins. Originally, he was still planning to reorganize Baroque and then recruit some new agents, at least to know where Lin Bei was, and then he went to deal with Lin Bei. He has been doing this all day. He thought that although Lin Bei was weird, he would definitely be afraid of his strength as a Shishibukai, so he would definitely not dare to go to him. He would definitely go in the opposite direction of Yudi. As expected, he would definitely go to the capital. As a result, tonight, he, who had lost everything, suddenly learned that Lin Bei was coming for him. Crocodile was furious. Lin Bei, this scum, not only took away all his people, but also came to him openly. Do you really think that he, a Shishibukai, has no face at all? Crocodile drove away all the guests in the Yudi casino, and sat in the hall alone with a coat on, holding a cigar, waiting for Lin Bei to come. He believed that since Lin Bei came to Yudi, he must have come for him. In this case, he would wait for him here to let that ignorant kid know that he could not afford to offend the Shishibukai. Cigarettes, one by one. Time keeps passing. Crocodile's face becomes more and more gloomy. 2 hours ago, he got the news that Lin Bei brought people to the rainy land. Even if these people came here in wheelchairs, they should have arrived at his base camp by now. But, where are they? Crocodile didn't know that Lin Bei had become unscrupulous because he strengthened his companions on the ship. If Luffy and Zoro hadn't been strengthened, Lin Bei would have definitely attacked everyone and started a group after arriving at the rainy land. A group of people, beating up Crocodile alone. To deal with such a scum, there is no need to talk about morality, just fight shoulder to shoulder. But, since you can beat them, why are you in a hurry? It was their first time to the rainy land. As the most prosperous city in Alabasta, Lin Bei also wanted to travel and find delicious food, fine wine, and beautiful women. Or maybe the ancient ancestors had to fight in the western regions, and the exotic beauties were too beautiful. Just like that, while Crocodile was waiting for Lin Bei and preparing to teach him a lesson, Lin Bei was having fun with the Straw Hat Pirates. In the middle, Wai Wei also raised a question. We are playing like this, aren't we a little disrespectful to Crocodile? Lin Bei was eating the special dishes here, chewing and asking. Is it? Well, Crocodile is one of the 7 warlords of the sea after all, and his strength is terrifying. Don't we need to prepare for war or make a battle plan? Lin Bei looked around and saw Luffy, who could turn into Yamato Haki, Zoro, who could haki and reached the level of slashing iron, and Sanji, who had learned shave, moon step, and armament haki. In addition, there was a group of 4 senior agents who messed with people's mentality and made mental attacks. Just ask, how can you lose with a flying dragon riding on your face? However, you really have to deal with Crocodile as soon as possible, otherwise you won't sleep well tonight. After Luffy had almost finished eating, Lin Bei clapped his hands and said, "It's almost done, right then let's go beat Crocodile." Lin Bei's tone was flat, as if he was saying, "You've all finished eating, so let's go see the attractions in a group." The most outrageous thing was that they were about to fight the 7 warlords of the sea. Except for Nami and Usopp, who were still a little nervous, the rest of them looked ready to fight. I can't wait to see Crocodile in the next second. The next second, so, you are here. Do you want to have your last full meal before you die in the dark night? A voice with suppressed anger sounded. That's right, this is the biggest complainer in the Alabasta copy, Crocodile. After he realized that these people would not take the initiative to find him, he took the initiative to find them. Because there was no informant, Crocodile had to give up his cold image. He could only ask around like a silly boy who just entered the city if he knew where Straw Hat Boy and Lin Bei were. Fortunately, the people in this city liked Crocodile more, and immediately pointed him in the direction. Otherwise, it would take more than 10 minutes to find him. The real master is here. Lin Bei stood up. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, who were full and satisfied, also stood up. However, after Crocodile came, he did not focus on Luffy's 3 major fighters, but on Lin Bei and one. Crocodile asked in an atmosphere that cannot be described in words. 1. You are the person I value most. Obviously, I came here first, why did you betray me? Chapter 121 00 Jin Man, 99 Jin counterattack. Crocodile got an answer that was enough to give him a heart attack. Oh, I just want to be loyal to him. I don't know why. The veins on Crocodile's forehead were about to burst. What a bullshit reason. A scimitar made of sand slashed towards 1 with a sound of breaking wind. 1 had to quickly turn into a blade to meet this move. After being beaten back half a meter, 1 took it. Zoro drew his knife and looked at Crocodile vigilantly. From this one move, it can be seen that Old Sand is indeed very strong. If he really knows how to be domineering, then this battle will be much more difficult than Lin Bei expected. In order to end this battle as soon as possible, and also to be safe, Lin Bei used the Bug level ability at the first time, the acting of the Emperor's uncle. Onions are always available, and they will cry when they are wiped. In order to make Crocodile loyal for a longer time, Lin Bei specially recited a section of the departure to the Imperial Academy. Result: 100 kilograms of weight, 99 kilograms of rebellious bones. You have successfully obtained Crocodile's false loyalty. What's going on? Even the loyalty time is not displayed directly. Something is wrong. This ability has a bug. System, where is the system? Come out to explain. The system is still like dead, and it doesn't interact at all. Lin Bei frowned unhappily. Looking at this prompt, he can actually figure out what's going on, but this is the first time this situation has occurred, which makes it difficult for him to accept. In fact, the introduction of this ability is that it will make people feel from the bottom of their hearts that you are a good lord. However, whether in history or in the present, there are people who feel from the bottom of their hearts that the Lord is a good lord, but they just stab back without hesitation. Like the people who were recruited before, who are they? They are all small soldiers who go with the flow. As long as there is a boss, they have no rebellious intentions. What about Ace? He is also the kind of person who will be loyal to others, and once loyal, he will not have any rebellious intentions. Like for Whitebeard, Ace is dead set on thinking that he is his father. So it is okay to use this ability on Ace, he will not rebel, but because of the strength, it cannot be controlled for too long. Lao Sha is awesome, he now really thinks from the bottom of his heart that Lin Bei is a good lord. But, what to do, Lord? I want to kill you to get the upper hand. Lao Sha licked his golden hook, and his eyes shot a very dangerous look. Lin Bei was numb, which means that his ability is useless for people with rebellious bones. At most, he forced the other party to add an idea, that is, Lin Bei is his lord. But, that's all. This group of perverts who are full of rebellious bones, the more lords they have, the more excited they are. Sanji asked beside Lin Bei. Success. Today he saw Lin Bei's superpowers with his own eyes. As long as he cried, no matter how many people were on the opposite side, they immediately surrendered to Lin Bei. Lin Bei swallowed his saliva. Successful, but not completely successful. My ability can make people feel that I am a good lord and they will be willing to be my subordinates. But, if the subordinates are rebellious. Lin Bei didn't continue, Sanji and Zoro also understood. Always thinking about backstabbing the boss. Zoro twisted his neck with a click. That's perfect, let me try how strong the 7 warlords are. Lin Bei sat down, a colleague was willing to share his extremely difficult job. JJ.BR. Why didn't he want to? Those who don't want to are idiots. This is really a dream company. Fight, run away, don't affect this side. Why wait, call someone to call the 2 sisters who danced during the day, and continue playing music and dancing. Zoro. You wait for me to chop him up and he will come back to chop you up. At this time, due to the influence of Lin Bei's ability, Crocodile completely took on a new identity. If the king wants his subjects to die, they must die. But if you want to get rid of me like this, you don't take me, Crocodile, seriously. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. This scene felt so familiar. Why did it feel like Wei Xiaobao and the Dog Emperor assassinated Oboy together? Doesn't that mean there is also Eunuch Hai? Smoker is here too. While Lin Bei was daydreaming, Zoro had already rushed up with his sword. Crocodile was still the arrogant one who thought he was invincible because he was an elemental pirate. If he hadn't been beaten by a rookie pirate group of the Straw Hat Pirates, he would never wake up. He thought he would teach Zoro a lesson and let him know that the sword of the East China Sea could not cut down his people on the Grand Line. As a result, puff! Crocodile's eyes widened, and he felt as unbelievable as Oboy having someone pierce through the 13 Tebeo's horizontal training golden bell cover. He quickly turned his abdomen, which was about to be cut off by Zoro, into sand, which flew away and dodged Zoro's sword that was about to cut him in half. After the sword was cut, Crocodile covered his bleeding abdomen and saw the things on Zoro's sword in the moonlight. Armament Haki. Are you really from the East China Sea? You really only have a reward of several million. Crocodile was about to curse, are those people in the navy filled with cement in their brains? A swordsman who has mastered the art of cutting iron and can also be domineering only offers a reward of several million Baileys. Crocodile finally put away his arrogance. This swordsman alone is enough to threaten him. However, Crocodile still has illusions. There can't be too many people who have practiced armament haki to this extent. This person should be the combat ceiling of the Straw Hat Pirates ship. Crocodile he had an idea instantly. If he held the remaining few people hostage, he could do whatever he wanted to this swordsman. Crocodile was the kind of person who played tactics and heart. He began to turn into sand and constantly attacked Zoro, which made Zoro focus all his attention on the battle with him. He didn't notice that Crocodile's feet had turned into sand, and swirled towards Sanji with the wind. Old Sand was unhappy with this circle eyebrow just now, so he was the first to cut this circle eyebrow. In the current Straw Hat group, most combatants have learned the armament haki. As for the observation haki, except for Usopp and Lin Baihui, there is only one person who is proficient in it. That is Sanji. Although the original intention of this guy's hard work to comprehend and learn was to use it as a radar to pick up girls and use observation haki to check beautiful women, he became more and more proficient because of this. Sanji said that his highest goal is to be able to use observation haki to see the charm under the clothes of beautiful women. At this moment, Sanji looked at the wind and sand on the ground, his face full of confusion. Does Crocodile think he is blind? He stomped his feet and threw out 3-foot slashes, which directly chopped on Crocodile's feet that turned into sand. Crocodile, whose upper body was fighting fiercely with Zoro, suddenly widened his eyes and howled. His feet were cracked. Old Sand subconsciously looked at his feet, which gave Zoro an opportunity to attack. The third generation of Kaiditsu, wrapped in armament haki, pierced directly into Old Sand's shoulder. Crocodile had to completely turn into wind and sand and pulled back to a distance. When he turned into a human form again, it can be seen that there were serious bleeding scars on his shoulders, abdomen, and calves. Crocodile had a gloomy face. He didn't expect that there was more than one strong man with armament haki on the ship, and there was also a observation haki. Damn it! Chapter 121 Old Sand, you call this a pirate who just went to sea? Looking at Zoro and Sanji who were participating in the battle, Crocodile understood that it was no longer realistic to try to end the battle quickly. The opponent would be domineering and could hit him, a natural ability user. So, although he felt a little sorry for this most dreamy city built by him, but Crocodile was still ready to turn this place into the most suitable battlefield for him. The city could be built at any time, but if he lost this battle, he would have nothing. Crocodile half crouched on the ground and touched the ground with his right hand. Erosion reincarnation. Soon, the ground began to crack outwards rapidly with the place where Crocodile's right hand touched as the origin. This move, like Aokiji's Ice Age, is a large-scale attack unique to natural ability users. Crocodile will absorb the moisture of all creatures or objects within the range. JJ.BR. After the launch, even houses and buildings will not be spared, they will crack and break, and finally the entire area will become a desert like the outside. Some onlookers were originally watching Crocodile's performance happily. In the past, crocodile catching pirates had become their favorite show. But today, it seemed that the situation was a little different. Old Sand was injured when he came up, and now, seeing that he was not as good as his opponent, he started to do things that made the people feel terrible. Seeing that their houses began to crack, and even this dry force was about to spread to themselves, the people shouted to Crocodile, the hero. "Stop, Mr. Crocodile! It would be impolite to destroy the building in the battle." The ignorant people thought that Crocodile was really a hero and a good person. But unexpectedly, Old Sand didn't treat them as human beings at all. These voices quickly changed from shouting to screaming. My feet have become mummies." Then, these screams disappeared. The people and houses nearby all collapsed and turned into gravel, controlled by Crocodile. He turned this area into the most suitable battlefield for him. The only exception was Lin Bei's side. No matter how much Lao Sha sucked, the water was always moist. Lin Bei was constantly throwing water cubes out. The two dancing women were a little worried at first, but soon they started singing and dancing in front of Lin Bei again. When Crocodile finished his big move, half of the city was desertified. Only the area in front of Lin Bei was still singing and dancing. The veins on Lao Sha's head were about to explode. The Lord is really happy. Then let's see if you can still laugh. It's time to stab the big brother in person. The battle escalated, and Lao Sha controlled the desert he created and started a smooth battle. When Zoro came to chop, he could easily gather a desert diamond sword 10 times larger than before from the ground to chop against it. It didn't matter if it was cut off by Zoro, because the sand on the ground was inexhaustible anyway. Lao Sha only needed to wave his hand, and Zoro fell into a killing array. Desert swords were constantly condensed in the formation, slashing at Zoro in various tricky ways. When Zoro realized that something was wrong and wanted to break the formation, the swords condensed by the sand trapped him in the formation even more frantically. Crocodile had to admit that this swordsman was indeed very strong. If he fought with his physical skills, he would be completely defeated. But he could still trap the opponent with the devil fruit and constantly consume the opponent's physical strength. After all, Old Sand, an old hand, debuted many years earlier than Zoro, and his physical strength was much stronger than Zoro. He could be completely exhausted to death. On the other side, Sanji saw this and decided to attack Crocodile directly, which was considered to beseech way to save Zhao. Although they usually complained about each other fiercely, they shared the same hatred at critical moments. The key point was that if Zoro saved this, Sanji would laugh at Zoro for a week, no, a month. The high speed of the shaving made Sanji come to Crocodile in an instant. Lin Bei had to sigh that Sanji's talent in leg skills was indeed very strong, and his shaving speed could not catch up with Sanji's. And even so fast, it was blocked by the sand shield that Crocodile had condensed in advance. Although it was attached with the armament haki, Crocodile's shield was too thick and was not broken by the kick. Sanji hurriedly used the force of the kick on the shield to pull back, and then used the shaving continuously, constantly trying to kick Crocodile. But, without exception, they were all blocked by the sand shield. Seeing this scene, Lin Bei was very sure that the thing he was most worried about had happened. This guy Crocodile really knows haki, and is proficient in observation haki, so he can defend in advance. The key is that he is also rich in combat experience, which is completely incomparable to these pirates who have just set out to sea. Except for the first few injuries caused by carelessness, Crocodile was not even hurt by Sanji and Zoro. Even after predicting Sanji's landing point, he raised his shield in advance, and this time the shield made of sand was no longer hard, but soft like quicksand, which directly let Sanji's legs sink into it. Sanji kicked the ground and tried to pull his legs out, but found that he couldn't pull them out at all. At this time, Lao She had already condensed the Lewis 16 Happy Machine, a sand guillotine. As long as the big knife falls, Sanji will become the same state as his master's F. At this time, Luffy made a move. Previously, he had eaten 8 creatures completely, but now he can also control the stimulation of the feast, so before that, it was normal size. But when he saw Sanji fall into the trap, Luffy couldn't help it. Feast activated. Luffy instantly became bigger, just like the big guy who shouted "Nar, Mary," rushed forward, and even without covering the armed color, he smashed the leg-breaking platform with one fist. At this time, Lao Sha's expression was very fuck. Lao Sha almost wanted to say that he would not play anymore. Is there not a single normal person on this ship? It would be fine if they all knew armament haki, and it would be fine if they knew the 6 styles of the Navy. You are obviously a user of the rubber fruit, why can you suddenly become a giant? Lao Sha was numb. Luffy's terrifying body gave him terrible power. And this power must be coupled with the terrible elasticity of rubber. When Luffy shouted "Gomu Gomu no," his right fist even swung back from the rainy land to another dry city, and then with the sound of a falling meteor, it hit Crocodile hard. Crocodile stacked 6 layers of desert shields, but still did not dare to gamble. The whole person instantly turned into elemental sand and left the place. Then, it turned out that his choice was correct. The 6-layer shield was directly smashed by Luffy's punch without armament haki. If he was still in the same place just now, he would have turned into a pool of fine sand now. At most, because it was not covered with armament haki, it was not fatal. Chapter 122 Accident, I am really random. Before meeting Luffy, Lao Sha always thought that even if the opponent learned the armed color, he could still deal with it. But when he saw Luffy's outrageous scene, Lao Sha decided to give up. This is really not something he can solve. He thought, anyway, these people can't stay in Alabasta forever, so he will continue to rob after they leave. Anyway, his real goal is the historical text buried underground, the record about Hades. But, he wants to run. Luffy, Sanji and Zoro are not willing to do it. They are really angry. You want to run. Luffy and the other two rushed towards Crocodile, and Crocodile had to fight, but at the same time, he did not forget to continue to retreat. As long as he was given a chance, he would immediately run away. But Luffy's violent fruit would no machine gun, Ola made Crocodile exhausted. Not to mention that Sanji and Zoro were on both sides ready to steal his kidneys at any time. There was really no other way. Crocodile had to be a ground rat, turned into sand, and dived underground. This was a good move, although Sanji had the observation haki and could lock his position. But in the sand, Crocodile's flexibility was not something Sanji could handle. Finally, Crocodile found a breakthrough and was ready to dive all the way into the sand and rush out of the battlefield. The current situation is that unless Crocodile's control over the sand fails, he will really escape. Seeing this, Lin Bei sighed in his heart, or the Straw Hat Pirates are the nemesis of the 7 warlords of the sea. Isn't his job here? Lin Bei transformed into a great wise teacher, stretched out his hand, and dark clouds began to gather in the sky, lightning and thunder, and heavy rain fell in a very short time. Crocodile was swimming very flexibly and happily in the sand. But suddenly he felt that he could not move. At this moment, Lin Bei wanted to shout to Crocodile, "It's water, I mixed water in the sand." Crocodile emerged from the ground in a panic. Heavy rain fell from the sky, turning the ground into a swamp. The user of the swamp fruit was ecstatic, but the user of the sand fruit was dumbfounded. You can even control the rain, no wonder you can subdue so many rebels. Looking at Lin Bei, who stood up, Old Sand knew that this time, he was defeated. Luffy's giant fist, wrapped in the color of armed color, slammed Old Sand, who was stained with rain and could not continue to turn into sand, into the ground. Directly injured. Seeing this, Lin Bei stopped the rain. However, because the rainfall did not meet the standard, this area randomly appeared. For more novels, 25331, join, https://discord.gg/xxcastch. An accident happened. The dark cloud that was about to dissipate struck a bolt of lightning, and randomly picked a poor guy. It was also a coincidence that it happened to be Crocodile, who was covered in water. The lightning struck him exactly. Crocodile, who was already seriously injured, was struck black by this lightning. His originally sleek and smooth slicked back hair was directly blown up and turned into an afro. Lin Bei was frightened by this lightning, and when he saw Lao Sha's dark appearance, he even felt a little bit reluctant. Isn't it too cruel? Crocodile spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with meat residue. Winners take it all, so get rid of me. Lin Bei thought about killing this guy directly. After all, he was a rebel, and even his superpowers didn't work. But, he still had a question. This question confused him for a long time, and he had to ask it out. Crocodile, what kind of past do you and Ivakov have? What secrets does he hold about you? Crocodile, whose eyes were about to be scattered, sat up directly when he heard this question. How did you know that? Lin Bei's mouth corners lifted, smiling like a devil. It seems that there is really a secret. Tell me what it is. If I am satisfied, I will let you go. Crocodile lay down again, tilting his head. I would rather you kill me. Tisk, what should I do? The more you do this, the more excited I am. Hey, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji. Do you want to hear the story of Shishibukai Crocodile and the Shemale King Ivakov? Luffy has now returned to his normal form, and he is happily jumping and running. Come here. I want to. Crocodile's eyes looked at Lin Bei strangely. Are you a devil? Lin Bei ignored him and said to himself. This guy had a secret with the legendary Demon King, Ivakov, who is Xiao Feng's idol. And he would rather die than tell this secret. What do you think it is? Oh, by the way, Ivakov can turn men into women. Sanji trembled all over. He didn't know why, but every time he heard the name of Ivakov, he would tremble subconsciously. After lighting a cigarette and calming down, Sanji speculated. If it is a secret that he would rather die than tell, then, is it possible that Crocodile was a... No. Crocodile was obviously seriously injured, but at this moment, he seemed to be completely uninjured. He shouted with full energy. You are trying to cover up the truth, brother. Zoro had another guess. What you said is too outrageous. I think he is a man. Crocodile heard this and slowly lay down. But he was turned into a woman and changed back again. Old Sand sat up in shock from the dying illness. Kill me, if you have the ability, just kill me. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes and thought for a while, then suddenly said, Be bold, is it impossible for me to let you go? Crocodile gnashed his teeth and stared at Lin Bei. I have seen through your essence of being a demon, will you let me go? Who said no? I always keep my word. As long as you agree to one of my requests, I will definitely let you go. Crocodile still didn't believe it, but asked subconsciously, what request? It's very simple, I really like to watch the elementalization of the natural fruit ability user, can you let me watch it again? As long as I let me watch it once, I will let you go. Lao Sha frowned, are you sure it's that simple? Lin Bei shrugged, it's that simple. Crocodile gritted his teeth, and finally chose to use his ability to dry the moisture on his body, and then his whole body became elementalized, turning into a sand man. At this moment, he really thought about it. It wasn't raining anyway, so why not just run and try it? However, thinking that Lin Bei might be able to bring rain at any time, he gave up again. With his current severely injured body, how could he escape? He could only gamble once, although he knew that the pirate's words would not be believed by anyone, but this was the only hope of survival. At the same time, it was also the only chance to divert the topic from the secret between him and Ivakov. Lin Bei was very satisfied with this, and then he stretched out his hand and rubbed Crocodile's left chest for a few times. A sand cube burst out. Lin Bei immediately put it into his backpack. Crocodile finished the elementalization and stared at his body with wide eyes. Where is my heart? Chapter 123 Today's ability Spoon Demon. Old Sand was shocked to find that there was a square gap in his chest. In the past, he could see the back. Lin Bei smiled like a sunny boy. Okay, you can leave now. Crocodile is crazy. Can a person live without a heart? Lin Bei raised his eyebrows. If he said that he couldn't live at this time, would this guy die? Of course you can live. Your heart is only temporarily stored with me. You can leave now. I keep my word. Crocodile sneered. How can I leave? My whole heart is with you. Hey, 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 it's easy for people to misunderstand if you talk like that. I just have a little hoarding habit. You are completely free now. Go wherever you want. Of course, if you want to stay and help me with some work, I welcome you very much. Please note that I am not forcing you. I keep my word. You can leave now. Crocodile looked at Lin Bei's smiling face and felt a chill. He thought that as a tactician, his heart was dirty enough, but he didn't expect that there were people with a heart even dirtier than his. Did he dare to say he was leaving? He left right before he left. If he leaves, he will be heartless. In the end, whether he can live without a heart is entirely up to Lin Bei. Crocodile gritted his teeth. If you need me to do anything, please tell me. Lin Bei smiled happily, really happy. For such a subordinate who likes to backstab the boss, no matter how well you behave, no matter how wise and brave you are, it is useless. Only by taking away his heart can he follow him wholeheartedly. Now, Lin Bei has someone who can calm down the place in Alabasta. Lin Bei helped Crocodile up. Since you are willing to help me, I won't drive you away. I thought that I would never leave you. But since it is your own wish, I can't let you down. Lao Sha, although he was forced to become Lin Bei's subordinate, he also has his own pride, and it is absolutely impossible for him to flatter or anything. Lin Bei didn't care about him. If Crocodile flattered others, he would think that this guy was looking for an opportunity to backstab him. Leaving Crocodile behind, Lin Bei took the Straw Hat Pirates back and held another banquet, celebrating that the entire Alabasta dungeon was 80% cleared. Then, as expected, Lin Bei drank again. When he got up the next morning, Lin Bei was too lazy to act. What oath of quitting drinking, screw him. Go straight into corruption mode. Two beautiful exotic ladies came forward to give him a Wang Duyu style cleaning service, and then a professional barber gave him a hairstyle worth $1 billion. After everything was over, the team continued to move forward. This time, because of Crocodile's joining, they will go to the capital without any obstacles, and the speed will also be much faster. Crocodile controls the flow of sand so that people don't have to walk anymore, and can move forward by sitting on wooden boards. There is one thing, because a large number of wooden boards are needed to sit, the buildings in the entire Rain City have no doors. Really rushed out of the door. Lin Bei still lay in the largest and most luxurious car in a corrupt manner, enjoying the best service. He wanted to see what today's superpower was first. Spoon Demon. Lin Bei tilted his head slightly. What is this? If it can be associated with the word demon, it should be a very powerful thing. Summoning system. Lin Bei checked the content of this ability and found that it was quite similar to a short movie he had seen. It is indeed a summoning, and it really summons a demon. But don't think that this demon is very powerful. In addition to being immortal and always appearing behind the target, he has only one function. That is to keep hitting the target person designated by Lin Bei with a spoon. In terms of strength, this demon has only the strength of an ordinary person. However, unless the target person dies, he will chase the target person with a spoon for the rest of his life. In addition, it is worth noting that this is a one-time superpower. In other words, this skill cannot be solidified and saved. He can only summon a spoon demon and target a target person. Lin Bei smacked his lips. He could actually randomly come up with such a superpower. It's just too much fun. Lin Bei sat up straight all of a sudden. He had to choose the designated target carefully. Although this ability can't kill the opponent in a short time, it can definitely annoy the opponent to death. So, who should I choose? Suddenly, Lin Bei thought of someone. What about Blackbeard Teach? Although Lin Bei felt that after he controlled Ace, Ace should not run into Blackbeard again, but, it's hard to say. He couldn't control the correction line of the world. So, it's him. If Ace and Blackbeard run into each other, even if he finds that he can't beat Blackbeard, he can at least see Blackbeard being hit by a spoon demon with a spoon. It's a bit of fun. My target is Blackbeard, Martial Teach. Target designated successfully, Spoon Demon is being dispatched. Dispatched successfully. Lin Bei had an irrepressible smile on his face. He really looked forward to Blackbeard's expression when he saw the Spoon Demon. Lao Shat, who was standing by, shuddered as he looked at the familiar sunny smile on Lin Bei's face. The last time he saw this expression, his heart was taken away by Lin Bei. This time, which unlucky guy is he thinking about? A certain island. At this time, Blackbeard has found 4 accomplices, namely Lafitte, Poison Q, Giza's Badges, and Van Oka, and established the Blackbeard Pirates. Blackbeard has his own career plan. He plans to capture pirates with bounties first, and then exchange them for a seat in the 7 warlords of the sea from the world government. This is also why Ace was sent to the world government after being defeated by him. This old six is moving towards the top step by step. At this time, he was drinking and eating cherry pie in the bar with his 4 men. Suddenly he felt a murderous intent towards him. Blackbeard turned around and saw a man who seemed to be wearing a piece of white linen wrapped around his body as clothes. The man's face was pale and his lips were dark, which made people feel chilling. Seeing this, Teach was not afraid at all, but looked at the spoon demon in front of him with interest. You want to kill me? The spoon demon has its own style and never talks to its target. He took out a spoon and hit Marshal Teach. Teach felt the slight force and couldn't help but sneer. His mother used more force when she hit him. Is this guy joking? Teach immediately lost interest, waved his hand, and his subordinate Beiji stepped forward and twisted the spoon demon's neck. Ha 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 ha, too weak. Teach also shook his head. He really didn't know why there were so many people looking for death. But, just when he turned his head to continue enjoying his cherry pie, the spoon demon on the ground twisted his head back. Standing behind Teach, again, holding up the spoon. Chapter 124 Blackbeard Driven Crazy. At this moment, Teach's interest was raised again. Although this man was weak, he seemed to have the special feature of immortality. And Bashes saw that he was not dead, and he also became interested. Ha ha ha, the neck is very special. Bashes was a particularly strong man, 3.5 meters tall, which was definitely a giant on earth. Among pirates, he was also a normal tall figure. The big hand pressed on the spoon demon's head, and it was completely possible to take off the spoon demon's head and play with it as a ball. In fact, he did so. Blood splattered all over the bar and on Teach's cherry pie. This made Teach lose interest in eating. Blackbeard stood up and stared at the headless body on the ground. If you can still survive, I will let you become my crew member. After that, Blackbeard led the pirates to leave the bar. He still had work to do. He had to complete the first small goal as soon as possible and become a 7 warlords of the sea. And at the moment when Teach walked out of the door of the bar, Teach's pupil shrank, and Balsh's was also full of disbelief. I saw the spoon demon standing at the door, pulling out a cute little spoon from his sleeve for a 3-meter strong man, and then hit Teach. Teach smiled. Can't even take off your head kill you. Come and become my subordinate, let's turn the world upside down together. The answer to him was a spoon of the spoon demon. This spoon just happened to be on Teach's forehead. Because of the dark fruit, this would not be considered painful for a normal person, but Teach felt as if someone hit him with a frying pan. Damn! It hurts. Seeing this, Bashes stepped forward again to blow up the spoon demon's head. But Teach stopped him with his hand, and he looked at the spoon demon. Have I ever offended you before? Teach thought that he had spent the first half of his life in the Whitebeard Pirates, and he had always pretended to be a waste, and he had never offended anyone. He only recently started hunting pirates with over 100 million. But the problem is that the business has just started. There is no time to offend anyone. Could it be someone from Whitebeard's side? Teach wanted to get the answer from this person, because he was very optimistic about this person's ability. Immortality, and space abilities similar to teleportation, made him very envious. But, the spoon demon never made a fuss when doing things. Without saying a word, he gave Teach another spoon. Marshal D. Teach. Brother, you should say something. Pa. Brother, although I am optimistic about you, it would be impolite to continue fighting. Pa. As the saying goes, even clay people have tempers. Not to mention Blackbeard. If you continue, don't blame me. With immortality and teleportation-like abilities, Teach could only think that the other party had eaten some kind of devil fruit, and it was a rare variety that was not in the devil fruit encyclopedia. Teach was very interested, but if the other party didn't know how to show respect, he didn't mind killing him. After all, his dark fruit restrained all devil fruits and could prevent all devil fruit users from releasing their abilities. Don't think that you can provoke him with an immortal ability. Pa. The response to Teach was still an ordinary spoonful. The spoon demon raised his hand expressionlessly and knocked, as if mocking Teach. Come and hit me, I like to see your expression when you want to kill me but can't. Teach was angry, strangled the spoon demon's throat with his hand, and then activated the power of the dark fruit. I'll ask you one last time, are you willing to join me? I remind you that my ability can make your fruit ability invalid. If you die this time, you will really die. There was no surprise in his response. Snap! Teach no longer hesitated, and with a force on his right hand, he effortlessly broke the spoon demon's neck. Teach threw the spoon demon on the ground and shook his head with some regret. This fruit ability is pretty good, I want to keep it as a backup. Blackbeard can take away the fruit ability of others, and he can also carry 2 devil fruits. This is also one of the reasons why he repeatedly asked the spoon demon to become his subordinate. After all, his first goal is still the tremor fruit. If the plan fails and he can't get it, even if he doesn't die, it's still a good ability to have. It's a pity that this person doesn't know how to appreciate it. Teach led his men forward again. Just when he took about 5 steps, a familiar sound rang out. Pa! This is the sound of a spoon hitting the back of the head. Teach and all the members of the Blackbeard pirates turned around with incredible faces. Still alive. Impossible, the ability of the fruit ability user who is held down by the dark fruit will definitely be invalid. Then what about him? Pa! Teach clenched his fists. It may be my mistake, I'll try again. Teach didn't hold back this time, and directly used a dark acupuncture point to easily suck the spoon demon into the darkness. It's absolutely okay this time, that's the dark world. If I don't let him out, he will definitely. Pa! The spoon demon appeared expressionlessly behind Teach, he hit the back of Teach's head with the ordinary spoon. Teach was stunned, really stunned. How is this possible? Not only is he immortal, but he can even come out of that place. Teach now actually felt a little fear. Brother, how did I offend you? Just tell me, I can compensate you. Snap! Really brother, we can talk about anything, there is no need. Snap! Damn it, kill him. No. Crush him. I don't believe he can turn into minced meat and not die. Snap! In the next 3 hours, the Blackbeard pirates showed their magical powers and killed the spoon demon hundreds of times in various ways. Including some particularly crazy methods, such as completely crushing into sauce. Another example is throwing it into the seabed after killing. Blackbeard felt that even if his dark fruit didn't work on this guy, the sea would be fine. If the sea didn't work on him, then this person couldn't be a devil fruit user at all. And in the end, the facts proved that he was indeed not a devil fruit user. This is terrible. This means that nothing can limit this ghost thing. Killing him is useless, he is immortal. Abandoning him and running away is useless, he will appear in front of you in the next second. Blackbeard is going crazy. This guy doesn't hurt him when he hits him. If he keeps hitting him like this, he may not be able to kill him in his lifetime. But, it's disgusting. It's too disgusting. Blackbeard has never encountered anything more disgusting than this in his life. After confirming that there is no way to kill him or get rid of him, Teach thought about simply ignoring him. Anyway, he can't kill him, at most it hurts a little. But, who knows, when he went to capture the pirates with hundreds of millions of pirates, the pirates looked at him strangely. He is fighting here, followed by an indomitable and tenacious spoon demon, hitting him with a spoon. Fighting! The pirates who were about to be captured couldn't help laughing. In the end, even if they were captured, knowing that their advancement was successful, the pirate with a bounty of over 100 million laughed non-stop. That expression seemed to say, for this brother who hit you, I'll go in. It's worth it. For several days in a row, Blackbeard endured all kinds of strange looks. Even the crew members who originally admired him and thought he could overturn the world looked at him with something wrong. Blackbeard couldn't even imagine that if he wanted to become a Shishibukai, he would go to the Navy headquarters for a meeting and there would be such a thing next to him with a spoon constantly hitting him. Become the 4 emperors, the 4 emperors. By then, he will fight Big Mom and beat Kaido, and there will still be such a thing around him, hitting him again and again. Teach was really uncomfortable. Fortunately, he had been forbearing since he was a child and had a strong psychological endurance. Otherwise, he would have collapsed long ago. But to Teach's surprise, on the fourth day, a turning point actually appeared. He was almost used to the spoon demon hitting him every day, and suddenly, the spoon demon's spoon broke in. All the members of the Blackbeard pirates were excited. These days they have also speculated that this might be a curse. Not a devil fruit ability user. So what is the way to break the curse? They really thought that it was the spoon that was broken. Teach felt relieved. Thief, ha ha ha, it's over, everything should be over. The spoon demon seemed to be stunned, as if he had never encountered such a situation. Fortunately, he threw away the spoon in his hand soon. With the background sound of thief, ha ha ha, he lifted his robe. I saw that the inside of the robe was full of spoons. Teach's smile disappeared instantly. What sounded was that familiar one. Bang! Ah, because he knew it was useless, that ghost thing, he couldn't kill it. Bang! Teach. Chapter 125 Completed Achievement Black and White. During the days when Teach collapsed, Lin Bei was still so happy. He pushed forward all the way, constantly accepting rebels and ordinary people, and finally came to the foot of the royal capital with a mighty force of 600,000 people. At this time, there was no one left with the rebel leader Kosa. There were only a few thousand core rebels left, which was even less than Lin Bei thought. There was no need to fight the war now, and the rebel leader Kosa chose to surrender directly. Even after learning that Vivi and Lin Bei could solve the problem of drinking water for the people, he simply joined them. Now the largest rebel army in the whole of Alabasta has become Vivi. In the end, there were only 300,000 kings in the royal capital. The solution is also very simple, because the old king was kidnapped by Crocodile, so Lin Bei directly asked Lao Sha to hand him over, and had a cordial and friendly exchange with the old king. The old king also understood the current situation. He was no longer popular, but his daughter was now popular and popular. The old king was not the kind of person who was particularly eager for power. He was indeed a good king, otherwise there would be no one who insisted on believing in him in this situation. After recognizing the reality, the old king decided to abdicate directly and let Vivi become the queen of Alabasta. When the old king announced it in front of the two guards also breathed a sigh of relief and opened the city gate directly to let Queen Vivi enter the capital. After all, they didn't want to fight Vivi. Now it's all right, everyone is happy. On the same day, Vivi announced her inauguration speech in the capital and established the status of the great sage Lin Bei in Alabasta. In fact, she couldn't not establish it, because in addition to the 300,000 king's army, the rest of the people present, almost all the people here, believe in Lin Bei, the great sage. The kingdom of Alabasta has changed from an imperial state to a dual government state of imperial power and divine power. However, Lin Bei, the great sage, does not care about political affairs, but is only responsible for the lifeblood of Alabasta, that is, rainfall. This seems to be of little harm to the royal family, but Crocodile, who is also a tactician, knows that Lin Bei's ambition has been achieved. Alabasta can no longer do without him. Not to mention that on that night, Lin Bei found him and asked him to rebuild Baroque with those agents and some rebel leaders. However, this time Baroque is no longer an agent's work agency, but a company. A company that looks normal, but it monopolizes everything in Alabasta. Starting from the lifeblood water resources to the import and export economy. Lin Bei will give this company rights that no private person can achieve, the dual rights of imperial power and divine power. In this way, it will completely become a big chaebol in Alabasta. At the same time, he can also use Crocodile's title as one of the 7 warlords of the sea to conduct illegal transactions openly. For example, buying and selling arms. Lin Bei used the acting skills of the emperor's uncle to turn Walpo into his own man, and the loyalty period was 3 years, which was enough for the Straw Hat Pirates to finish their voyage. Lin Bei placed him in Alabasta and completely became a tool for producing Walpo alloy. Just Walpo alone can create a world-class enterprise, as is the case in the original book. Lin Bei wants to use Crocodile's hand to completely turn the first half of the Grand Line into his base. In the future, whether it is money or manpower, as long as he needs it, he can mobilize it with a wave of his arm. Otherwise, even if Luffy becomes one of the 4 emperors in the future, it is just a title. Without the foundation like Big Mom or Kaido, it can be said that it is useless. After arranging all this, the Straw Hat Pirates spent a luxurious and corrupt night in the royal family of the Kingdom of Alabasta, and they set out to sea again. Luffy and others had a lot of fun, and they didn't realize that their vice-captain had arranged a lot of things. It's so comfortable. I want to stay here for 2 more days. The ladies in the palace are so beautiful. Sanji lazily boarded the ship, his eyes full of reluctance to the exotic ladies. This guy has only been here for a week, and he has already courted more than 30 beautiful ladies. Of course, most of them did not respond to him. That's all you can do, you pervert. Zoro, who only had a knife in his hand and a knife in his heart, complained disdainfully. In his opinion, a comfortable life is good, but his goal is to be the strongest. Only by becoming the strongest can he fulfill his promise with his best friend. He will never stay here. From this perspective, Zoro is actually a pure love warrior. And Sanji is a sea king who loves everyone he sees. So it's no wonder that the two of them don't like each other. As long as they look at each other, they can spray immediately. This has almost become a daily routine. Lin Bei listened to the familiar quarrel, leaned on the side of the ship, blowing the sea breeze, and stared at the direction of Alabasta in a daze. He was checking today's superpowers. The abilities of the past few days were rubbish, so he was too lazy to solidify them. For example, why did he want a skill like eating must be elegant? No matter how frantically you eat, others will think you are extremely elegant. This skill is something that Lin Bei doesn't even bother to want. So he didn't even bother to look at the task, but the result was that this superpower was inexplicably retained. When Lin Bei looked at the task, he found that the task to retain this superpower was to eat 8 meals a day. At that time, Lin Bei lived in Bungbu, because he made 12 meals that day, basically eating all day. It's not that he has any serious illness, he is just saving 6 warehouses of immortal thieves. The more you eat, the stronger you are. Lin Bei ate one of Lao Sha's banana crocodiles. I hope I can meet a good ability today. Lin Bei muttered softly. Open. Today's superpower Pokemon that breaks through the dimension wall. This seems very interesting. Chapter 126 Today's superpower, Pokemon that breaks the dimensional wall. Ability Introduction. You can randomly summon 3 cute little creatures from another world to Rua every day. Each little cute creature will exist for 3 hours. Ability Solidification Task. Let the randomly summoned little cute creature defeat the colonel-level navy or a pirate hunter who can hunt down a 50 million bounty or a 50 million level pirate. After completing the task, you can keep today's superpower permanently. This is quite interesting. Lin Bei's eyes moved. He loved watching Pokemon when he was a child. He even collected small figurines, a full box. He especially likes the cute creatures in it, such as Psyduck and Slowpoke, which are his favorites. However, Lin Bei doesn't like the new Pokemon that came out later. Although they are more handsome, they always feel that they are not that good. Lin Bei rubbed his hands. Regardless of the task, let him see what cute little creatures he can summon. Lin Bei stretched out his hand and was about to perform the first summon of the day, but suddenly thought, what if he summoned a Gyarados? It would crush the boat. Then, summon it outside the boat. Even if it falls into the sea, he can rescue it. Lin Bei turned around and stretched his hand outside the boat to summon. The next second, a circle of light appeared in the air, and under Lin Bei's excited gaze, a Magikarp with a confused face, he fell into the sea. Lin Bei. Where is the Seduc he wants, and the EV that can rub? Is he going to rely on this Magikarp that can only jump to defeat a pirate with a bounty of at least 50 million? Lin Bei fell into deep thought. At this time, the Magikarp was jumping hard. Although he lives in fresh water most of the time, he can survive in any bad environment. Even if he wants to evolve, he must be in the sea. So surviving in the sea water is possible, but it is not very comfortable. Lin Bei looked at the Magikarp who was trying hard and shook his head. This thing was so weak and ugly. He didn't even think about fishing it out. Anyway, it would go back in 3 hours. This one is useless, continue with the next one. But just when Lin Bei wanted to continue, the looking Usopp suddenly shouted. There are navy ships coming towards us. Everyone became alert, and Lin Bei frowned and looked over. I thought it might be that guy Smoker who came to look for New Zi. But when I took a look through the telescope, I found that the person on the ship was not a man, but a woman. Is that Tina? Lin Bei recalled and finally remembered the name of this woman. This person seems to be Smoker's official match, but now Smoker's New Zi is in his hands, and these two people. Oh, no wonder Tina came here in a hurry. Smoker finally came to her territory in the Grand Line, but there was nothing to talk about. It would be strange if Tina was not anxious. Of course, this is just a little joke. In fact, this sea area is under the charge of Tina of the Navy. After Smoker chased them to Alabasta, Tina must have known the news of the Straw Hat Pirates. She may not know that Smoker's New Zi was taken away, but she must know that Smoker came here specifically for this pirate group. With their friendship, they must help to catch the Straw Hat Pirates together. If nothing unexpected happens, Tina will definitely inform Smoker immediately after discovering their whereabouts, and then the Straw Hat Pirates will have to face 2 ability users at the same time. However, do the Straw Hat Pirates need to be afraid now? Usopp, what should we do? Should we run or actively fire? Sanji said naturally. The other party is the Navy, it is better not to fight easily, run if you can. Obviously, Luffy also means this. Luffy always likes to run when he encounters the Navy, rather than actively attack. Lin Bei is actually a kind person. As long as the other party does not fire, he is too lazy to take the initiative to attack. However, the Navy ran away from them without hesitation, so it is not his fault. Usopp started to operate the gun himself without Lin Bei's instructions. The distance is a bit far, and the Navy's artillery can only hit a place not far from the Mary. But Usopp's newly developed artillery is different. With one shot, a warship on the Navy side was blown up from the middle. It looked like it had hit the gunpowder compartment, causing a secondary explosion. The remaining 2 warships saw this and sped up, trying to close the distance. Usopp is so skilled now, can he make them do what they want? Another shell was fired at the warship where Tina was. But this time, the shell failed to work. A burgundy figure jumped into the air and kicked the shell to pieces. Tina herself was not injured at all. Lin Bei watched the whole process with a telescope, and felt that the role of firearms began to gradually decrease after reaching the Grand Line. Of course, it may also be that the firepower is not strong enough. If Usopp had not learned professional knowledge, Lin Bei really wanted Usopp to build a Northwind Express. Let's see if the enemy dares to kick it. Usopp, don't fire anymore, it's useless for that woman. We have to fight at close range next. Usopp heard this, and a long-lost feeling of powerlessness suddenly surged in his heart. It turns out that he is not strong enough. The bounty second only to Luffy has made Usopp a little inflated after entering the Grand Line. He has become quite courageous. But today, the familiar feeling of powerlessness and fear surged into his heart again. This feeling is like a whip, whipping Usopp, and making him want to become stronger again. Haki. He also wants to learn Haki. He wants to improve his physique and let Lin Bei help him learn Haki. When the time comes, he will wrap the cannon he made with Haki, and he doesn't believe that anyone can kick it. The Mary gradually approached the warship. Lin Bei was ready for the boarding battle, so he summoned another Pokemon. Tina just met the requirements of the task. If she could summon a Charizard or other evolved Pokemon, she should be able to beat her. He wants this female navy to help him complete the task. Finally, the two ships approached. Tina jumped onto the Mary without hesitation. The remaining Navy soldiers wanted to follow her, but they were stared at by Usopp. Whoever moves, hit him. Now Tina is isolated and helpless. If it were any other pirate group with a bounty of over 100 million, Tina would have started to be miserable. But Tina was not panicked at all, and she even took out a cigarette. Sanji immediately went up to help others light it, which made Zoro very unhappy. Hey! What else do you have in your mind besides women? She is an enemy. Sanji also lit a cigarette for himself and said very affectionately. In my eyes, every lady is lovely and will never be my enemy. Lin Bei sighed, hoping to meet Kokoropo chapter 127. Tina defeated by Stinky Mud. You can help Tina light her cigarette. Tina is very happy. But you are a pirate, Tina will not let you go for this. Tina, this woman, how to say, it seems that she seems to be very confident, especially confident. Even if she is isolated and helpless, she is still relaxed. It's as if it's not her who is surrounded, but the Straw Hat Pirates. Sanji couldn't stand it again when he saw Tina's queenly look, and turned into a noodle heart monster. Sister, I can do it. Zoro couldn't stand it anymore, and directly drew his sword to chop Tina. But he was stopped by Sanji with a kick. As a knight, you have to protect beautiful women. Zoro, damn idiot. Get out of here. No. This navy lady didn't attack us, right? Tina frowned. Are you really a pirate group? What kind of messed up people are these? They can even have internal conflicts when facing a powerful enemy. Can't that bastard Smoker even handle such a low-level pirate? What a useless little trash. Lin Bei, as the vice-captain, was also helpless. The people on the ship were like this, and their personalities could not be changed. Sorry to make you laugh. There are more weirdos on our ship. Hey Sanji, as long as no one attacks this woman, it will be fine. Sanji still wanted to say that no one could attack a beautiful woman, but looking at Lin Bei's eyes, it seemed that if he said something bad in the next second, this guy would kick him away. Yet. Anyway, there was only one chopper on the ship, and he was a cute thing. Okay, then let me deal with this navy. Sanji glared. You are not a human being. Lin Bei rolled his eyes. You are not a human being. Summon. Rua. The aperture appeared again, but this time, there was also an extreme stench. It felt like a septic tank exploded. Lin Bei was so close that his eyes widened instantly, and he felt as if his nasal cavity had exploded. You. Lin Bei. What the hell did you summon? You. Nami was also quite close, and she felt terrible looking at the purple stinky mud on the ground. She quickly pulled away. But, it was useless to pull away, because the stench was like a drill that could get into people's noses. Poor little Chopper, his nose, which he was proud of on weekdays, has now become the part he wants to cut off the most. Within 5 seconds of the stinky mud coming out, little Chopper fainted from the stench. Before the battle started, everyone on the boat, including Tina, ran to the side of the boat and lay on the side of the boat. Ugh! Tina gritted her teeth and forced herself to hold back the nausea. You despicable pirate, you actually played with shit. You. Lin Bei said that he didn't want to do it either. This thing is random, who knows that a biological weapon will be summoned? System, can it be returned in advance? Sure enough, the system was still as dead as before, without any answer. However, the stinky mud moved and crawled towards Lin Bei. Because of the superpower, the summoned Pokemon would subconsciously recognize Lin Bei as their master. Now the stinky mud was just asking for a loving hug from Lin Bei's master, and he also wanted what other Pokemon had. Lin Bei was also surprised that he could understand what the mud meant. Seeing that the stinky mud was about to hug him, Lin Bei had a flash of inspiration. Go! Hug that navy! The stinky mud looked at Lin Bei reluctantly, but still moved towards Tina. This scared Tina, and she jumped 3 feet high. Stepping on the moon step, she jumped back to the Navy's warship. Tina thought that this should be considered an escape, but she didn't expect that the stinky mud actually followed her. Indeed, the stinky mud can't jump, but it can fall into the sea and climb onto the Navy's warship. For a moment, all the Navy soldiers on the warship were stunned. Tina was chased by the mud and ran all over the warship. Lin Bei looked over and felt a little sympathetic for her. Lying on the side of the ship and looking down, the sea water was stained black because of the stinky mud that fell in just now, emitting a disgusting odor, just like a stinky ditch in the countryside that discharged all kinds of wastewater. Finally, Tina couldn't stand it anymore, the stench was too terrible. She would rather not have this dress and shoes, but kick it away. Tina even covered a layer of armed color, and then kicked it over. The imagined scene of the whole kick did not happen. But, a more terrible scene happened. There is a saying that when you gather, you are a pile of shit, and when you scatter, you are all over the sky. At that moment, all the Navy ship members felt that they were completely dirty. Tina felt the stars on her body, and after a moment of stunnedness, she screamed like crazy. Don't think it's hard to understand. Just think of a lady, a beautiful lady, being chased by a moving pile of shit for a long time. Finally, she couldn't help but kick it, and the whole boat, including herself, was covered with dots of shit. At this moment, Tina completely lost her so-called coolness and confidence. She was disgusted. Panicked, Tina even jumped into the sea to wash off the filth on her body. But she didn't expect that the sea water had already been dyed black. The key is that her mind was blank, and she even forgot a very important thing. She is a devil fruit user. Gurgle. Tina sank into the sea. But this is not the most devastating thing for her. What made her most devastated was that because of the devil fruit, she was a complete landlubber, so when she fell into the sea, she was completely a landlubber. When he was about to leave, he choked on several mouthfuls of seawater. And the seawater at this time can be said to have been soaked in the stinky mud. Congratulations! Mission accomplished. Lin Bei pinched his nose and looked at the Black Sea in silence. He admitted that he was a heartless person. But this time, he really didn't expect the mission to be completed like this, really. Chapter 128 Robin boarded the ship. Out of guilt, Lin Bei decided to let Tina go and gave the knight Sanji a chance to save the beauty. Quick, knight, it's time for you to show up. Jump into the sea and save your princess. Lin Bei shouted at Sanji. Zoro didn't argue with Sanji and echoed Lin Bei. Go, I won't cut her, I sincerely hope you can get the beauty as you wish. Sanji, you two old fools. This sea is now like a stinky ditch at the head of the village. All the fish in the sea have turned upside down and floated up. If you go down now, you will definitely be in trouble. But, thinking of the appearance of Tina, the big sister, Sanji made up his mind, threw away his suit jacket, and dived into the dark sea. Lin Bei and Zoro immediately gave a thumbs up. A true warrior is one who can face the dripping stinky mud. Sanji rescued Tina, who had swallowed several mouthfuls of stinky juice, and then he couldn't help it and knelt on the ground and vomited. He felt like he had jumped into a septic tank. Now Lin Bei can be sure that Sanji truly loves every sister, and every time, he treats them with his heart. He is just heartbroken. Luffy, quickly get Sanji over, we're leaving. Luffy, who used to be keen on stretching his arms to get people, now showed substantial disgust on his face. No. Ah, Luffy doesn't want it, then there's nothing we can do. Sanji, jump back quickly, we're going to sail. Sanji resisted the nausea, stood up, and jumped onto the boat with the moon step. It is worth mentioning that this is the first time Lin Bei has seen someone who can vomit so heroically while using the moon step. Sanji, a real man. The Mary left this sea area. The navy could not catch up. Hey! Lin Bei! Clean the deck quickly! Nami turned into a shark face and yelled at Lin Bei. Why me? I fought off the navy. But you bastard also made Chopper faint. Bang! Nami gave Lin Bei a fistful of armed color domineering without hesitation. Lin Bei felt the bump on his head and silently washed the deck. No, the team really can't beat that woman. Wait until I draw the stinky mud again, I will definitely lock you in the room. Lin Bei silently thought about the revenge plan, and at the same time, the door of the cabin suddenly opened. No one noticed it at first, but soon Lin Bei found something wrong. A person walked out of the cabin. Finally left Alabasta, you are more capable than I thought. The whole ship was shocked. When did she come up? Isn't this the member of Baroque who came on board that day? What do you want to do? Zoro was still the first person to draw his sword and stand in front of everyone. Robin walked past Zoro calmly, intending to use the power of the fruit to grow a hand to knock down Zoro's sword as before. But this time, she failed. This led to Robin's pretentious. I told you not to point such dangerous things at me. It's too early. Zoro frowned and looked at the hand growing on his body. Is this your ability? Robin was slightly surprised. You have become so much stronger in such a short time, no wonder you can do that in Alabasta. Nami stepped forward and looked at her vigilantly. What is your purpose in boarding this ship? Purpose? Robin tilted her head and looked at Lin Bei. Didn't you invite me on board? Nami immediately widened her eyes and looked at Lin Bei. So it was you who led the devil here. When will I? Didn't you say that the cooperation still counts? Baroque went bankrupt, and I have nowhere to go, so I can only come to cooperate with you. But let's change the form, I'll join you. Lin Bei understood that this woman was playing word games with him. At first, he wanted to cooperate with Robin, and then take down Crocodile from inside and outside. In the end, this woman was not used, and he directly solved Crocodile. The key is that Robin never appeared during this period. Of course, this is also easy to explain, it's nothing more than this big sister waiting for who will be the final winner. She had already left Baroque at that time, but out of caution, she still kept a safe hand. After all, she had been jumping back and forth between various forces since she was a child. If she was not careful, she would have been captured or killed long ago. It was not until the Straw Hat Pirates and Vivi became the final winners that she felt relieved to board the Straw Hat Pirates ship. Because of the change in the plot, she and Luffy lost a layer of life and death relationship, which led to her appearing on this ship now, just to find a place where she can continue to survive. For Robin now, this is just another storage place she found. But she didn't expect that this would be her last storage place, or in other words, her final destination. No. Nami was the first to object. This is an enemy. Right, Luffy? Luffy stared at Robin for a long time, and then... It doesn't matter, just let her join. Luffy. Well, I can feel that she doesn't have anything. I have to say that Luffy has a particularly magical sixth sense. After Luffy agreed, Sanji also agreed. I agree too, beautiful big sister. The two of them fell in love with the ship instantly. Nami looked at Lin Bei unhappily. Hey, you are the vice captain, and you promised her, tell her to get off the ship. Lin Bei glanced at Nami. Do you really want her to get off the ship? Of course, who knows what bad intentions this guy has. Then I'll listen to the captain. I'm just a vice captain. Lin Bei continued to clean the deck. He thought to himself, let me clean the deck, I can't let you do what you want. Now, 3 people have fallen on the ship. No, to be precise, it should be 4. Chopper has also fallen, and now he and the idiot captain are being teased by Robin's flower fruit. Usopp moved a table and got a special interrogation light. I don't know what the light on the deck in broad daylight is for. Then this guy asked a question that can be said to be a job interview. From the name to the occupation, to the family background, it was also at this moment that Robin was wanted since she was 8 years old, and then she hid from place to place. This was also what Lin Bei pointed out to her. Now, she told it all. In fact, if she went to other pirate groups normally, she would not tell it. But, how to say it, based on her observation in Alabasta, this pirate group is very reassuring. The last question Usopp asked was, "What are you good at?" "Assassination." Usopp used flash instantly. "Luffy. Did you hear that? Luffy." Luffy and Chopper were so amused by the flower fruit that they completely forgot about themselves. Usopp's call received no response. Fortunately, at this moment, Nami spoke. "They are all idiots, so you can easily fool them. But you can never fool me. I will not agree to your joining, you'd better get off the ship as soon as possible." Usopp shouted that Nami was so good, and Zoro nodded secretly while holding the knife. But the next second, "When I left Baroque, I took a little of Crocodile's treasure, not much, just this bag of gems." Robin put a bag of gems on the table, and Nami's coldness disappeared instantly, rushing forward and grabbing the bag of gems. "Let me help you arrange a place to stay." Robin's expression was always calm. "Thank you." Finally, only Zoro and Usopp were left. Usopp stood behind Zoro and shouted, "How could I let you get on board if you are so dangerous?" Zoro nodded secretly while holding the knife. Although Usopp was a coward, it was good for him to stand behind him and say such words. "But look, Usopp, I'm Chopper." Luffy's head had 2 more hands controlled by Robin, and he looked very much like Chopper. Usopp couldn't hold it back and laughed. Then, only Zoro was left with veins on his forehead. However, he was different from Usopp and Nami. Since Luffy and Lin Bei didn't object, he wouldn't say anything more. But at the same time, he wouldn't be easily moved by Robin. Unless one day he felt that Robin could be trusted, otherwise, he would be the only one on the ship who was wary of Robin. Chapter 129 Today's Superpower, Anthropomorphism. The Straw Hat Pirates continued to sail along the record pointer for more than a month. During this month, the ship docked and landed on the island many times. But the things experienced on these islands were too bland. Even Lin Bei didn't remember watching them when he was watching anime. It should be some single stories, such as meeting a man who claimed to be a sea salesman, saying that he could have the ordered goods delivered to your door with just one phone call, but in fact it was nonsense. The other party could only deliver goods to the island, not to the ship. Nami found a particularly high-quality parchment from him, which was said to be the drawn sea chart can be preserved for 100 years. And Nami's dream is to draw a sea chart of the whole world. She really needs this thing, but the female merchant offered 48 million for 10 pieces of parchment at the beginning. Good guy, he could have robbed directly, but he still gave Nami 10 pieces of parchment. The most important thing is that this idiot robbed the pirates. Lin Bei robbed the bastard without hesitation, and then threw him into the sea. Whether he lives or dies depends on his luck. Later, on a foggy day, the ship seemed to have mistakenly entered a naval fleet. There were more than 20 naval warships. And it was not the East China Sea. The small ones are basically medium-sized warships. There are several ships that are obviously the warships of big shots. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be the meeting of the high-ranking Navy officers in the first half of the entire Grand Line. The Straw Hat Pirates are like a husky that strayed into a wolf pack. Lin Bei didn't even dare to take the initiative to attack. Because a Navy fleet of this size must have a vice admiral, and it may not be just one, but several. Even if it is just a vice admiral of a branch, they can't deal with it. So Lin Bei chose to keep a low profile at the time. Anyway, it was foggy and no one could see them. Just prepare. As a result, an unlucky young sailor found them and fell on the Mary in surprise. The young sailor thought he was going to die, but because of his identity as a Navy chef, he was entertained by Sanji. And from him, Lin Bei also confirmed his guess. These Navy were really in a meeting, and there were vice admirals from 6 branches. The young Navy chef was so nervous because he had to cook for so many big guys that he didn't dare to do it. He just relaxed on the deck and fell on their ship. When Lin Bei heard this, sweat broke out on his back. Fortunately, their kindness made the young Navy chef relaxed and didn't raise the alarm. Even Sanji saw this and boarded the Navy ship to cook a meal for the Navy. Then they left. A bunch of vice admirals of the Navy branch were so happy eating that they didn't notice what was going on. Lin Bei felt that this experience was absurd. Pirates cooking for the Navy can only be seen in one piece. Later, they encountered an island that liked to set off fireworks. An island full of goats, an old pirate on the island, and a legend about treasure. Nami was very enthusiastic about this, but unfortunately the final result was not ideal. The old pirate did have a large amount of treasure, but he exchanged it for paper cash many years ago. When he landed on the island, all the Baileys were eaten by the goats on the island. Lin Bei once suspected that the goat next to Sengoku came from this island and had a particularly strange obsession with eating paper. In the past month, Lin Bei randomly got a lot of weird superpowers, most of which were useless and nonsense. For example, if I smile at you, you will definitely smile back at me, and after washing your hands will definitely be full of fragrance. Lin Bei was too lazy to complete these stupid superpower tasks. Occupying skill slots. Only 3 of them were still useful. Fill up the wine to let you stay, mosquitoes must die, equipment exploded after death. The first superpower, as its name suggests, uses the power to specify a container. No matter what liquid is in this container, it will eventually become random wine. This is the superpower that Zoro strongly asked Lin Bei to stay, and even he wanted to keep it himself. It is a good superpower. At least when you encounter the dilemma of no water and no food, you can at least achieve water circulation. The second superpower, also as its name suggests. It can be turned on 24 hours a day, and within a radius of 10 meters, all mosquitoes will die immediately. With this ability, you don't have to worry about being bitten when you go to the jungle island. Lin Bei directly transformed into a humanoid mosquito killer. The third superpower is the one that Lin Bei is most satisfied with this month. The same power is as its name suggests. As long as the opponent is killed, there is a great chance of exploding equipment. Lin Bei has not used it yet, but Lin Bei has an expectation for this ability. If he kills the Devil Fruit ability user, can the possibility of the Devil Fruit falling be increased? For this possibility, Lin Bei also kept him, waiting for an experimental opportunity. Then, it was today. Because these days have been very boring, the first thing Lin Bei does every day when he gets up is to check his superpowers today. In the era without mobile phones, this is one of the few entertainments for Lin Bei. I got up a little early today. It's not dawn yet, about 2 or 3 o'clock. Or, Lin Bei just got up at night in the middle of the night, and in a daze, he still wanted to check his superpowers. It's like the author of the novel will subconsciously go to the comment area to see if anyone is scolding him when he gets up in the middle of the night. Anthropomorphism. What does it mean? It means that you can give non-living things the ability to become human. However, you can only give one non-living thing the ability to become human every week. In short, if you don't complete the task, this ability is also a one-time thing. After giving non-living things this ability, non-living things can control themselves to become human or return to non-living things at will. This is very interesting. Lin Bei was much more awake, and the first thing he thought of was to give the Mary the ability to become human. After that, Mary could directly turn into a human form and follow them ashore, which was equivalent to having a real partner. But he didn't act on it immediately. Instead, he had a flash of inspiration, flashed twice, and flashed randomly. Finally, he looked at Zoro, who was still sleeping. No, to be precise, he looked at the 3 swords in Zoro's arms. As a swordsman, he would never put down his sword even in his dreams. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes slightly. What would it be like if Zoro's sword was anthropomorphized? Is the girl he holds every day a girl or a man? Once this thought came up, Lin Bei couldn't stop himself. Aiming at Zoro's Wado Ikimonji, he directly used his superpower of the day, personification. JJ.BR Chapter 130 Wado Ikimonji Wenzi. After using it, the situation was a little strange. Logically speaking, the sword should be personified immediately, but Wado Ikimonji was held in Zoro's arms and didn't move. It made Lin Bei doubt whether his ability was invalid. After staring at it for a full 10 minutes, Lin Bei, who had just woken up at night, finally couldn't stand it anymore. He was too sleepy, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. When Lin Bei woke up again, it was 7 o'clock in the morning, and Sanji's shouting woke up everyone on the ship. Usopp and Chopper were smart. What's wrong? Is there an enemy attack? Lin Bei also frowned and sat up, looking at Sanji. At this time, Sanji was looking in Zoro's direction with disbelief and anger. When everyone looked in the direction of his finger, they all cried out in surprise. Lin Bei, in particular, widened his eyes. In Zoro's arms, there was a young woman in a pure white kimono. Zoro, frowning, didn't realize it at all. He was still frowning at Sanji. What are you yelling about, you perverted chef? Sanji was brought back to his senses by his words, pointing at Zoro and yelling. Fuck you, damn! Let go of that beauty! Zoro looked down in confusion, and saw a young woman with white hair and white clothes in his arms. Zoro jumped back as if he had received an electric shock. Who are you? The young woman slowly sat up from her knees, and bowed slightly to Zoro in a very lewd manner. I am Wenzi, master. The voice was so gentle that everyone on the ship felt alert. Sanji was so jealous that he was almost torn apart. He had previously said that Zoro did not understand love at all, but this time he even hugged her to sleep. He, Sanji, was still a lewd man. That's right, although Sanji was courting love everywhere, he had not yet broken through this level. I didn't expect you to be such a beast in human clothing. Zoro. You actually let this beautiful lady call you master. Sanji's face was distorted with jealousy. I don't know if anyone has watched the anime Azure Blue. Sanji's facial expression at this moment is definitely comparable to the people in that anime. He said so, but he was envious and jealous. How romantic, and he even called her master. He wanted it too. Zoro waved his hand quickly. Don't talk nonsense. I don't know her. How can you say you don't know her, master? You said that I'm your favorite. Master, you have to wipe my body and take care of me every day. Even every day, you have to hug me to fall asleep. Wenzi was still so gentle, but she was a little more shy when she spoke, and her face turned red. Sanji's teeth creaked. Beast! Usopp quickly pulled Sanji. Calm down. Calm down. Zoro sleeps with us every day. When did you see him sleeping with this young woman? Maybe she is an enemy, coming with ulterior motives. Sanji breathed a sigh of relief and gave Fumiko an ugly smile. Miss Fumiko, you must be an enemy, right? You must have come with an ulterior motive, right? At this moment, Sanji would rather Fumiko be the same agent as Baroque before, than to hear something he didn't want to hear. But, things didn't go as planned. Fumiko hugged Zoro's thighs. I have to say here that Fumiko has a very good figure. You can be a facial cleanser at any time. I'm not a person with bad intentions. I'm the most loyal woman to my master. It's enough for my master to have me. Ah! Sanji's mentality completely collapsed. Seeing Zoro with a girlfriend was more painful than him not having one. Pain. Too painful. Zoro couldn't help it. He didn't kill women, but he would knock this woman unconscious with the back of his knife. Otherwise, he would be stunned by this woman's white clothes. But when Zoro picked up his knife, he was shocked to find. Where is my Wado Ikemonji? At this time, Lin Bei's mind was as clear as a mirror. If it was not unexpected, this woman was Wado Ikemonji. No wonder she called herself Wenzi. The knives produced by the swordsmiths of Wano country are full of cherry blossom style. The fact is just as Lin Bei guessed. Wenzi saw Zoro picking up the two knives, and there was a jealous expression on her face. Master, you have me, isn't it enough? Why do you touch these two wild women? You don't even know who used them before. After saying this, Sanji stamped his feet and started to turn around. Zoro frowned, realizing that something was wrong. Dressed in white, saying that he kept her and held her in his arms every day, how could this treatment be so similar to his Wado Ikemonji? And now Wado Ikemonji is gone, Masaka. The scheming frog keeps touching your belly. You are not Wado Ikemonji. Zoro looked at Fumi in disbelief. Fumi was very excited and hugged Zoro's waist. Master, you finally recognized me. While saying this, he unnoticeably knocked the two swords, Sandai Kaititsu and Yokaizo, hanging on Zoro's waist to the ground. On normal days, Zoro would never do anything to protect Wado Ikemonji. But when she turned into a human form, Zoro was numb. He dared not move at all. If he moved, Sanji would be like having a seizure. At this moment, Zoro's brain seemed to be pierced by a flash of light. He suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Lin Bei. It is impossible for a sword to turn into a human for no reason. If there is anyone who can do this, it can only be Lin Bei. Lin Bei? Is it you? Your Lin Bei is running away. Stopped by Zoro, Lin Bei turned around and smiled awkwardly. I want to say that this is an accident. Do you believe it? Zoro, I believe you. Zoro took a step and wanted to chop Lin Bei, but Wado Ikemonji held his legs tightly and imprisoned his legs with his softness, which made Sanji's eyes tear up. Without the benefactor, I can't serve the master in this life as a human being, so please let the benefactor go once. Lin Bei gave a thumbs up. It's not in vain to help you, Ms. Wenzi, JJ.Br. Zoro was also helpless, sighed, and chose to give up. Let me go, I won't chop him. Well, I listen to the master. Wado Ikemonji is very obedient. Maybe except Lin Bei, the benefactor who made her turn into a human form, she would not hesitate to chop anyone Zoro asked her to chop. Zoro looked at Lin Bei viciously, bent down to pick up the Sandai Kaititsu and Suezu, and Wado Ikemonji picked them up first. Please let me help the master get the sword. Zoro. Sanji. Chapter 131, Bounty Situation. On the board. Zoro was exercising with a huge barbell as usual, but unlike usual, a beautiful young woman was kneeling beside Zoro and staring at him tenderly. Whenever Zoro stopped, she would gently come forward to help Zoro wipe the sweat off his body. Although Zoro was not used to this feeling, he felt very happy every time he saw Sanji's expression that almost broke his teeth. He had to keep going even if he was not used to it. He liked to see Sanji's distorted face. He was like a dog every day, licking everywhere, but in the end no one agreed to be with him. What about him? He won by lying down. No. Lin Bei, you must also help me get one. My requirements are not high, just better than his. After Sanji learned that Wado Ikemonji was made by Lin Bei for Zoro, he was stimulated by Zoro and directly grabbed Lin Bei's arm and asked him to help him get a beautiful young woman. But unfortunately, this ability can only be used once a week. If you want to use it again, you have to complete the task first and solidify this ability. JJ.Br. But today's task. Today's task, enter the rainbow fog and obtain the treasure in it. Let's not talk about anything else. What is the rainbow fog? Lin Bei suddenly felt like he was watching a fake One Piece. Why are there so many plots that he doesn't remember after entering the Grand Line? He only remembered that it should be the plot of Sky Island later. Because he didn't even know what the rainbow fog was, it was difficult to guarantee it to Sanji. He could only say, "If you find the rainbow fog, maybe I can keep this superpower and help you give an object the ability to personify it later." Sanji's eyes narrowed immediately. "Rainbow fog, I will definitely help you find it. Even if it's at the end of the world." For the beautiful young woman. As soon as Sanji finished speaking, he suddenly heard a rumble, and a column of water exploded on the sea next to the Mary. Zoro stopped training and said with a smile, "God thinks your idea is impossible to realize, so he sent down a thunder, pervert." Sanji rarely joked with Zoro. "It's not thunder, it's a shell, I feel it." Sure enough, the next second, a large number of shells hit the ship. Usopp quickly climbed up the mast, looked over, and shouted, "It's the Navy again." "Why say again?" "Because this is the 10th wave of Navy they have encountered since entering the Grand Line. Everyone says that the East China Sea is the place most strictly controlled by the Navy, but Lin Bei thinks that the first half of the Grand Line is the place most tightly controlled by the Navy." Although the plot of Alabasta was changed into a mess by Lin Bei, Crocodile is still one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and there is no sound of being defeated, but it is getting stronger. But the bounty of all members of the Straw Hat Pirates is still over 100 million. The main increase in the bounty is the act of sending heads by Tina and other Navy. Because this is the first half of the Grand Line, the Navy can no longer be solved by Usopp's random shots. On any warship, there can be a fierce man who can solve Usopp's artillery with one kick or one knife. As a result, the number of boarding battles has increased. These fierce men who can solve Usopp's artillery can't beat the 3 major forces of the Straw Hat Pirates after they have learned the armament color. Instead, they acted as a whetstone for the 3 major forces, allowing them to quickly enrich their combat experience. So, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji began to become stronger and more famous. Under the operation of the mouse, the photos of the 3 people were very handsome, and the bounty was increased as much as possible. At present, Luffy's bounty is 80 million, Zoro's is 60 million, and Sanji's is 50 million. The rest of the people also added a little, even Lin Bei was no exception. There were too many battles, and Lin Bei couldn't hide even if he wanted to. Fortunately, Luffy and his men fought bravely, so Lin Bei was not needed most of the time, which gave the mouse a certain amount of operating space. At present, Lin Bei's bounty is only 10 million, and the position given is the steward of the Straw Hat Pirates. Mouse deliberately added that his combat power is low. Some people asked, if his combat power is low, why can he still give a bounty of 10 million? In fact, it is mainly because Lin Bei's bounty is about to be issued, but Tina added that he has the ability to summon biological weapons. Suspected of being a person with the ability of the disgusting fruit, the bounty was directly raised. The remaining people, Chopper, 50 bounties. Nami, 1 million bounties. Robin, the bounty has not changed. The total number of people on this ship has directly reached 300 million. With such a high bounty, passing through the sea areas under the charge of various naval branches, it would be strange if the Navy did not take action. And it is definitely an internal ghost planted by Lin Bei. Leave it to you. Usopp climbed down from the observation deck skillfully, and then sat on the ground dejectedly. The shells he fired recently have not been able to destroy any naval warships. So he simply gave up on himself and waited until he learned the armament haki entanglement. Then he would revive the name of the Demon Gunner and let the Demon Gunner's bounty surpass all the crew members again. For now, let Luffy, Zoro, Sanji and the others fight. He will be responsible for the sniper and keep an eye on those soldiers who want to sneak attack. Prepare for a boarding battle. After we kill their generals, we will retreat. Lin Bei said after taking a look with the telescope. After being chased by a large number of Navy, his original idea of killing everyone has changed slightly. Mainly because the Straw Hat Pirates are unwilling to kill those innocent people who are against him. They killed too many Navy soldiers who could not cause any harm. There were 40, 50, or 100 Navy soldiers on one ship, and there were 5 or 6 warships chasing them each time. If they killed them every time, that would be 300 or 400 people or even more. Along the way, they really became the real executioners. So Lin Bei had to change his strategy. As long as he killed their generals, the remaining Navy soldiers would be leaderless and would not attack again. As long as they did not attack them, they would not attack those Navy soldiers who could not cause any harm at all. After a month, everyone had become proficient in this set. So the ship turned. But at the moment of turning, a warship behind the right of the Mary suddenly sank by itself. Luffy scratched his head. What's going on? Is there an internal conflict in the Navy? It's unexpected, but the Navy seems to no longer pursue us. They are going to rescue people. Do you want to go directly? Nami looked back at Lin Bei. Lin Bei looked at the largest warship over there with a telescope. He was sure that the people over there were also looking at him. It was a cool middle-aged Navy man wearing a black vest and sunglasses. I don't know if Lin Bei saw it wrong, but he actually felt that the other party gave him a thumbs up. It felt like the other party was a ghost he had planted in the Navy. But, he didn't know this person. After frowning slightly, Lin Bei still announced the retreat. Chapter 132, The Island That Fell into the Eyes of Money, the Tax Island. After the Mary escaped from the sea area where the Navy was chasing just now, it arrived at the next island indicated by the record pointer. Because it was already noon when they arrived, everyone was hungry, so it was just right to go down to have a meal and buy some supplies. Lin Bei also planned to ask about the rainbow fog after going to the island. Since the task was triggered at this time, it was likely related to this area. Hey, you're not going to bring her with you even to the island? Sanji looked at Zoro sourly and said. Zoro originally wanted to let Fumi change back to the appearance of Wado Ichimonji. He was more used to having 3 swords on his waist, rather than having a young woman looking at him tenderly. But after Sanji said this, Zoro suddenly changed his mind. Ah, after all, I'm new here, so I have to take her out for dinner. Wenza suddenly became shy. Is this a date? It's the first time for me and my master. Sanji. I'll stay on the boat, I won't get off. Lin Bei was also very bad, and hurriedly smiled and grabbed Sanji. You are the one responsible for purchasing fresh ingredients, how can you not get off the boat? Sanji gritted his teeth. Then when I help you find the rainbow mist, you must help me turn into a beauty. Although there is only half a day left, if you can find it, you must be the first one. Lin Bei made a big promise, and Sanji endured the fact that Zoro got out of singleness first and showed off his love in front of him, and followed him to the island. After walking towards the town for a while, he saw a soldier standing at the intersection. Lin Bei didn't care. If it wasn't for asking for directions, Lin Bei didn't even bother to talk to this kind of NPC. Unexpectedly, the NPC automatically UE the process. Are you going to enter the city? Well, no need to show us the way, this is the only way. Who wants to show you the way? Your ship is docked at the port, right? If it is docked, you need to pay the port tax. Pay money. Nami's keywords were triggered. How can this be true? Do we have to pay money just for temporarily docking? The soldier pointed his gun directly at Nami and shouted fiercely. If you don't pay the tax, get back on the ship. I'm going. This guy is so tough. May I ask what kind of powerful person you are, but you are pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Lin Bei didn't dare to be careless. This guy is a hidden general level combat power, but he is just aspiring to be a soldier who likes to collect taxes. In the world of pirates, such outrageous things are possible. But what stupid things are you talking about? I'm just an ordinary soldier on Lulagia Island. Lin Bei sighed, he thought too much. Summon. In the surprised eyes of the soldier, a circle of light appeared, and then a kentaro rushed out and hit the soldier's stomach. The soldier was pushed into the rock beside him, and his life or death was unknown. It can be seen that Kentaro's strength is still quite strong. It should be that when he was summoned, it was already running with the tribe. Lin Bei shook his head. What a retard, wasting my feelings. It's not that the hidden strong man has been nagging me for a long time. Let's go, ignore him, let's go eat. Okay. Ask me for money, he's crazy. Nami leaned close to Lin Bei and muttered softly. Then why don't you kick him a few more times? Okay. Wait everyone. Who is talking? The voice is a little old, not the voice of the companions on the ship. Everyone looked up and found that at some point, there was an old man in a white coat standing there with a strange machine on his back. The old man didn't even look at the one who was trapped in the wall and couldn't get out, but just asked. Have you seen rainbow like fog? Lin Bei's eyes lit up immediately. Do you know rainbow fog? The old man was also excited. Have you seen it? For more novels, 64569, join, https://discord.gg/xxcastch. No, but I'm looking for rainbow fog. Old man, damn idiot, wasting my time. The old man actually learned Lin Bei's words without a teacher and used them accurately. Lin Bei's temples were bulging with blue veins. Kentaro. Kill him. The old man stood on the rock above the heads of several people, wondering how a cow could climb a mountain. Unexpectedly, Kentaro jumped up. He was going to kill him with red eyes. The old man panicked. Wait. Wait. Don't you want to know what rainbow fog is? Stop this thing. I can tell you. Lin Bei stopped Kentaro, and the old man breathed a sigh of relief. This is not a place to talk, can we go to a place where we can talk? Lin Bei nodded and said yes. At Luffy's request, several people went to the nearest restaurant in the city. Everyone was hungry, so they talked while eating. The old man took off his helmet and the strange machine on his back, and told Lin Bei what rainbow fog was while eating. In essence, it is another floating space, and he will appear near this island from time to time. According to the legend, as long as people enter it, they can live forever and obtain a huge amount of treasure. In short, this legend is what the general legend says. Unlike other legends, this one is true and has been confirmed. The old man is called Henzo. He said that his friend entered the rainbow fog 50 years ago. So he started his research career for 50 years. From this point of view, this old man is worthy of admiration. And what's more interesting is that Robin has heard of rainbow fog. There is even a book specifically written about this thing, which she carries with her. It is a book she has been reading recently. I brought this book on board from Alabasta. The author is unknown. It should have been written 40 years ago. It introduces something called rainbow fog, but I only read the beginning and haven't finished the book yet. Dr. Henzo took the book and began to read it, but he was a little disappointed after turning a few pages. It seemed to only talk about the legend of rainbow fog. When Lin Bei wanted to ask Dr. Henzo a few more questions about the possibility that this rainbow fog would appear recently, or in other words, the possibility of appearing today. Suddenly, drums sounded outside the restaurant. The people dining together in the restaurant panicked, and the originally calm and elegant dining scene suddenly became anxious. They looked more anxious than Luffy, as if they would be beheaded if they didn't finish eating when the drums ended. The drums stopped. A middle-aged man in military uniform walked in, greeted them, and then began to collect taxes. If you don't finish your drink, you will be charged a drinking tax. If you don't finish your meal, you will be charged a food tax. Lin Bei always thought that the soldier he met before was just greedy, but now it seems that this seems to be the habit of this island. Chapter 133. If Wado Ikimonji is a person, then where did Zoro bite it? The middle-aged man in military uniform quickly walked to the table of the Straw Hat Pirates. Looking at the dazzling array of food and wine on the table, he smiled. "Everyone, you've had a good meal, right? Please pay the food tax and the wine tax." "Oh my god, the plate you're using is so big, please pay the large plate tax." Luffy, who was holding the plate, looked confused, and Usopp yelled. "You made up the names of these taxes on the spot." The middle-aged man in military uniform immediately admitted shamelessly. "Yes, I made them up on the spur of the moment. But as the owner of this city, what I said is true. Pay taxes." Lin Bei rolled his eyes. It was the same thing again. If Kentaro wasn't outside, he would have killed this bastard with Kentaro. Zoro took a sip of wine and stood up. "Leave it to me, you guys eat with peace of mind." Lin Bei nodded and lowered his head to eat with peace of mind. The other members of the Straw Hat group also ate and drank with peace of mind, leaving the matter completely to Zoro. This made the uniformed man frown. "It's been a long time since I met such an open and above-board tax resistor like you. Humph, no matter what your background is, a dragon must coil here and a tiger must lie down here." After the uniformed man finished speaking, the dozen soldiers behind him immediately raised their guns and surrounded the table. The diners all ran away, and Dr. Henzo stood up quickly, wanting to plead for the people who invited him to dinner. Obviously, he had a relationship with these people. But Zoro had already stepped forward before him, and he subconsciously wanted to hold the Wado Ikimonji in his mouth, but he didn't expect to get nothing. Only then did he realize that the Wado Ikimonji had become Wenzi. Helplessly, he could only use the other two knives. Seeing this, Wenza didn't give Zoro the chance to pick up the two little bitches at all. She took a sword step forward, and everyone didn't see her movement trajectory clearly, and saw her holding Zoro's head and kissing him. Then, Wenza turned into light. After the light disappeared, a Wado Ikimonji was held in Zoro's mouth. "No!" Sanji's eyes almost popped out. At this time, he should be accompanied by a song of snowflakes. Lin Bei didn't expect that the position of the knife handle was actually the head of Wado Ikimonji. But it is true that if it was a foot, it would be very strange. Every day Zoro would put Wenza's feet into his mouth. If this is true, and Sanji saw it, he would probably shout, "Why reward him?" But in this way, it's no wonder that Wado Ikimonji was so shy after becoming Wenzi, and she looked like a married young woman. It turns out that it's because she kisses Zoro every day. She has been Zoro's person since she was a child. Zoro also felt very weird. Wouldn't it be like this every time he fights in the future? But seeing that Sanji's teeth were almost broken, Zoro scored 3 goals and threw a provocative look at Sanji. "Sanji, the table has been smashed by me, jealous, let me separate the wall and the substance." In the future, he will not be fed with dog food by Zoro before fighting every time, right? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zoro's battle ended very quickly, and none of the tax collection team could withstand Zoro's sword. Zoro didn't understand. With this level, how dare they say that a dragon is going to coil? Who gave them the courage? After knocking down this team of people, the restaurant owner hurriedly said, "Guests, leave here quickly. Otherwise, when the mayor's tax team comes, you won't be able to escape. The mayor's tax team has too many people. Even if this warrior is very strong, he may not be able to beat him." Lin Bei ate a lot, but it was just a basic order. Hearing the boss's warm reminder, Lin Bei thought about it. His goal was the rainbow mist, not to conquer this island. There was less than half a day left before the end of today. He wanted to solidify this ability, so he should trigger and find the rainbow mist as soon as possible. He called people to get up and took Dr. Henzo out of the restaurant. After leaving the restaurant, Sanji offered to accompany Nami to go shopping because he didn't want to be provoked by Zoro again. Lin Bei originally wanted to play a trick and let Zoro go with him, but Zoro said he wanted to go back to the ship. He said that there were some things that he had to talk to his sword about, otherwise he would not be able to fight in the future. Helplessly, they could only be divided into 3 teams. One team, Zoro, went back to watch the ship alone, and one team, Nami, Sanji and the cute little chopper acted as a deer-shaped transport plane. The last team, the adventure team of Linbei, Luffy, Usopp, and Robin, will do their best to find the rainbow fog today and complete the mission. However, after repeated inquiries, Dr. Henzo only gave one answer. I can't predict the arrival time of the rainbow fog at all. It's completely random. If I have to find the rainbow fog today, I can't do it. I advise you to give up. Dr. Henzo also wanted to prevent Linbei and others from getting more disappointed with their hopes. But what she didn't know was that Linbei and his group were the children of destiny. He had waited for the rainbow fog for 50 years and had done research for 50 years, but he had never encountered the appearance of the rainbow fog. But as soon as the Straw Hat Pirates appeared, there was a commotion at the port. People who went to the port to watch the excitement said, "There's a big ship coming over there." "Yes, there's a bullhead on the bow, it looks like a pirate ship. But the ship seems to be very old, and there's no one on it." Dr. Henzo was struck by lightning. Usopp was still beeping here. "It hasn't appeared for 50 years. I think it's just a legend. How can we find it? Forget it, Linbei, Luffy, let's go." Usopp said this, but in fact he was the one who believed the rainbow fog would appear the most. Because looking at the Straw Hat Pirates' journey, they had been waiting for several years or more than 10 years, and whenever they arrived, they appeared immediately. It looks like the skeleton of a 1,000-year-old dragon. The Admiral of the East China Sea has been looking for it for many years. Alas, the Straw Hat Pirates found the skeleton within 1 day after they arrived. Usopp was just simply afraid. Dr. Henzo's friend went in 50 years ago, and there has been no news to this day. It is very likely that he died in the rainbow fog. What if they died in it too? Usopp almost said that I have a disease that will kill me once I enter the rainbow fog. Unfortunately, Luffy and Linbei both found it very interesting. Luffy said directly, "It feels like it will be a very interesting adventure." Robin also hugged her shoulders and said, "I want to see if the Eternal Kingdom in the rainbow fog mentioned in the book exists." As he said that, he ran towards the port with Dr. Henzo, and Linbei, Luffy, and Robin followed him. "Usopp. Forget it, I'm tired, let's destroy it. Anyway, no one will ever listen to what he says." Usopp could only temporarily check his weapons and equipment, and caught up with Linbei and the others in one breath. Chapter 134 Pirates were robbed by pirates. Port. A huge bull-headed pirate ship was floating there aimlessly. A little rainbow-colored mist could be vaguely seen on the sea far behind the pirate ship. The doctor was confused. "Terry Star. What is that?" "The ship that entered the rainbow mist that year." Linbei's eyes lit up. "Rainbow mist? Old man, you are not honest. Didn't you say that it is impossible to find rainbow mist today, isn't it now?" Dr. Henzo looked at Linbei and Luffy with a complicated expression. "I have waited for 50 years. He didn't understand why the rainbow mist appeared as soon as these people came. But it doesn't matter. He has waited for a lifetime. Now the target is in front of him, he can't just stand at the port and watch." Dr. Henzo didn't care about Linbei and others, and went straight to drive his own boat. It was an amphibious boat, with pedals on the shore and wheels underneath. After entering the water, an air cushion will appear, and then you still have to step on it, and there will be a propeller at the back. Luffy's eyes began to light up when he saw it. "Suck it! I want it so much!" As he said that, a rubber rocket launcher reached out, and while holding the boat, he also pulled Linbei, Robin, and Usopp over. JJ.BR. Usopp was in a mess in the air, really, he swore that he was really used to it. Bang! Our Luffy sank an amphibious boat. Our Luffy and Robin fell into the sea. Our Luffy and Robin are both fruit ability users, and they sink very quickly. What a retard. Lin Bei and Usopp dived into the sea helplessly and rescued Luffy and Robin. Luffy vomited in Lin Bei's arms. Dr. Henzo looked at his destroyed boat, and the elegant doctor finally couldn't help but spit. This doctor looks like the great magnanimity and Xin Kaiwu. When he spit on Luffy, he also looks great magnanimity and elegant words. Lin Bei couldn't listen to it anymore. Okay, doctor, you are scolding too badly, stop for a while. This ship is our fault, we will pay for it. But it's more important to check the ship first. Dr. Henzo stopped talking. How to go? I'm not good at swimming. At this time, it was indeed a little far from the big ship. Of course, Lin Bei could take these people there by stepping on the moon step. But he wanted to try his luck and see if he could summon a water Pokemon. For example, a dragon is good, it runs very fast on the sea. Leave it to me. Luffy soaked in the sea water, looking listless as if he had been rewarded too much. But he was still excited when he heard Lin Bei's words. Another performance. Henzo. What performance? Lin Bei is very powerful, he can easily solve our current predicament. Dr. Henzo looked at Lin Bei, so he was such a powerful person. He was looking forward to it. Okay, let's start. Lin Bei stretched out his hand. Summon. The light circle appeared, Dr. Henzo's eyes widened, and Luffy also shouted in cooperation. Here it comes. Here it comes. Plop. The light circle disappeared, and a small Guedud first appeared in the air in a daze, and then sank into the sea with a curse. It sank faster than Luffy and Robin. The few people floating on the sea fell silent. The atmosphere was once as solid as cement. After a long while, Dr. Henzo asked. I know that being able to summon a stone that can curse is indeed very powerful, but how can this solve our current dilemma? Are you going to summon a few more to fill up this sea? Lin Bei, Mia Jingwei. And, thinking about this sea filled with small fist stones that curse, Lin Bei shuddered. Forget it, let's be more pragmatic. Lin Bei picked up these people and jumped onto the ox-head ship with moon steps. Dr. Henzo pounded his old waist. It would have been better if it had been done earlier. Young man, you should be more pragmatic. Lin Bei rolled his eyes and was about to say something, but he saw Dr. Henzo walking into the interior of the ship, and tears seemed to flow on his face. This old man, his emotions changed too quickly. Lin Bei shook off the seawater on his body, followed into the cabin, and checked the ship. After 10 minutes of exploration, everyone discovered something terrible. This ship seemed to be inhabited just a second ago. The boiling water in the pot, the food on the table was still steaming, and there was even a bottle of red wine that had just been opened. This didn't match the appearance of the ship at all. The most important thing was that Dr. Henzo said that this ship entered the rainbow fog 50 years ago. Normally, after 50 years, this ship should have been scrapped by now. However, this ship is indeed a little old, but everything inside is like it was frozen 50 years ago, and has not changed at all. Although Lin Bei had not read the article about the rainbow fog, he also had an idea at this time. That rainbow fog won't be a place where time stops. At this time, listening to Lin Bei's words, and remembering that the rainbow fog was also known as the Eternal Kingdom, everyone got goosebumps. At this time, Robin asked another question. Dr. Henzo, how do you know so much about this ship? Dr. Henzo was silent for a while, and finally told the reason why he had been looking for the rainbow fog for 50 years. Now, the rainbow fog finally appeared. Lin Bei smacked his lips, there was really nothing new here, the usual One Piece style story. Then our mission now is to enter the rainbow fog. Luffy clapped his hands. Adventure. Rainbow fog adventure. Woohoo! Usopp wanted to persuade him, but he held back the words. Because he knew that it was useless to say anything, these people would definitely rush into the rainbow fog without hesitation. The group returned to the deck, everyone looked at Lin Bei, motioning. "Come on, take us to the sky." But Lin Bei stretched out his hand to the air again. "No. You are not trying to make fun of me again." Usopp Pu shouted. "Mr. Lin Bei, you don't really want to fill this up, do you?" Lin Bei ignored these voices and prayed in his heart. "Please, let me be handsome for once. Summon." "Oh. I'll go." Chapter 135 In the Rainbow Mist, the mission can't be that simple. Gift Crab. What appeared in front of everyone was a giant turtle that was 20 to 30 meters long. And it was a fighting turtle among turtles. It was a super giant one. There were 2 huge cannons on his shell. "Bless turtle." "Oh." Luffy's eyes lit up. "Sug." Luffy jumped up happily and sat on the head of Blast Waz, abbreviated as. Usopp's chin almost touched the ground. "So, it's really not just funny." Lin Bei proudly walked onto the back of Blast Waz. "Come on." Robin was slightly moved. It seemed that she still underestimated Lin Bei. Since she got on the ship, Lin Bei showed too many things. It made her feel like there was no bottom. The group boarded the Blast Waz and headed smoothly towards the direction of the rainbow fog. At the port, a large number of soldiers arrived late. Mayor Witten, who was mentioned earlier, arrived, and his eyes were full of greed as he looked at the rainbow fog. On his right was the middle-aged man in military uniform who was crippled by Zoro and now came in a wheelchair, that is, Witten's son. On his left was the mayor's grandson who was kicked crippled by Sanji for molesting Nami while shopping. A family of 3, now only Mayor Witten is not disabled. And Mayor Witten said, "No. The family must be in order." Lin Bei and Luffy entered the rainbow fog, right? "Then I have to go in and get beaten too." Mayor Witten, who has a large number of soldiers, is very confident that as long as he goes, he can wipe out everything. He is not a son and a grandson, 2 waists, he is the great pirate Witten 50 years ago. Pirates in the Grand Line start with at least 30 million. And he was 30 million 50 years ago. He didn't even notice that the bounty offered by the Straw Hat Pirates was over 200 million. He didn't expect that the true strength of these pirates would far exceed their current bounty. Mayor Witten, send troops to attack. In fact, time is not stagnant in the rainbow fog, but the speed of time is different from that outside. According to Old Man Henzo, 1 day inside is 1 week outside. Therefore, when Lin Bei entered the rainbow fog, it was only a blink of an eye outside, and he had already taken a few rounds on the Blast Waz. This place looks like a ship graveyard. There are a lot of damaged ships, and there are no people on the ships, but Lin Bei searched and found that there are tens of millions of jewels and baileys on almost every ship. This place is estimated to have hundreds of ships, which is indeed a huge treasure. If Nami comes in, she will probably be so happy that she will go crazy. Unfortunately, after a round, Lin Bei has rolled all the treasures into cubes and thrown them into his backpack. It only takes up 2 grids, 1 gold and 1 gem, which can be stacked infinitely. Just like a 0 yuan purchase, after collecting all the treasures on the ship. Now just find a way out. Lin Bei said. As long as you leave this place with all the treasures, today's mission will be completed. It can be said that it is also quite easy. In fact, this ability is quite buggy. With this ability, you can expand non-human partners. Like Zoro's sword, Lin Bei has a naughty idea. Anyway, Wen Zi will be a normal human after becoming a human. If she eats the devil fruit and then trains, then there will be another combat force on the ship. Even when Zoro uses the sword can also provide help to Zoro autonomously. There is also the Mary. If the Mary can become a human, then it can practice armed color domineering. At that time, Mary will never be damaged. With such a cool ability, Lin Bei doesn't know why the task is so simple. Dr. Henzo, have you found your friends? We are leaving. Henzo has been in a low mood since just now. Didn't you notice we are back to where we first came in? Usopp, yes, we seem to be going in circles. So, if nothing unexpected happens, there should be no exit from this place. Lin Bei, I understand. Now I understand where the difficulty lies. Is that so? I understand. After understanding the difficulty, Lin Bei suddenly made an unexpected move. He sat on the turtle shell, and then, he just stayed still. Usopp asked, are you thinking about countermeasures? Lin Bei shook his head. He was just waiting for the opportunity to come. This is the benefit of following the Straw Hat Pirates. Just follow them. Even if it is said that it is impossible to get out of a place, you can definitely get out. So, just stay the same in the face of changes. There is always a chance to get out. But Usopp didn't understand what Lin Bei meant. He thought it was another superpower of Lin Bei that could solve the current dilemma. Unexpectedly, Lin Bei sat there and then lowered his head and began to snore. Are you just sleepy? Usopp yelled. Usopp didn't want to sit there and wait for death, he wanted to try to find a way out. Then he commanded Blastwaz. Unfortunately, Blastwaz didn't even glance at him and continued to dive. Usopp was helpless. We won't stay here forever, will we? As he was talking, suddenly he turned his head and looked at a sunken ship next to him. Usopp has almost no armament haki, but his observation haki is stronger than everyone else's. Hey Luffy, I feel like there's someone on that ship. But don't. Before he could finish his words, Luffy grabbed him and threw him over. In the air, Usopp finished the whole sentence he hadn't finished saying. Don't throw me over again. Lin Bei opened his eyes, looked at the two people gliding in the sky, and directed Blastwaz to follow. Then he saw a group of little ghosts on the Navy's sunken ship. The sausage-mouthed little ghost in the lead looked very familiar. But there was someone who looked more familiar than him, and he burst into tears directly. Rabani. Dr. Henzo was over 50, but at this moment he was crying his heart out while holding a little boy. Those who didn't know would think that the grandfather had been looking for his grandson for a lifetime and finally found him. The child being held was obviously confused. Who are you? Me. Henzo. Henzo from the Pumpkin Pirates. The little boy named Rabani widened his eyes. Henzo. How is that possible? Henzo is the same age as us. It's possible that you are Henzo's grandfather. Lin Bei understood that these children were the original Pumpkin Pirates, who had been staying here for 50 years. Well, he said that the Straw Hat Pirates would definitely be able to turn danger into safety. The opportunity to get out is here. Chapter 136 Pirate plus Promise equals One Piece. Little friend, he is indeed your former partner. You may not know that the speed of time here and outside is different. You may have only spent a short time here, but outside, a full 50 years have passed. Lin Bei said. He wanted to use Dr. Henzo to play the emotional card and let the boy tell everything he found here. It's not that Lin Bei didn't think about why this child stayed here for 50 years and didn't come out. Did he really not find the exit? But, you have to try. After all, time flows at different speeds. If they find the exit, they may just think this place is fun, and they don't have to do homework or be nagged by their parents. In short, this place must be able to get out, otherwise how did the bull-headed pirate ship that claimed to have disappeared 50 years ago appear in the port? But what Lin Bei didn't expect was that the sausage-mouthed, wiry-haired kid in front of him was unexpectedly difficult to deal with. I don't believe you adults. You say he is Labani, so he is. You say 50 years have passed outside, so 50 years have passed. Lin Bei's eyes turned. Whether 50 years have passed, you will know if you go out and take a look. I am praised as an honest and reliable young man who never lies. Usopp. He is already good at lying, but his deception is so low level compared to Lin Bei. He just lies for fun, Lin Bei, this bastard, lies to death. But of course he won't expose Lin Bei at this time. Little ghost, Rabani said subconsciously. Of course I want to go out, if not. Wait, you are trying to trick me. Sure enough, you are a despicable adult, and you still say honest and reliable young man. Lin Bei sighed, why do people always say he is despicable? He obviously hasn't used the really despicable means yet. Okay, he is too lazy to waste time. The rainbow mist has also entered, and the treasure has been taken, there is no need to stay in this place any longer. Hey, little ghost. At this time, Dr. Henzo was very nervous. He knew that Lin Bei and others were pirates, although they were much kinder than other pirates. But if they don't get what they want, they might also use force. Please wait a moment, let me persuade him. Lin Bei glanced at Dr. Henzo, thought for a while, and indicated that he could try. Henzo hurriedly thanked Lin Bei, and then persuaded Rabani. However, it was his flattering appearance that made the young Rabani very disdainful. How could the real Henzo be so servile? We are the pumpkin pirates. Dr. Henzo was silent. Life was like a ruthless knife that changed our appearance. He was no longer young, and he would not look at things as innocently as a child like Rabani in front of him. This is the price of growing up. But even if he was misunderstood and looked down upon by his former partners, he would save them. This is a promise from 50 years ago. In the world of pirates, there are countless such promises. Although many of them seem nonsense, such promises make people here insist on them for decades. In the end, a pirate world full of romance and passion was formed. Henzo begged Lin Bei not to do it. Lin Bei agreed to him. He had no intention of doing it. Pulling Rabani over, Lin Bei took out the onion he always prepared and wiped it, and successfully used the superpower of the Emperor's uncle's acting skills. A weak kid. Rabani has been loyal for 50 years. Lin Bei raised his eyebrows slightly, this is a big explosion. Unfortunately, it is useless, he just needs to ask one question. How to leave here? Rabani, who is loyal to Lin Bei, will never lie, he is not a backstabbing villain like Crocodile. I don't know, it should be impossible to leave here. Lin Bei. This is the worst possibility. Then there is no way, in this desperate situation, we can only rely on Usopp. Usopp, think of a way. Usopp. He has not yet been given the title of Usopp, the god of despair. How can I think of a solution? Even if you ask me to think, I don't have any good ideas. I just experimented, no matter how I go, I will return to the original place. Lin Bei smacked his lips and regretted that he should have brought Zoro in. Let him get lost, maybe he can find the exit in the opposite direction. Just as Lin Bei was thinking, the wave suddenly surged. From a bird's-eye view, this wave is really a flying stick coming. Henzo explained that there has always been a tower-like thing on Luligia Island, but in fact it is a passage he designed. It's amazing that this rainbow fog can't get out at all, but if a huge pipe is inserted, people can freely travel between the normal world and the world in the rainbow fog in the pipe. Lin Bei couldn't understand it. Such a powerful thing as rainbow fog can control the flow of time and make people who enter it lost and unable to get out. In the end, a pipe solved the problem. The style of this rainbow fog has dropped sharply. However, it also proved one thing again. Following the Straw Hat Pirates, although the process may collapse, the ending will definitely be a blessing in disguise. Blustoad, we're here. Blustoad carried the Straw Hat Pirates and the Pumpkin Pirates' little devils to the head of the tube. It's still closed now and not opened. If nothing unexpected happens, when it opens, Witten and his soldiers will enter the world in the rainbow mist. Sure enough, soon accompanied by an old but arrogant laugh, the front end of this small flying stick slowly opened. It looked like something was peeled off at the head, and then many ships appeared from a gap. On one of the small boats sat Witten in a mecha. With the mecha made for him by Dr. Henzo, he can spit fire and discharge electricity. Even as old as he can easily deal with ordinary pirates. Ha ha ha, I knew I could wait for this day. The treasure in the rainbow mist, I'll come. Witten was halfway through his words and suddenly held back. Because right in front of his exit, there was a huge turtle blocking the way, and there were 2 huge cannons on the turtle's shell. Lin Bei patted the blast waz and smiled very sunny. Welcome to the Rainbow Mist Scenic Spot, this film belongs to me. If you want to visit, please pay the entrance fee, 1 billion Baileys. Lin Bei's wave was a way of treating others in their own way. You collect taxes, I cannot pay, and beat you. But I collect entrance fees, if you don't pay, I will beat you. Of course, if you pay, I will still beat you. Nothing else, I just don't like you. Chapter 137 Damn old madman, things seem to be wrong. You are robbing. Wilton roared. I am robbing, isn't it clear enough? Lin Bei dug his ears, as if he didn't take Wilton seriously. This made Wilton very angry, thinking that he was also a big pirate in the past. Can he still be scared by a bunch of little ghosts and a little turtle? Witten operated the mecha made by Dr. Henzo. In fact, his mecha was just a large flamethrower with an oil tank on the back. Dr. Henzo quickly reminded him, this is a jet fire gun. We'd better avoid it. Fire gun. Lin Bei raised his eyebrows and patted the blast waz under his feet. What do you think this guy does? The supergiant blast waz has not only 2 large caliber water cannons, but also 12 small water cannons and a main cannon around it. The main cannon can fire the so-called supergiant water cannon to destroy. Just hearing the name gives people a sense of the second-year middle school of Sakura anime. At the same time, the longer the name, the greater the power. When Witten operated his mecha to start spitting fire, Blast Waz yawned in boredom, then turned sideways and used a small water cannon to spray against Witten's flames with disdain. It felt like a puppy raised its legs under a telephone pole. Even if it was just a small water cannon, it suppressed Witten's flames so that he couldn't get close at all. Witten's face turned pale. What kind of monster is this? Lin Bei, is this a monster? Blus, give him some hard work. Blus stopped playing, turned around, and sprayed with a large water cannon on its right shoulder. Witten didn't even have a chance to resist and was sprayed away directly. With Witten's current old and weak appearance, he is probably going to see God. Boring, too weak. Lin Bei yawned and walked from the back of Blast Waz into the passage made by Dr. Henzo. This adventure ends here. Several little ghosts are very excited. They can finally leave this ghost place. Although things are different after going out, they can go out after all. Usopp and the little ghosts can always play together, chattering about what to eat and what to play after going out. Witten, who hadn't noticed being blown away by Blast Waz, slowly climbed up with a sinister look on his face. It has to be said that the people in the pirate world are really tough. A normal person would be shattered by this cannon. But Witten's mecha was shattered, but he was fine. Witten has realized the huge difference between him and Lin Bei's pirates. Today's young pirates are all monsters. The treasure-grabbing plan that has been planned for a full 50 years has been shattered. 50 years. The moment the obsession of 50 years was shattered is enough to drive people crazy. With red eyes, Witten looked at the passage, and then at the kerosene can on the mecha. Finally, he made a crazy decision. What I can't get, you can't get. Let's all stay in this damn place. Witten used the last bit of strength in his aging body to quickly ignite the kerosene and threw it to the middle of the passage. The next second, there was a bang, and the whole passage was in chaos. The passage was blown off in the middle. Lin Bei and others quickly evacuated from the passage. However, Witten failed to escape. He died in the explosion of kerosene with his obsession. Seeing the opportunity to escape from the rainbow mist disappearing before his eyes, Lin Bei clenched his fists. I'm afraid, you damn old lunatic. No one expected that at the moment when such a simple copy was about to end, Witten went crazy and sealed everyone in the rainbow mist with his own life. You know, he brought his son and grandson in, and at this time he was sitting in a wheelchair on the boat in a daze. That expression seemed to say, Dad/Grandpa, we haven't gone out yet. Turning around, he was met with the angry glare of Lin Bei and the pumpkin pirates. Lin Bei's forehead veins popped up, and he waved his hand. Fuck his son and grandson. Lin Bei personally went down, took Usopp and a group of little ghosts, and beat up the father and son. The father and son shouted to the soldiers. Save us! Didn't I give you money on weekdays? Be brave and fight the criminals. The soldiers all looked up at the sky. They didn't want to offend such a terrifying enemy like Lin Bei at this time. So, the father and son changed from asking for help to begging for mercy. Don't fight, it was my father who blew it up, not me. What does my grandfather's bomb have to do with me, you little beast? Don't trap me. Ayo. After venting, the father and son collapsed in wheelchairs, covered with wounds. Lin Bei stood beside the two men, asked a soldier for a box of cigarettes, and lit it up for himself. In fact, he doesn't smoke on weekdays, and even hates the smell of cigarettes. But this time, he felt that only taking a few puffs could relieve his inner irritability. Now things have returned to the starting point again, and there is no way out. Lin Bei, if we stay here for a year or two, Sanji, Zoro, Nami, and Chopper outside will be in their 60s or 70s. Luffy said worriedly. Not only that, the Pirate King may have changed several times. This sentence gave Luffy a great stimulus. No. We must get out as soon as possible. The Pirate King can only be mine. Lin Bei glanced at him. Didn't he know that this sentence was ambiguous? Forget it, I'm too lazy to remind you. The most important thing now is to find a way out. Usopp, since they can put the pipe in, can we put the pipe out again? Lin Bei proposed an idea. Usopp's eyes lit up. It's feasible. Dr. Henzo, the man who built the passage, shook his head. It's impossible. Not to mention the lack of materials, just the time it takes to make it. We made it here for 1 day, and 7 days passed outside. It would take at least a year for us to make such a long passage. Don't forget, it took a full 50 years to build the original passage. By the time we finished building it, 50 years had passed outside. If you still want to continue sailing, are you willing to take a few old men and women in their 60s and 70s with you? As he said this, Dr. Henzo looked at the pumpkin pirates, who were still children, with a very resentful look. This guy has experienced it himself and has a lot to say. Everyone fell silent again, and a group of soldiers brought by Witten gritted their teeth and clenched their fists. I don't want to see my family's graves when I go out. I don't want to see my daughter older than me. I miss my Xiaohong. The soldiers became more and more angry, surrounded Witten's son and grandson, and beat them again. Just then, Rabani, the little devil, suddenly widened his eyes and pointed to the sky in the distance and shouted. Look! Everyone looked in the direction of his finger and their eyes widened. You can't see the sky in the rainbow fog, everything is foggy and green. However, the sky in the distance, there is real sunlight shining in. Dr. Henzo was very excited. This must be the light from the outside world. I know. It was the explosion that Witten just made that seriously interfered with the rainbow fog. We have a chance to get out. Just walk towards the light. Lin Bei breathed a sigh of relief, and he said that he should believe in the luck of the child of destiny. Blotz, go in that direction. Blotz immediately carried the Straw Hat Pirates and the Pumpkin Pirates towards the sunlight, and behind them, the soldiers were equally excited. Lin Bei glanced at them and did not reject their self-survival. He was just upset to see the two bastards in wheelchairs. After they got out, he must beat the two bastards again, otherwise he would not be satisfied. Buzz! Blotz led everyone out of the fog. The sunlight was dazzling, and everyone closed their eyes, but their faces were full of smiles. Because the sunlight means that they are out. After Luffy opened his eyes, he opened his arms and laughed. Pirate King, still mine. After opening his eyes, Lin Bei felt better. He was about to tell Luffy that this sentence was ambiguous and asked him not to shout like that in the future. But when he opened his eyes, the smile on Lin Bei's face disappeared. Luffy, you seem to be too happy too early. This place doesn't seem to be Lolyuga Island. Chapter 138, Traveling Through Time. What? Luffy stared and scanned the front. Even with his wise mind, he found that this place was definitely not the same place as the Lolyuga Island where they stayed before. But here comes the interesting part. The little ghosts of the pumpkin pirates shouted happily. We're back. We're back to Lolygia Island. Usopp retorted, how could this be Lolygia Island? There's not even a regular port here, and there are too few houses on this island. It doesn't look like a city at all, but more like a village. Moreover, it seems to have just experienced war. Labani frowned, what are you talking about? Lolygia Island is just a village, where is the city? As for the war, it was the work of that bastard Witten. I don't know how our parents are doing now. Lin Bei suddenly had an ominous premonition. Dr. Henzo beside him widened his eyes and trembled all over. As a Lolygia person who has spanned 50 years and seen Lolygia before and after 50 years, he can be sure that this is indeed Lolygia Island. But, it is Lolygia Island 50 years ago. We are back in the past. The joy on everyone's face disappeared instantly. What do you mean, Dr. Henzo? A soldier asked nervously. Dr. Henzo explained tremblingly, the rainbow fog is a magical place that can control time. The explosion caused by Witten disturbed the rainbow fog, so it caused time turbulence. We saw the outside world, but it was the outside world 50 years ago. When we came out from the place just now, we came to Lolygia Island 50 years ago. We took the wrong passage. Everyone was silent. Everyone could not accept this result at all. They came out with great difficulty just to see their relatives and friends. But now they are told that their relatives and friends are still in their infancy, and may not even be born yet. Everyone can't accept it. Lin Bei can't accept it either. What should we do now, Henzo? Should we go back to the Rainbow Mist now? Henzo nodded. If we want to go back, there is only one way. But there is a problem now. We can't be sure what time it is now. After all, I have only seen the Rainbow Mist twice in the past 50 years. Once, it was the invasion of Lolygia by the Witten pirates. Once, it was your arrival. As of now, Lolygia Island has been destroyed, so the Witten pirates have been here, and we have entered the Rainbow Mist when we were young. So? Lin Bei said solemnly. So, we have to wait until 50 years later, is that what you mean? Dr. Henzo nodded very solemnly, but then said. Not necessarily, the rainbow fog must not have appeared only twice. Looking at the rainbow fog full of shipwrecks, it must have appeared everywhere. We just need to find it and enter it, and it is possible to go back to 50 years later. It's just that due to various restrictions, I can't go out of the island as far as you can. If it were you, you would definitely find the rainbow fog in the shortest time. After saying that, Dr. Henzo seemed to have thought of something and became hesitant. Seeing this, Robin immediately understood what Dr. Henzo wanted to say and asked directly. After we enter the rainbow fog, can we definitely go back to 50 years later? This is a particularly critical question. Dr. Henzo couldn't answer either. No one can control time. Even if we go in, we may not be able to go back to 50 years later directly. Everyone's heart was originally relieved, but Henzo's words made them pick it up again. If they can't go back, then why do they go and just live outside? But at this moment, Lin Bei suddenly said, it is true that entering the rainbow fog may not be able to accurately return to 50 years later. But as long as you can enter the rainbow fog, as long as you spend 1 year inside, another 50 years will have passed outside. As long as we agree with the residents of Lolagia Island to build a passage again, and put the passage into the rainbow fog 50 years later, we can return to normal life again. And for us, it's just 1 year, we can try it. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard it. Yes. 1 year is completely acceptable to them. Luffy actually thinks that 1 year is too long, but thinking that if he doesn't stay in it for a year, he will have to wait another 50 years, so he decisively chooses 1 year. Of course, he can also ignore his partners in 50 years and directly take the current Linbei, Robin, and Usopp to the throne of the Pirate King. In this way, maybe he can become the Pirate King before Roger. You have to know that at this time, that is, 50 years ago, even Kizaru was only 6 years old. The Rumba pirates will also be destroyed in 3 years. There is a lot of potential. Unfortunately, Luffy would never choose this, he would never give up his partner. Therefore, the goal is to find the rainbow mist after discussing with the people of Lolagia Island, and then go back to 50 years later. Setting a good goal is always better than being aimless and muddle-headed. Linbei commanded the Blast Was to lead everyone to Lolagia Island first. He planned to settle down here now, make a good plan, and then go out to sea to find the rainbow mist. When this large group of people landed on the shore, the little ghosts of the pumpkin pirates immediately ran to the ruins to look for their parents. They disappeared after entering the rainbow mist, so there would not be 2 groups of children appearing at the same time. But Dr. Henzo and the young Henzo would bump into each other. Moreover, not only these 2 people bumped into each other, Linbei also saw the young on this island. Witten at that time. This is really like an enemy meeting, and they are extremely jealous. At this time, Witten was starting his career as mayor. He planned to whitewash himself. At this time, he was commanding his pirate minions to start rebuilding the island. Innocent villagers were forced to work for him. At this time, Linbei, with a gloomy face, brought Luffy, Usopp, Robin, and a large group of soldiers who could not go back, and surrounded the Witten pirates who were whitewashing themselves. Witten frowned. At this time, he was still young and strong, and at the peak of his strength. Who are you? Witten was ready to negotiate first. Since ancient times, albinism has been 3 points weaker. He has begun to learn to talk to people before taking action. Unfortunately, Linbei was too lazy to talk to him. Fuck this bastard! A group of soldiers rushed towards Witten with a roar. Witten snorted while holding his axe. Think a bunch of bastards can. Poof! Linbei wrapped himself in armament haki, and kicked the bastard in the face with anger. I'll make you beep. I'll make you blow up the passage. I'll make you look for the rainbow fog. I'll make you not wear a hat. Ciao. Chapter 139 Going Out to Sea, Looking for the Rainbow Fog. Linbei kicked Witten in the face to death. After dealing with the pirate minions, a group of soldiers also kicked Witten fiercely to vent their dissatisfaction. Even Witten's son and grandson in the wheelchair stood up tremblingly, walked slowly to Witten, and kicked him twice. This scene, the father is very kind and the son is very filial. In the end, Witten died from the circle kick. Dr. Henzo frowned and found Linbei. I just thought of one thing. If Witten died, it would definitely affect the future. In this way, we will change history. Linbei didn't take it to heart, because he found that Witten's son and grandson did not disappear, and even these soldiers did not disappear. This means that although they traveled back to 50 years ago from the future, those who traveled back would not be affected by time. As for changing the future, isn't that just right? With Witten dead, he could replace him with a more obedient person to build the passage, so that this backhand could take effect 50 years after they entered the rainbow fog. Linbei chose the target of Dr. Henzo in his childhood. He asked the old Henzo to give all the scientific research results to the young Henzo, and used the acting skills of the emperor's uncle to control the young Henzo, and obtained a 50-year loyalty period. During these 50 years, the young Henzo will continue the life trajectory of the old Henzo, continue to study the rainbow fog, and build the passage. Of course, this time he doesn't need to collect taxes to build it. Lin Bei left jewels worth 100 million. In order to protect Henzo, Lin Bei found Rabani again. He could see that although this kid was stubborn, he was indeed a potential and a piece of material. He gave the order to protect Henzo and this Lolagia island to Rabani. Lin Bei's original words were, "Keep getting stronger and use all means to protect this island and Henzo." Rabani, who was controlled by the acting skills of the emperor's uncle, will faithfully implement Lin Bei's orders in the next 50 years. What Lin Bei didn't expect was that after he and Luffy left Lolagia Island to find the rainbow fog, in order to implement Lin Bei's orders and protect this island and Henzo, Labani took all the little devils of the pumpkin pirates and joined the navy together. When Lin Bei was about to go out to sea again, the blast was had returned to his original place because the summoning time had expired. Without such a high-quality means of transportation, Lin Bei, Luffy, Usopp, and Robin could only find a medium-sized sailboat on Lolagia Island and go out to sea with Dr. Henzo. Dr. Henzo must be taken away. In the past 50 years, he made a machine to find rainbow fog. As long as there is rainbow fog nearby, it can issue an early warning. However, the range of perception is very small. But even if the range is small, it is easier than Lin Bei blindly looking for it on the sea. Moreover, since we have this machine, can't we continue to develop it and expand the detection range? This is too difficult. Every step in science requires time and luck. Maybe it will be another 50 years before I can think of how to improve the machine. Dr. Henzo sighed and shook his head. It's not that Lin Bei's request is impossible to do, but they are too demanding in terms of time. But Lin Bei put his arm around Dr. Henzo's shoulders and said with a smile, "About this, maybe I can help you solve it. By the way, how many times smarter do you think you have to be to solve the problem of the detector?" Dr. Henzo blinked. "Do you know what you are talking about? People have their limits. No matter how amazing you are, you can't make me smarter." Lin Bei almost said that he might as well stop being a human being. "This is not something you need to worry about. Just tell me how many times smarter you think you are to be able to figure it out. If I can be 5 times smarter, no, 6 times smarter, a genius like me can definitely figure out a machine that can expand the detection range. Even I can study the rainbow mist thoroughly. Find the way back. But, this is simply impossible." "Who said it's impossible?" "Dr. Henzo." He looked up and found that not only Lin Bei looked relieved, but even Usopp and Luffy were relaxed. Usopp patted his chest. "Yeah, how could I forget Lin Bei's trick? As long as I use that trick, Dr. Henzo will definitely be able to think of a solution." "Dr. Henzo, so, what is it? You guys tell me." "Riddler, get out of One Piece." Lin Bei patted Dr. Henzo. "Don't think too much, just follow me, I will make you smarter." "Robin, do you know any islands with high mountains nearby?" Robin didn't know about the Drum Kingdom, so she was just as confused as Dr. Henzo. But Lin Bei wouldn't do useless things, she just did what he told her to do. As the person who read the most, although Robin was not as good as Nami in sailing, she was also able to sail alone in the first half of the Grand Line. Soon, she found an island with high mountains in her memory through the recording pointer. It only takes 2 days to get there from here. After calibrating the route, everyone was on the road again. If nothing unexpected happens, 2 days will pass, 1 day will give Henzo an epiphany, and on the 4th day, he will find traces of the rainbow fog, and on the 5th day, he may be able to go back. With hope, Lin Bei's heart, which was tightly tied, was put down. After being nervous for this period of time, he was finally able to lean on the side of the ship and close his eyes to have a good rest. Luffy and Usopp also returned to their carefree appearance. On the deck, Luffy said that although this was not the Mary, they were pirates. How could there be no pirate flag on the ship? So he began to draw the pirate flag of the Straw Hat Pirates with Usopp, and after drawing it, he hung it up. Lin Bei looked up at the flag and his heart moved slightly. By the way, if something happened on this road and became famous, wouldn't the Straw Hat Pirates have been rewarded 50 years ago? When they return 50 years later, what kind of shocked face will the Navy have when they find the bounty order 50 years ago? It's interesting to think about it. Navy. I saw the Navy's warships. Several ships. Lin Bei sat up from the deck suddenly. I'm surprised. It can't be such a coincidence, he just thought about it, and things can come true. By the way, were there any powerful figures in the Navy 50 years ago? Wait. By the way, how old were the Navy of Garp's generation 50 years ago? Chapter 140 Garp and Sengoku 50 years ago. Because they have experienced several battles with the Navy in a row, and the Straw Hat Pirates have won all the battles without losing, Usopp has developed a habit of not being afraid of seeing Navy warships. He just subconsciously told the people on the ship, and then he began to lie down skillfully. But after lying down, he suddenly realized something. Oh my god, Sanji and Zoro are not here. The three most powerful fighters in the Straw Hat Pirates are missing too. Only Luffy, him, Lin Bei and Robin are left. Where does Robin and him get their fighting power? He didn't drive a ship when he traveled here, and he didn't even have a cannon in his hand. Hey, Lin Bei, Luffy, you two can handle it, right? Luffy smiled heartlessly. I think so. Lin Bei seemed much more serious. The old admirals in the future are all young and strong now. The key is that these young and strong old admirals are basically all good at physical skills. They are not like Smoker, that useless guy who only plays with fruit abilities. They are all proficient in physical skills and swordsmanship, and they are all ruthless. So he dared not guarantee it, and could only say not sure, let's see who comes. Hearing Lin Bei say this, Usopp felt unsure. Lien said to Luffy, why don't we take down the pirate flag, so that we won't be targeted by the Navy? Luffy was very unhappy. You can't take down my pirate flag. This is faith. Usopp gave a thumbs up. You are great, you are noble, if you can't beat us later, you will be locked up in the underwater prison. Luffy picked his nose. So what, it's a good time to go and play with Xiao Feng. Usopp shouted. Xiao Feng may not be born now. Luffy. You wake up. Unfortunately, no matter how much Usopp shouted, it was useless. Luffy couldn't change what he had decided. The pirate flag can't be taken down. At this time, on a Navy ship not far away, a handsome guy who was also picking his nose and looked like Luffy was standing on the deck to relax. Report. Colonel Garp, an unknown pirate ship has been found. Do you want to chase it? The handsome young man who was picking his nose put down his hand and showed a standard smile of the monkey family. Of course we have to chase it. Let me compete with that guy Sengoku to see who can catch up with them first. Yes, this man is the future naval hero, Iron Fist Garp. But because it was too early, Garp was only 26 years old at this time. He has only joined the Navy for a few years and his strength has not reached the peak. But he is indeed a monster. With his current strength, he is enough to deal with most of the pirates in the first half of the Grand Line. On another warship, it was Sengoku with a ball-shaped black hair. Equally young, equally handsome, and also a colonel. The two of them were conducting daily sea patrols, and their mission was to randomly select a lucky pirate group and arrest them. After hearing what Garp said, the young and energetic Sengoku immediately agreed. At this time, he was not the heart man who liked to play tactics later. They haven't even earned the title of wise generals yet. The two of them are just newcomers. Under their orders, the warships rushed towards Lin Bei's ship. What made Garp and Sengoku feel interesting was that the pirate ship not only did not run away, but also sailed towards them. Interesting. Have they always been so brave? Garp shouted as he approached Lin Bei's ship. Sengoku narrowed his eyes and said, "There are only a few people on the ship, and there is even an old man. Could it be that they are victims of a pirate group that stole the pirate's ship escaped? If this is a pirate, it's too embarrassing. Let me ask." Sengoku shouted to the ship. "Are you pirates?" Luffy, a fool, stood on the bow and said without hesitation, "I am the man who will become the Pirate King." Swish! 2 eyes focused on Luffy. Garp laughed loudly. For some reason, he felt very kind when he looked at this man who said he wanted to become the Pirate King. He wanted to knock his head when he looked at him. "Kid, you are too young to learn to be a pirate." The 2 warships stopped after sandwiching Lin Bei's ship in the middle. At this time, except for Luffy who was still arguing with Garp foolishly that he was already 18 years old, everyone else was silent, including Sengoku on another warship. Everyone looked back and forth at Luffy and Garp's faces. Finally, Sengoku spoke up. "Hey, Garp, this guy can't be your brother or sister. You two look too much alike." Garp and Luffy made the same silly face after hearing this. "Hey, is that SO2? Sengoku pointed at the 2 people and shouted. "You even behave exactly the same." Usopp whispered beside Lin Bei at this time. 50 years ago, this couldn't be Luffy's grandfather or something, they look too much alike. Is there any doubt about it? He is it. Lin Bei's mouth has been twitching since just now. His luck is really too good. Garp scratched his head and asked Luffy's name. "What's your name?" Luffy said his name very naively before he realized who the handsome young man in front of him was. "My name is Monkey D. Luffy. What about you?" "Monkey D. Garp." Zhanguo immediately slapped the side of the boat. "That's right. He is definitely your brother." Luffy looked at Garp with wide eyes. "Grandpa!" Bang! Zhanguo lost his balance and fell on the deck. He got up and wiped the sweat from his forehead. What a strange generation! Beside Lin Bei, Robin trembled slightly. Usopp was sharpied and asked in a low voice what happened. Robin then told Usopp about the battle record of Luffy's grandfather. Usopp's legs went weak and he couldn't even stand. Chasing after the previous Pirate King, what a fierce battle record! "Everyone, I have a disease that will kill me if I stand on the deck. I'll go into the cabin first." Usopp crawled into the cabin. He accepted his fate. He could not defeat such a tough guy like Luffy's grandfather even if he tried his best. Lin Bei did not care about Usopp. He was just thinking, how strong is Garp at the age of 26? The older generation are indeed monsters. Some are monsters who work hard, and some are monsters who are born. And Garp is a combination of the two. This battle is definitely unavoidable. Even if he knows that Luffy's last name is Monkey like him, Garp will not let him go. On the contrary, he will do his best to catch Luffy and prevent this relative who came from nowhere from becoming a pirate. By the way, Lin Bei will definitely not be able to escape. Lin Bei doesn't want to be caught yet, he still wants to go back to 50 years later. If I remember correctly, Garp chased Roger and participated in the Battle of God Valley when he was in his 30s and close to 40. It was still more than 10 years away from the current 26-year-old Garp. Therefore, we can only bet that the 26-year-old Garp is still in his rising period and will not be particularly strong. Chapter 141 The Battle of Two Gorillas. Although I don't know which relative of mine you are, I will never allow you to become a pirate. Garp bumped his fists together and shouted at Luffy. Luffy, like before when he was with his grandfather, shouted that he couldn't go to the navy with Garp, and his dream was to become the Pirate King. After a disagreement, Garp stopped talking nonsense and planned to use his loving iron fist to educate this relative who came out of nowhere. Garp, 26 years old, is in the rising stage of strength and has not yet reached the peak. But he has learned the two-color domineering and used it very skillfully. When a pair of iron fists came, Luffy subconsciously didn't dare to take it. It's because the oppression that his grandfather gave him before was too strong. When he was a child, Garp planted a thought in his life that he couldn't do it and couldn't beat him. So Luffy kept running away subconsciously. Until Lin Bei shouted, "Luffy, he is not the grandfather you remember now, not that strong. Try to fight back. Maybe you can avenge the revenge of being chased and beaten by him when you were a child." Luffy's eyes slowly turned from confusion to excitement. That's right. Grandpa is only 26 years old now, he may not be defeated. Luffy stopped running around being chased by Garp, turned around, and his fists were also attached with armed color domineering. Garp laughed at this. He heard what Lin Bei said, but he was stubborn and just wanted to fight with Luffy, and didn't think much about what Lin Bei said. The grandfather and grandson, in the next second, punched each other. As expected, Luffy was completely defeated. Being Garp punched him and sent him flying to the stern. There is nothing to describe about the whole process because it was so simple and brutal. Lin Bei frowned. Sure enough, Mr. Garp was the real son of destiny. At the age of 26, he had a terrifying power that exceeded that of a monster. Even Luffy, who had been strengthened by him, could not defeat him. And because of his armed color, he could also hurt Luffy. If Luffy had not been strengthened by him, he would not be a match for Garp and could have run away directly. Luffy flew from the stern. He got up, and his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. The fear that was subconsciously in his body had completely disappeared. He looked embarrassed just now, but he was sure that his grandfather's power was not as terrible as when he was a child, and he could completely bear it. In fact, if he exploded, it was really possible to avenge his childhood. Luffy's originally honest and simple expression gradually began to change. As the saying goes, people who are close to ink will be black. While Luffy is influencing Lin Bei, he will also be slightly influenced by Lin Bei. Lin Bei, throw something for me to eat. Lin Bei understood that Luffy was going to become huge. Yes, only when he became huge can he match Garp in strength, or even surpass him. Lin Bei hurriedly threw out the cubes in his backpack. Each of these cubes was a whole creature made by Sanji, a total of 10. Luffy used the characteristics of the rubber fruit, opened his mouth wide, and swallowed these 10 creatures in one gulp. Garp on the opposite side was still wondering what was going on with eating in the battle. But in the next second, Luffy became bigger, and his size was comparable to that of a normal giant. Garp's eyes lit up. SHHH! Sengoku roared loudly. Is it time to praise the opponent now? The opponent is obviously a devil fruit ability user. We must deal with him as soon as possible and not let him run away. Otherwise, if we let them go to sea, they will definitely become big pirates. Garp then moved, stepping on the combination of moon step and shaving, and instantly came to the face of the enlarged Luffy. The terrifying iron fist smashed Luffy's cheek with a sound of breaking air and black thunder. But this punch missed. Luffy bounced up like jelly, just like Zack, the poop man in League of Legends. At the moment when Garp's punch came, he first pressed down to turn himself into a lump, and then with the help of the elastic force of squeezing, he bounced up suddenly, giving Garp, who had missed a punch, a meat, egg, green onion, and chicken. Garp, Duan, was bounced out. He stepped several times in the air before stopping, but he was even happier looking at Luffy. This ability is fun. Luffy also laughed. Is that right? I just developed it, too. Looking at these two idiots who behaved in the same way, Zhangguo and Lin Bei both covered their faces. I really want to say that I don't know them. The grandfather and grandson appreciated each other quickly, and soon they returned to the fighting state. After growing bigger, Luffy's strength can completely match that of the current Garp, and even with the elasticity of the rubber fruit, his strength completely surpasses that of Garp at this stage. Luffy and Garp are two completely reckless men. The two fought with each other, as if whoever dodged would be a low-level pirate/navy. From Lin Bei's point of view, it was like two gorillas fighting each other. But I have to say that your grandfather is your grandfather after all. At the age of 26, Luffy can only tie with Garp even if he grows bigger and stronger. Garp's fighting skills and strength are far from Luffy's. But this still makes the young Sengoku very worried. He and Garp have been patrolling for so long in the first half of the Grand Line, and he has never seen an opponent who can fight with Garp for so long. And from the scene, Luffy does have a feeling of suppressing Garp after he becomes bigger. Sengoku is different from Garp, a single-celled organism. Garp pursues the joy of fighting. Sengoku wants to solve the pirates. No matter what means are used, these pirates must not be let go. So he ordered his soldiers to prepare to fire at Luffy. But, just when a soldier set up the cannon and was about to aim, there was a bang, and the soldier fell to the ground and lost his head. Sengoku frowned and looked at the direction where the bullet came from, and was surprised. It turned out to be the coward who hid in the cabin when the war started. He thought it was not a threat, but he didn't expect the opponent's weapon to be so powerful and so accurate. JJ.BR. Usopp's legs were shaking, but his upper body was very stable. Holding the rifle he carried with him, he shouted to the Navy soldiers with a trembling voice. "Who dares to attack my captain?" Lin Bei's mouth corners slightly raised. Although he was so scared that his legs were shaking, he still stood up. "You are worthy of it, the Sniper King. You are really handsome at this moment." Zhang Guo's expression was serious. "Sniper, then let me deal with you." Zhang Guo threw his coat, stepped on the combination of moon step and shave, and swung his golden fist to hit Usopp quickly. And at this moment, a fist wrapped in black domineering, also at a fast speed, and hit Zhang Guo's forearm at a tricky angle. Hiss! Zhang Guo took a few steps back, covered his right forearm, which was already unable to move, with his left hand, and looked at Lin Bei in shock. Not a martial arts ethics, actually attacked his nerves. Chapter 142 Zhang Guo, I feel like there are traitors all around me. How can you be the only one showing off, Usopp? I also want to try the feeling of beating up the future Admiral of the Navy. After Lin Bei finished speaking, Usopp's legs softened again. What did you say? Is this the future Admiral of the Navy? Hey Lin Bei, why don't we retreat? If he holds a grudge against us, we will be targeted when we return. He is the Admiral of the Navy, we are doomed. Zhang Guo frowned and covered his right arm. The numbness had mostly dissipated. Since just now, he has been paying close attention to what these people say. First, the man who looks like he has the same mother as Garp, called Garp is his grandfather. Then the man who beat him up said that he is the future Admiral of the Navy. What is going on? Don't you understand the current situation, Usopp? From the moment you two stupid guys hung the pirate flag, this battle has been inevitable. Moreover, the opportunity to beat the future Admiral of the Navy is not always available. When he wants to attack Sengoku in the future, he can only do so during the war. Who are you? Sengoku stared at Lin Bei seriously. If you can beat me, I'll tell you. Okay. Sengoku is still young and full of energy. Although he is smart, if he can be given time, he can plan ahead. But now it is an encounter battle, and fighting is the only solution. After dealing with these pirates, he will naturally understand what happened. Buddha Fist. Sengoku is in the form of the human fruit, the mythical beast, and the great Buddha. At this time, Sengoku's whole body is glowing with golden light. Although he has not completely turned into a great Buddha, he can still use the additional abilities of this fruit. Shockwave. As long as he uses the great Buddha fruit, he can add the special effect of shockwave to every attack. If he takes this move hidden, Lin Bei may not be able to take it, because his weakest point is his physique. But so far, he has a lot of superpowers, so he has many ways to take this move of Zhang Guo. Lin Bei looked at Zhang Guo who was rushing over, made a good prediction, and controlled a drop of rain to fall from the sky, which just happened to fall on Zhang Guo's head. Zhang Guo couldn't even feel this rain, and his eyes were still full of Lin Bei. But at the moment when his fist with golden light was about to hit Lin Bei's face, Garp suddenly flew backwards and hit him very accurately. Garp, who was covered with armed colors, was like a human-shaped black iron cannonball, hitting Zhang Guo's waist, and pushed Zhang Guo out in the form of. Zhang Guo's eyeballs almost flew out. It can be seen that Garp's flying power is great. Together, the two of them smashed a navy ship in the middle. Warring States, who climbed up from the ruins, yelled at Garp angrily. "Are you aiming at me, you bastard?" Garp shook his head and shook off the sawdust on his head. "Accident." Warring States stood up with a dark face and said nothing. Although he was very unhappy with this pig teammate, Garp certainly didn't do it on purpose, it should be an accident. With a powerful enemy at hand, the pirates can't be allowed to see them fighting among themselves. Garp stepped on the ship and crushed it under his feet, and blasted towards Luffy like a black cannonball. Warring States looked at the sinking warship with heartache, and put his eyes back on Lin Bei. He will make this pirate pay the price. Warring States rushed towards Lin Bei again, and he would definitely kill Lin Bei this time. But, another drop of rain fell from the sky, hitting Warring States' hair impartially. Then a Navy soldier accidentally lit the cannon because of nervousness. With a bang, the Navy soldier who fired the cannon was shot down by Usopp, but the cannonball hit Sengoku squarely. This made Sengoku stagger. Although it didn't hurt him much, it was a bit weird. He was using shaved shavings at high speed. How did the Navy soldier predict his position? Did he use observation haki? Sengoku didn't understand. "You have the ability of observation haki, why don't you fire at that long-nosed sniper? Why are you firing at me?" Sengoku frowned and could only regard this as an accident, but he already felt something was wrong. He continued to run towards Lin Bei vigilantly, this time with his observation haki fully activated to prevent any good teammates from backstabbing him. Finally at this time, he found a drop of rain falling on his head with his observation haki fully activated. Observation haki saw it clearly, but Sengoku didn't care about the drop of rain. He just had a thought in his mind that it might rain and the battle might be more difficult, so he refocused his attention on Lin Bei. But in the next second, Luffy flew over. The giant's huge body, with the kinetic energy of Garp's backward flight, directly sent Warring States flying again. Because Luffy's body was too big, Warring States had no choice but to open the Buddha form and transform into a giant, which blasted Luffy with a shock wave. After Luffy was smashed, he didn't even look at him, and ran to his grandfather to fulfill his filial piety. Warring States stood on the boat, but had a glimmer of enlightenment. Once was an accident, twice was an accident, but the third time, it would never be an accident. He already had an idea, but he still needed to experiment. This time, he was in the Buddha form, so he didn't need to run, and a palm of Buddha's shock wave hit Lin Bei. Sure enough, another drop of rain hit him. The next second, a sea king that matched his Buddha form suddenly appeared in the sea and hit him. Zhang Guo smashed the head of the sea king with a palm shock wave, then pointed at Lin Bei and roared. "It's you who did it. Every time an accident happens, a drop of rain falls on me. This is your ability." Lin Bei raised his eyebrows. "As expected of Zhang Guo, you found it so quickly. But, what can you do if you find it? You have become so big, can you still use the shaving? Can you still hide?" Zhang Guo's heart sank. Indeed, his power was raised to the extreme in the form of the Buddha. But in this state, even if he sensed the drop of rain with his vision, he could not hide. Continuous accidents always interrupted his attention to Lin Bei. Attack. Zhang Guo thought that Lin Bei might only have this ability, and his own strength might not be strong. If he attacks in a normal state, avoids the raindrops in time, and solves him as quickly as possible, he should be able to do it. With a hum, Zhang Guo returned to normal. He rushed towards Lin Bei again, and sure enough, he sensed the raindrops this time and quickly dodged them with a shave. The ability is useless, what else do you have? Lin Bei raised the corner of his mouth and stretched out an index finger towards Zhang Guo. If he was in the form of a big Buddha, he would indeed have no chance to fight, but in the human form, as long as he was not hit by the shock wave, he would have a chance to play. And if he wanted to avoid being hit by the opponent, he would have to hit the opponent alone, and he had just figured out a good way. Or, a routine. Chapter 143 One Yang Finger is indeed the strongest unique skill. Come here. Zhang Guo, who originally had both wisdom and reason, lost his mind in an instant. Like a beast, he rushed towards Lin Bei and waved his fist. And Lin Bei, with a shave, disappeared on the spot. Remove the ability. In the gap when Zhang Guo regained his sanity, Lin Bei suddenly appeared behind Zhang Guo and punched the acupuncture point on Zhang Guo's waist. After Lin Bei's test, it can be confirmed that this acupuncture point has the function of stiffness. However, depending on the strength of the opponent's physique, the stiffness time is also different. And Zhang Guo, worthy of being a general. Although the gap time for sanity to recover is very short, probably only a few tenths of a second. But after realizing Lin Bei's intention, he still activated the iron block instantly. Unfortunately, the ability of the iron block has a curse that must break defense. Lin Bei's fist with armed color penetrated the iron block and hammered on Zhang Guo's acupuncture point, causing a full 2 seconds of stiffness. And in these 2 seconds, Lin Bei locked more than a dozen acupuncture points on Zhang Guo with his white eyes. He hammered all the acupuncture points that had been tested and those that had not been tested, and then quickly pulled away. In simple terms, this set is stun and strong control and skill damage and set negative state, and then move to avoid the enemy's counterattack in advance. However, after the stiffness ended, Zhang Guo did not counterattack immediately, but quickly widened the distance between him and Lin Bei. There was no other reason, the negative state set by Lin Bei took effect. Zhang Guo was crying and laughing, and his whole body was itchy. What kind of ability is this? Ha ha ha, woo. Zhang Guo couldn't help laughing and crying, only the tingling feeling on his body, he could resist not scratching with his hands. Usopp looked at Zhang Guo's appearance and opened his mouth. This scene seemed very familiar. It was like when Lin Bei used them for experiments. At that time, Sanji cried all day, but Lin Bei said there was no way to remove it. It turned out that this ability can also be used on the enemy. This is too disgusting. Zhang Guo roared. If you have the ability, we of you and me, haha, real swords and guns, we of you woo. Zhang Guo gave up and stopped talking. His words were not even a complete sentence. However, whether crying or laughing, it did not affect him to fight. Only the tingling feeling had a slight impact, but he could bear it. Zhang Guo felt that Lin Bei was the most bizarre enemy he had ever encountered. Lin Bei's physical damage was not high for a physical master like him. This guy was purely playing mental attacks. Zhang Guo thought that his mentality had never collapsed since his debut. But facing Lin Bei, this guy was too disgusting. Zhang Guo cried and laughed and ran towards Lin Bei again, trying to hit Lin Bei. He was already a little bit crazy. His mentality affected his rationality. After all, he was not the old hand behind, but too young. What about Lin Bei? He used this routine again. Because he had used it once before, he had a more accurate grasp of the gap and stiffness time for Zhang Guo to recover his rationality. This time, he did not play fancy tricks, and attacked Zhang Guo's vital points with every move. The damage caused this time made Zhang Guo unforgettable for life, and even crying was 3 points of true feelings. The whole person was sweating all over. Despicable pirate, actually attacking someone's bull. Zhang Guo is a monster after all. Lin Bei felt that he had used enough strength, but still failed to make Zhang Guo fall. Moreover, the pain seemed to calm Zhang Guo down a lot. He realized that he couldn't continue like this, otherwise he would only fall into the routine of that despicable pirate. Zhang Guo suddenly thought of why Lin Bei just told him not to use the Buddha form. It is very likely that in the Buddha form, Lin Bei's ability that made him feel pain and itchiness and laugh and cry may not be able to be used. In the Buddha form, he can't hit through. Compared with a mere accident, fighting in the Buddha form is definitely more advantageous to him. Even if he uses any ability that makes him lose his mind, he can only remain violent, so that there will be no subconscious pause after regaining his mind, and he will find an opportunity. Zhang Guo's IQ has occupied the high ground again, and with a clap of his hands, the whole person has turned into the Buddha form again. Despicable pirate, I have seen through your plan, die. Buddha's shockwave. Lin Bei looked at the big Buddha's shockwave and sneered. Do you think I am just that? A good player must prepare several sets of moves in a battle to prevent defeat after one set of moves is seen through. Lin Bei took a deep breath and raised his finger again. You, come here. Before losing his mind, Zhang Guo thought. Isn't it still this move? But the next second, Zhang Guo, who lost his mind, jumped into the sea with Lin Bei. If he hadn't lost his mind, Zhang Guo will definitely yell at this old man, jumping into the sea without any mercy. The huge Buddha returned to its normal form the moment it jumped into the sea. It can be seen that Zhang Guo was trying hard to mobilize his body to chase Lin Bei with red eyes. But his body was very weak and it was very difficult to move. In the end, he choked on water and sank to the bottom of the sea. Seeing this, Lin Bei followed Zhang Guo to swim to the bottom of the sea and rescued Zhang Guo, who had fainted from choking on water, onto the boat. He dared to kill the soldiers, but he really didn't dare to kill Zhang Guo, otherwise Garp would definitely explode instantly. He didn't have the ability to stop Garp from exploding. Even if he jumped into the sea, Garp would definitely swim faster than him. Anyway, Zhang Guo had already fainted from choking, and even if he woke up again, he would be choked again, so there was no need to worry too much. He was invincible against the Devil Fruit ability user on the sea. Now help Luffy solve Garp as soon as possible, and they can run away. The solution is also very simple. Now Luffy and Garp are fighting evenly, but if one of them makes a mistake, the battle will be unbalanced instantly. So, come here. Swish. Garp, who was fighting with Luffy, was startled, turned around and rushed towards Lin Bei with red eyes. Lin Bei hurriedly shouted at Luffy. Hurry up! My little body can't withstand a punch from your grandfather. Luffy was a little unhappy. This is a fight between my grandfather and me. And it took a lot of effort to fight evenly with my grandfather. Lin Bei was helpless, the captain's brain was twitching again. Luffy, don't you want to go back? Now is not a good time to spar with your grandfather. We have to go back to 50 years later as soon as possible. Do you want to see Sanji and Zoro in their 60s and 70s? Luffy's mind finally turned around, and yes, the most important thing now is to go back. He quickly caught up with his grandfather, punched him once, twice, 3 times. Is my grandfather so healthy? Luffy shouted in wonder. Lin Bei was already running around with moon steps and shave at this moment. The feeling of being chased by Garp was really desperate. Fuck you. Your monkey family's ancestral physique, don't you know it yourself? Push hard. If you don't push hard, I'll be dead in a while. Luffy could only use a giant rubber rocket launcher on his grandfather, and this time, he finally hit the back of his grandfather's head, causing Garp to faint. Chapter 144. Back to the original time. After Garp fainted, Lin Bei sat on the deck, panting. The pressure that old man Garp gave him was really strong. He always felt that the next punch would hit him, and then he would be killed there with one punch. But, looking at the fainted Garp and Sengoku, Lin Bei felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart. He and Luffy knocked out 2 legendary Navy men. Although it was 50 years ago when both of them were still very weak, Lin Bei and Luffy were still very young. Full of sense of accomplishment. Luffy stared at his grandfather's fainted appearance for a long time, and then his smile could be said to be really gradually perverted. Revenge! Luffy roared to the sky. I really want to tell Ace about this, he will definitely not believe it. Lin Bei stood up. Then let's go, let Dr. Henzo find the way back quickly, let's go back 50 years later. Luffy nodded fiercely, and the two returned to the ship and set sail again, aiming for the nearby Takayama Island. After they left, a Navy soldier came forward and woke up Garp and Sengoku. After the two woke up, they looked at each other. Hey, I thought you could deal with them. Sengoku pouted, and that expression seemed to say that Garp was a useless little trash. Garp was not annoyed, scratching his head and laughing. What an interesting pirate, I actually lost my mind in the end. A trace of fear flashed in Sengoku's eyes. These two people have big problems. Especially the one who looks plain, but has many tricks. If they continue to develop, they will definitely become a scourge on this sea. And Sengoku glanced at Garp. He had a very bold idea. He was not deaf, and could hear the conversation between Lin Bei and his group. What 50 years ago, 50 years later, it was predicted that he could become a Navy Marshal. Although it was absurd, he had a feeling that what they said was true. In other words, the pirate named Luffy might really be Garp's grandson. It's just that I don't know how he came from 50 years later to this time, and then beat him and Garp. Thinking of this, Sengoku was so angry that his teeth itched. If this is true, don't let him meet that pirate later, otherwise, he will definitely avenge today. When Sengoku told Garp about his conjecture, Garp rubbed his chin. If this is true, then I will name my grandson Luffy, and then beat him 3 times a day. Damn boy, if I am really his grandfather, he actually hits my head specifically. Hearing what Garp said, Sengoku curled his lips. What is the guy who can't even beat his grandson looking for now? Sengoku got up and went back to his room, ready to eat something to replenish his energy. The result? Garp. Where are my senbei? Ha ha ha, cats. 2 days later, on a high mountain on an unknown island. Dr. Henzo, with his feet off the ground, looked like he had seen a ghost. Actually, it's true. He stopped talking and began to concentrate on his epiphany. 5 hours later, Henzo opened his eyes again, his eyes full of confidence. After Lin Bei provided him with the Valpo alloy, Henzo created a new detector. This new detector has a very large range. As long as the rainbow fog appears within the range of the detector, it can be accurately located. Also, I have already understood how the rainbow fog works. Using this machine, we enter the rainbow fog and we can find the exact time point to go back. As long as we leave from the correct time point, we will definitely be able to return to the time when we came. Henzo's eyes were shining like never before. At this moment, he has definitely surpassed Vegapunk in this aspect of scientific research. Lin Bei didn't waste words. He was afraid that Garp and Sengoku would chase them after they woke up, so he had to go back quickly. As soon as the machine was turned on, it locked the location of the rainbow fog in 5 minutes. Very close. Maybe we can get there today. Robin was still the navigator, and Lin Bei and his party rushed to the location of the rainbow fog. When he saw the familiar rainbow fog, Dr. Henzo's eyes were wet. After 50 years of research, he can finally put a perfect end to it. And Lin Bei was thinking about more things. If this time it can be confirmed that Dr. Henzo's machine is useful, they will accurately return to the original node. Does that mean that he can use the rainbow fog to travel back to the past? If you encounter an opponent you can't handle, go back to the past, and then be a group of special ones. At this time, the emoji of Marvel War Machine discussing going back to the past to strangle Thanos should appear. In addition, after knowing the exact time point when those strong people obtained the devil fruit, they can go back to that time and snatch their opportunities. There is just one bad thing, time and characters will be messed up by him. And for now, knowing the plot is his biggest help besides superpowers, so it is best not to change it easily. Unless, when it really comes to a time when it cannot be solved. The ship entered the rainbow fog. Dr. Henzo was shaking with excitement, operating the machine tremblingly, and then looking for the right time. JJ.BR. Lin Bei stared at Dr. Henzo and learned every operation he made. Finally, Dr. Henzo stopped the operation and pointed out a direction. Because there was no wind in the rainbow fog, everyone could only row in that direction. When they reached the edge of the rainbow fog, everyone swallowed nervously. Because normally, when they reach the edge here, they will automatically return to the starting point when they came in. Success or failure depends on this shiver. What a thick fog, Luffy sighed. Usopp murmured. We didn't return to the starting point, did we succeed? The sun shone in. The sky also changed from green to clear blue. Dr. Henzo was so excited that he shed tears and solemnly announced. I succeeded. Lin Bei looked and saw Lologia Island in front of him. He could even see the Mary in the port, as well as Sanji, Zoro, Nami and Chopper who were looking forward to it at the port. We are back. Chapter 145, Receiving the Rainbow Mist Detector and heading to the next island. Nami looked Lin Bei up and down. Didn't you just go in? Why do you seem to have been in there for a long time? Zoro quickly paid attention to the part he was good at. Have you fought? Luffy smiled foolishly. I beat up my grandpa. Everyone. Why are you so proud? Wait, your grandpa is also in the rainbow mist. Wait a minute. Who is Luffy's grandpa? Usopp saw that he had something to do, so he told the story of their adventure in the rainbow mist in 3 volumes and 60 chapters like a storyteller. Zoro was so angry that he punched him directly, and Usopp became obedient. Rainbow mist, explosion, traveled 50 years ago, met Luffy's grandpa and the Admiral of the Navy, defeated, made machines, and came back. The story is over. Although there are fewer ups and downs, everyone understands it. Immediately, they excitedly discussed about Luffy's grandfather and the warring states. When talking about Lin Bei and Luffy defeating the Navy hero and Marshal in their youth, Sanji and Nami both expressed disbelief. They said that Usopp must be lying again. But Zoro held the knife and remained silent. At the same time, Lin Bei and Dr. Henzo walked around Lologia Island for a few times. Sure enough, after the changes made 50 years ago, they also changed 50 years later. Lologia Island is no longer the town it used to be, but a large town. After asking several residents, they didn't know. Although they didn't know about taxes, everyone respected Henzo. Henzo had made a lot of contributions to their lives in the past 50 years, such as the power equipment in the town, which was made by Dr. Henzo. In addition, there are a large number of livelihood equipment. If Dr. Henzo had never left the island in his life, he would have become the most famous doctor in the world. When hearing this, Henzo's face was full of smiles, and he liked this change. After visiting the town, Lin Bei pulled Dr. Henzo and asked the question he wanted to ask the most without hesitation. Dr. Henzo, can the machine find time nodes at will now? Henzo immediately understood what Lin Bei meant and hurriedly said. No. Maybe I didn't make it clear before. The reason why we can go back 50 years later is because the explosion caused by Witten disrupted the operating rules of the rainbow fog. So there is a time node leading to 50 years ago and 50 years later. In addition, there will be no other time nodes in the rainbow fog. Lin Bei was very disappointed. Wouldn't this just be a one-way ticket to 50 years ago? But it's okay. If he can go back, it's an extra method. Anyway, he has the 6 treasury immortal thief. 50 years is nothing to him. If a reversal really happens, if he didn't see a devastating disaster, he would go back and kill his childhood rivals. I understand, Doctor, give me the machine. Henzo had no objection to giving the machine to Lin Bei, but kept reminding Lin Bei. Don't change what happened before too much. Lin Bei took the machine. Don't worry about this, Doctor. You just need to remember that you didn't invent this machine, and we came back by accident. Dr. Henzo nodded quickly, but Lin Bei was still worried. Before leaving, he took out the onion and made a bottom-line operation. Soon after, he returned to the port. The companions were ready to sail at any time, except for him. Hey Lin Bei, why are you so slow? Lin Bei smiled. I went to get some souvenirs, let's go. Luffy and the others didn't care about Lin Bei's departure, they only cared about what souvenirs Lin Bei took. Only Robin looked at Dr. Henzo for a while, and then looked at Lin Bei. But in the end, she said nothing, found a recliner, and read a book in peace. This book was the one about the rainbow mist that she hadn't finished reading. When she turned to the last few pages, Robin's eyes froze. The Navy has appeared. Usopp shouted. Robin looked at the approaching Navy warship, and there seemed to be some understanding in her eyes, without any worry, and even her posture did not change. Usopp was completely different from Robin. He was not nervous when he saw the Navy, but he became nervous again at this time. He was a little worried about meeting Garp and Sengoku 50 years later. But just when everyone was on high alert, the Navy warship ignored their pirate ship and docked directly on Lolagia Island. On the warship was a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses, who was the head of the Navy branch that the Straw Hat Pirates met before they came to Lolagia Island. This time Lin Bei saw his face clearly and remembered who this person was. Rabani. Rabani 50 years later. So he became a Navy in order to execute his orders and protect Lolagia Island. He gave up his identity as a pumpkin pirate and became a Navy. Lin Bei instantly recalled that when he first met him, Labani secretly gave him a thumbs up. In this way, everything is right. Robin was also found out by Sanji, who came up to show his courtesy. What's wrong, Miss Robin? Robin shook her head. Nothing, I just understand what's going on. On the last page of this book it was written. Thank you for saving our benefactor. I will faithfully execute your orders, which is also my lifelong pursuit, to protect the safety of this island forever. Labani. The Straw Hat Pirates set sail again. There were no Navy warships in the sea area they passed by this time, and at the same time, they did not encounter any pirate ships. The Straw Hat Pirates sailed for 2 days. That day, Lin Bei and Zoro, who were training on the deck, suddenly frowned. A huge shadow appeared on the deck, accompanied by a lot of sawdust falling. It was like a rain of sawdust. When the two looked up at the sky, their eyes widened. A large pirate ship fell from the sky. And it was extremely fast. Seeing this, Lin Bei had no time to call everyone. So he rushed into the sky alone with the moon step. As soon as the Byakugan opened, he punched a point on the big ship. The next second, the big ship that fell from the sky broke into pieces. Lin Bei then stepped on the moon step and landed on the ship. This was a new experience after the battle with the warring states. After using superpowers to enhance his comprehension, Lin Bei finally created a boxing method that focused on attacking weaknesses. For people, it is to attack the acupuncture points of the human body that the Byakugan can see through, increasing the lethality. For objects, it is also to use the Byakugan to see through the most vulnerable part of the entire object, and after hitting it, it can be broken. It feels a bit like the skills of the Sword Princess in the League. But the Sword Princess uses a sword, and he uses fists and fingers. Chapter 146 arrived at the Sky Island. What's going on? Nami rushed out of the cabin. Lin Bei looked at the wood chips that had not yet fallen from the sky and said, A ship fell from the sky. It has been resolved. Don't worry. That's not what I'm talking about. Look. Nami stretched out the hand with the recording pointer. It seemed that the recording pointer was broken at this time. The pointer pointed straight to the sky. Luffy scratched his empty head like a brainless person. It's broken. Robin put away the book and stood up from the recliner. I've seen this situation in the book. The record pointer pointing to the sky means there is an island in the sky. Everyone's eyes widened. How is it possible? The island in the sky, Sky Island. Robin nodded. According to the book, somewhere in the sky of the Grand Line, there is a white sea made up of clouds. This sea holds up an island, which is the legendary Sky Island. Shooch. Nami. Control the ship quickly, let's go to Sky Island. Luffy shouted excitedly, and Usopp and Chopper on the side also danced with the captain. They were all particularly interested in the island in the sky. Nami. Sorry, this involves the gap in my navigation skills. Luffy was immediately disappointed when he heard this. What navigation skills can't even do this? Nami immediately roared. Whose navigation skills can do this? Lin Bei suddenly raised his hand. Nami. Do you really want to go to another place as soon as possible? The world? Lin Bei took a step back. On this ship, this woman was the strongest. I'm not kidding. I just want to say that there is indeed a group of people whose navigation skills can do this. If there is a chance later, Nami, you can go and learn it. Hey, really? Nami saw that Lin Bei was not joking and immediately became interested. Well, to be precise, they are not a group of real navigators, but a group of meteorologists. But if they can accurately discover all the weather in this sea, they should be considered top navigators. After all, they can take us away from all the bad weather. Nami asked hurriedly. Do you know where this group of people is? Lin Bei pointed to the top of his head. Nami. You are really kidding me. Don't spit blood on me. What I mean is that the group of meteorologists live in the clouds. That's why I said someone can take us to the sky. Nami put away her fist. Is that so? But if that's the case, how can I get there? Besides, even if we find it now, it's too late to learn it now. Well, if we talk about getting on the Sky Island this way, I might have a way. Swish. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Bei. Can you take us to the sky? Hey, 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 your words are very dangerous. It's me who can take you to the sky. Usopp looked at Lin Bei and suddenly widened his eyes. I know. It's your superpower today that can take us to the sky, right? Lin Bei curled his lips. I also want to, but unfortunately today's superpower is not this. Today's superpower is double the pain. Lin Bei saw it early in the morning, but unfortunately he hasn't been able to use it so far. In fact, there are two ways to get on the Sky Island. One is to take a hot air balloon to the sky. It is a super large balloon made of leather. As long as you light a fire below, it can fly up using hot air. It is relatively safe, and you can get down freely after going up. Another way is that there is a special sea area under the Sky Island, which can emit rising currents every once in a while. That is, a fountain will push our ship up into the sky. But this method is more dangerous. If you are not careful, you will become like the ship just now and fall from the sky. Usopp shouted hurriedly. Definitely the first way. At the same time, Luffy's eyes were shining. A sea current that can spray the ship into the sky. Sucks. So interesting. Usopp covered Luffy's mouth. Just the first way. Lin Bei looked at others. What do you think? Everyone said that the first way is better, only Zoro has a completely different opinion. For the first way, can Luffy be used to make a hot air balloon? Zoro is the most reliable in times of danger, and Zoro is the most dangerous when there is no danger. This guy is black-bellied. Lin Bei didn't even think of this method. Zoro, why do you ask that? Is it still possible? Of course you can. Just stretch Luffy, he. Hey Luffy, can you resist the heat? Luffy, danger. Okay, it's just a joke, we have to find the nearest island and buy things to make a hot air balloon. Usopp will definitely be able to do this job. Usopp, the ship's carpenter, gunner, sniper, boatman, lookout, great inventor, and craftsman, gave a thumbs up. Leave it to me. After confirming this plan, there is still a small problem, which is how to get to the nearest island. Because the record pointer points to the sky, there is no way to find other islands. Fortunately, when everyone was confused, they encountered a salvage ship. The captain of the ship was a gorilla. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be a fur tribe. After a friendly exchange, Lin Bei found a permanent record pointer leading to Gaia Island from the gorilla's ship. Nami followed the direction of this permanent pointer and went to Gaia Island. On this island, there is a very chaotic town, Mogu Town. Here, the big pirate with a bounty of 40 million is already a common figure. The most important thing is that because there are more pirates with bounties here, Blackbeard Teach also came here. Finally got ashore, I feel shaky when I walk. Lin Bei went ashore and stretched himself. He finally understood why Captain Jack always staggered when he walked. Drinking is one aspect, and the other aspect is that after drifting on the sea for a long time, he would be very uncomfortable when he landed, and his body would subconsciously stagger. Usopp trembled beside him. Hey Lin Bei, don't you notice that all the ships docked at the port of this island are pirate ships? Lin Bei certainly saw it, and he had memories of this place. If nothing unexpected happens, Blackbeard should be here. I really want to see what he looks like now. In addition, Bellamy with the spring fruit should also be here. This island seems to be a chaotic island. A large number of pirates with tens of millions of bounties who can break through the first half of the Grand Line stop here to rest. It would be strange if it is not chaotic. Everyone is a pirate with some strength and no one is convinced by anyone. It's very interesting. Calm down Usopp, you are a warrior on this sea. You dare to fight the heroic Admiral of the Navy and the Marshal of the Navy. What are the pirates here? When Usopp heard this, he stood up straight. Although his legs were still trembling, he held his head high. That's right. I defeated the Admiral and the Navy. Heroic pirate Usopp. How could he be scared by a small town? Lin Bei, let's go. Lin Bei laughed. Who said that it is difficult to change one's personality? Usopp has become brave. But when they walked into the town from the port, Usopp suddenly raised his head and chest and whispered to Lin Bei. Let's go quickly after we finish shopping. I feel like everyone here is staring at us. Lin Bei. Chapter 147 I made a promise with fate, betting that you will die from homicide. Lin Bei rolled his eyes, ignored Usopp's fear, and followed Luffy who was shopping. This guy's fear is normal, and it is enough for him to stand up at the most critical moment. It was close to noon, and it was the busiest time near the port. People who got off the ship to eat and buy and sell goods gathered here. Luffy walked and ate, Lin Bei walked and paid behind him, and Nami followed Lin Bei, feeling distressed all the way. Suddenly, Luffy stopped. Lin Bei looked over and found a man lying on the ground, and there was a horse behind him. Although this image does not appear often in pirates, Lin Bei has an impression of him. Poison Q. The original veteran of the Blackbeard pirates, his identity is the ship's doctor. This is a man who is always sick and dirty, wearing a worn-out fur coat, carrying a weapon wrapped in cloth on his back, and looks like a middle-aged man in his 50s. But no one would have thought that this guy is only 28. This is also a person with a very bad taste. After performing a scene where he was sick and couldn't get on the horse, he asked Luffy and Zoro to help him get on the horse. Zoro is a cold-faced but kind-hearted person, so he agreed to help. After carrying it up, Poison Q was like Snow White's vicious stepmother. He took out a basket of apples from somewhere and handed them to Luffy and Zoro. Thank you, kind people. If you don't mind, just eat an apple. Zoro didn't move, and directly pointed out. You are too suspicious. Who wants to eat such a suspicious item of unknown origin? Luffy, cats. Has already taken a bite. The moment Luffy took a bite, the house not far away exploded. The flames that shot up into the sky attracted everyone's attention. What happened? I know, I saw it up close. It was the weirdo on horseback over there who gave someone an apple, and the apple exploded after the person took a bite. Ah! So scary. How are you still alive if you saw it? Brother, are you polite? Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates retracted their gazes and fell on Luffy's hands. Nami quickly grabbed Luffy's neck. Spit it out! Spit it out! Poison Q lay on the horse and smiled sinisterly. It's too late. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates was bloodshot. Is it too late to save it? No, I mean if it doesn't explode the first time you eat it, it means it's a normal apple and it's okay. Is that what you mean? 4. Poison Q looked at Luffy with an unpredictable expression on his face. Only one apple in my basket is real. You are so lucky. Lin Bei stared at him with a stern look. Then your luck is not very good. Do you like to let the kind people who help you gamble their lives? Poison Q still looked sickly, lying on the horse motionless, but forced an ugly smile at the corner of his mouth. Of course, I like to watch the fate of others. Lin Bei pulled out the revolver made by Usopp for him, unloaded a bullet, quickly rotated the cylinder and closed the magazine. Then he held the barrel and handed the gun to Poison Q. This gun can hold 6 bullets. I unloaded one. I don't know if I will hit the target when I fire the first shot. Do you want to gamble once? You like to gamble your life? Poison Q did not take the gun, but handed over his apple basket. Why don't you try this one? Obviously, Poison Q was very confident in his own strength, so he did not accept Lin Bei's roulette. Instead, he took out the apple basket with only the exploding apples in it as a provocation. Seeing this, Lin Bei shook his wrist lightly, dropped the gun, held the gun handle, pointed the gun at Poison Q, and wrapped the armed collar around the pistol. There is a saying in my hometown that if you don't accept the toast, you will be punished. Do you think we are the kind of trash that can be used to tease? Either, you gamble your life like our captain. Or, let me help you choose your fate. Poison Q became serious the moment he saw the armament haki. He didn't expect that a lucky person drawn randomly would actually have armament haki, and it seemed that he had quite a high level of attainment. The key point was not only Lin Bei, but also Sanji, Zoro, and Luffy, who was not very smart, all showed armament haki in unison the moment Lin Bei finished speaking. Poison Q was sweating coldly instantly. Generally speaking, as long as you master armament haki, the bounty is at least 80 million. He might be able to deal with one person, but 4 people. It's definitely not something he can deal with. I'll do it myself. Poison Q chose to decide his own fate and pointed the gun at his head. Lin Bei's expression didn't fluctuate at all, but the observation haki had told him that the pistol could fire bullets at this time. He didn't know if Poison Q had observation haki. Logically, Blackbeard couldn't want to waste. He would definitely meet Blackbeard later, and there was no guarantee that there would be a conflict, so he would use this guy to test the current level of Blackbeard's crew. Fate seems to be biased towards I. Poison Q smiled sickly and pulled the trigger. But to Lin Bei's surprise, the gun did not fire. Usopp's observation haki was more detailed than Lin Bei's, and he instantly understood what happened. He destroyed the firing pin of the pistol. Sure enough, this guy can see the haki. It is said that Blackbeard's pirate group would not want waste. It seems that you are not so sure about fate. Lin Bei said disdainfully. Poison Q was silent for a while, and said, I am fate. After saying that, Poison Q changed his sickly look, grabbed the cloth bag behind him with extremely fast speed and terrifying strength, and threw it at Lin Bei fiercely. The thing in the cloth bag was finally revealed. It was a large sickle with an unfolded blade. The sharp blade was attached with black domineering, and it slashed towards Lin Bei fiercely. He was fast, but there were people faster than him. It was just a blink of an eye in the eyes of the outside world, and a ding sound was heard. Poison Q's sickle passed in front of Lin Bei, but failed to scratch Lin Bei, because the blade of the sickle had been cut off by Zoro. The chest of poison Q was also split open. JJ.br. A blood mist splashed out and sprinkled on Lin Bei's new suit. Tisk, so annoying. Lin Bei looked at the blood on his chest and looked at Poison Q, who fell off his horse unhappily. Poison Q was not dead yet. Lin Bei pointed his finger. Poison Q, who fell to the ground, suddenly had his pupils trembling and twitched while covering the wound on his chest. 5 times the pain. Poison Q, who was already dying, struggled for a while, then stopped and lost his life. Lin Bei squatted on the ground to check. After confirming the death, he stood up and looked down at Poison Q's body. Life still has to be controlled in your own hands. As he said, he picked up the damaged pistol and threw it to Usopp. Fix it for me. Chapter 148. Has he always been so brave? When Lin Bei turned around again, he found that Poison Q's horse was gone. Where's the horse? Lin Bei looked at Nami. It ran away when you were pretending to be stupid just now. Lin Bei. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Horses can't talk. Let's go. Go buy things and tools quickly. We will retreat after buying them. But I'm hungry. Lin Bei was helpless. No one else would say this except Luffy. Then let's eat first, and then go shopping after dinner. Woohoo! Luffy jumped up. Nami followed behind everyone, with a helpless look on her face. The highest level order of this ship is to fill the captain's stomach. In comparison, shopping and fighting have to be postponed a little bit. When Lin Bei and Luffy were looking for a restaurant in the town, their landing and their actions had attracted the attention of some people in the town. Are they new pirates again? Did you see who did it? An arrogant young white-haired man threw a stack of bounty tickets to the younger brother who came to deliver the information. The younger brother hurriedly searched and finally found the bounty ticket about Lin Bei. That's it. The one who did it. After the young white-haired man picked up the bounty ticket, he immediately showed disdain on his face. Lin Bei, what, only a bounty of 10 million? It's not worth Bellamy's effort at all. The person next to the white-haired man reminded him. Then you go ahead, Sachis, and test whether he has the potential to become a new pirate. The white-haired man, that is, Sachis, is one of Bellamy's accomplices. There is a tattoo of the Don Quixote family on his chest, but in fact, he has nothing to do with the Don Quixote family. If you have to say that there is any relationship, he, along with Bellamy the Main, is just a dog of Doflamingo. Or an unrecognized dog. Okay, let me try. I hope he can make me have more fun. Sachis carried an oversized Nepalese machete and went to the town. None of them noticed that there were several people's bounties under Lin Bei's bounty list. Luffy 80 million. Zoro 60 million. Sanji 50 million. This place is nice, but why is there no one? The Straw Hat Pirates were looking for a place to eat. Nami led everyone to a hotel on the coast. It was also a coincidence that this was the base camp of the white-haired guy named Sachis. When Nami brought everyone in, Sachis came out with a knife and confronted Lin Bei. Hearing Nami's words, he sneered. Where did you come from, you dirty guys who don't know how to live or die? We have taken over this place. You look so shabby. You don't even have the money to rent a place to live. Sachis was dressed quite smartly. He wore a fur coat in the hot summer, a full-frame glasses, a pouty mouth, and a Nepalese machete on his shoulder. The smart guy looked at everyone as an unfashionable poor guy. Just after he finished speaking, Sachis' eyes condensed and saw Lin Bei in the crowd. What I said, who wouldn't know our name? It turns out that you are new here. You are the guy with a bounty of 10 million Baileys. You are very jumpy. You kill people as soon as you get ashore. Now you have set your eyes on our place again, I have to teach you a lesson, let you know the rules here. Sachis said, and then he turned his Nepalese machete. In order to show that his martial arts skills were really superb, Sachis simply danced with the Nepalese machete. How to say it, in Lin Bei's opinion, it was still pleasing to the eye. It felt like going to Phuket and watching the local torch-turning performance. "You dance well, you deserve a reward." As he said, Lin Bei casually took out a gold brick from his backpack and threw it over. There was a bang, and the gold brick first hit the swinging blade, and then hit Sachiz's forehead with the blade. Sachiz was knocked unconscious. "Lin Bei, how can this guy be so ordinary and say such arrogant words just now with such confidence? I thought he was very strong." Lin Bei's current strength is indeed not high compared to the young Sengoku, but he can easily deal with this little Kurami without using the armament haki. Lin Bei didn't even roll his eyes, he really threw the gold brick with the idea of rewarding. In the end, he only hit it, and the reward let Nami pick up the gold brick. "Boss, where is the hotel owner?" Lin Bei shouted and walked over Sachi's. A short man who seemed to have some ADHD appeared. "I am the boss here, and I can't afford to offend the pirates. But this place has been booked by Lord Bellamy, and Lord Bellamy is not this kind of scum. You should leave as soon as possible." Originally, Lin Bei really didn't know what the thing that was knocked unconscious just now was, but when the store owner said it was Bellamy, Lin Bei remembered it. "This is Bellamy's gang." In the original book, he arrogantly said something like his dream had ended long ago, and beat up Luffy and Zoro. Luffy and Zoro were too lazy to fight back, because fighting back would directly lower their level. Then Bellamy took Luffy and Zoro's disdain seriously, thinking that they were so weak. As a result, a famous scene appeared. Luffy let this guy jump around, and he only fought once during the whole process. He punched Bellamy into the ground, and he couldn't pull it out. So, this group of people came to make fun of him. "So this is Bellamy's territory, boss, you should have said it earlier." "Yes, so everyone should leave quickly." The boss breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Bei looked like a person who could make sense. "If you had said it was Bellamy's territory earlier, we would have sat down to eat earlier. Hurry up, we won't look at the menu, just fry me a book. Our captain is hungry." Shop owner. He can't afford to offend Bellamy, and he can't afford to offend these people either. He could only obediently cook and then send it to Lin Bei. It was time for a happy meal. The laughter of the Straw Hat Pirates spread to the gathering place of Bellamy's group. The person who had persuaded Sachi's to test Lin Bei frowned and went out following the sound. As a result, he first saw Sachi's fainted on the ground with a red mark on his forehead, and then saw the Straw Hat Pirates singing and dancing. He was immediately furious, and his anger rose in his heart, and he was so angry that he ran away. This guy turned around and ran. That's right, in Bellamy's group, don't look at the 5 or 6 people, picking and choosing the pirates with a bounty of tens of millions. But in fact, except for Bellamy and this Sachi's who can handle it a little, the rest are a bunch of little Kurami. Looking at the Straw Hat Pirates singing and dancing, this guy didn't even dare to fart, and turned around and ran back to the base. On the way, they didn't even dare to move the fainted Sachi's, for fear that Lin Bei would find out that Sachi's had disappeared and chase them to beat them up. The little Kurami discussed for a while and finally came to a conclusion. Go and invite Bellamy. Chapter 149. The dream of being ridiculed is very heavy. The little Kuramis quickly found Bellamy. At this time, Bellamy had just finished a fight and was hammered to the ground by a 42 million pirate. His fighting style is particularly fierce. If the enemy has no, he will first smash the surrounding buildings. When he heard that his hometown was stolen, Bellamy immediately followed his little brother home. On the way, Bellamy met a pirate who looked very rubbish. He was tall and strong, but he was hit by a spoon all the time, and he ignored the person who hit him. Bellamy walked past the guy and deliberately spit. Coward. Then he didn't even look at the low-level pirate and left directly. What Bellamy didn't know was that the low-level pirate he spat on was Blackbeard, who would become famous in the future. At this time, Blackbeard had gotten used to being hit by the spoon demon every day. Although the pain was doubled because of his fruit ability, the pain made Blackbeard gradually feel a sense of pleasure. Sometimes, he would deliberately let the spoon demon hit some special parts of him. Some people say that life is like being strong. If you can't resist, then enjoy it. But, even if he can tolerate this unkillable spoon demon, it doesn't mean he can tolerate the provocation of other garbage pirates. Blackbeard wiped the saliva that was spit on him and took out a bunch of bounty lists of pirates. He is a person with career planning and professionalism. He is too lazy to catch pirates who don't exceed 100 million. Soon, he turned to the bounty list of Bellamy the main dog, which was more than 50 million Baileys. But not more than 100 million. Then just kill him. Teach put away the bounty, bit the cherry pie he just bought, and staggered to keep up with Bellamy's pace. Poor Bellamy, he didn't even learn the observation haki, and didn't realize what was following him. He didn't expect what was waiting for him in front. Bellamy returned to his base, and a group of little Karami surrounded him, pointing at Sachis who hadn't woken up yet and said, "Bellamy, look, the foreign pirates are too unruly. Don't worry, I will deal with them." The word arrogant was written on Bellamy's face, and his expression was learned from Doflamingo's usual arrogant face, and even the action of licking his cheek with his tongue was learned. He regarded himself as a low-profile version of Doflamingo, and even positioned himself in Doflamingo for the future. Unfortunately, Bellamy only had Doflamingo's personality, but not Doflamingo's ability. When Bellamy approached the Straw Hat Pirate's room, he heard a discussion about landing on Sky Island. He was originally full of anger, but he laughed out of anger. "Ha ha ha, I thought you were some vicious people. It turns out you are just a bunch of outdated pirates." Lin Bei and the others turned their heads and looked at Bellamy, who was laughing. "Who are you?" "Me JJ.Br. The territory you occupy now is mine, don't you know who I am?" "Oh little Karami, no, Bellamy." Lin Bei raised his eyebrows. This is the guy who was smashed by a punch. It looks very irritating, and he also wants to give this guy a blow. Bellamy has no idea of Lin Bei's thoughts, and is still talking about Sky Island as just a fantasy. "You actually believe in such an old-fashioned legend? There are islands in the sky, ha 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 ha, what era are you from? The so-called ship that fell from the sky is nothing more than the rising current that pushed the unknown ship into the sky and then fell down. But some liars said that there is another world in the sky. This kind of thing, think about it, it's impossible. If finding the Sky Island is your so-called dream, give it up as soon as possible. Dreams are the most useless things in this world. Pirates who go to sea with dreams are out of date. Now is a new era, the so-called dream has long been ended. Only those who focus on immediate interests can be called true pirates of the new era." Bellamy opened his hands, arrogantly looking as if he was embracing his so-called new world. In fact, he was right. The world now is full of egoism, and Lin Bei himself is also an egoist. But he is too paranoid, this guy. This world can have egoists, but dreams can never end. Without people with dreams, this world will stagnate. Hey, here I come again. Why am I talking so much to you idiots? I almost forgot that idiots like you can't give up your so-called dreams, right? Then let's compete to see whether you are stronger in the old era or I am stronger in the new era." Bellamy said, his legs turned into springs. Sanji and Zoro both became serious. "A devil fruit user." Zoro has already drawn his sword, but Luffy, like in the original, has a gloomy face and presses down his straw hat and says, "I won't fight this fight." Usopp shouted puzzledly. "Hey! Luffy, they are coming to the door." Sanji and Nami were also puzzled, only Zoro understood Luffy's stupid behavior. "Put away his sword." Nami was anxious. "Why are you fooling around with him?" Lin Bei was silent, thinking that this might be Luffy's pattern. He tried to feel Luffy's will with his heart, and even closed his eyes. But in the end, he felt nothing. Maybe he is a person with no vision. Luffy thought that those who laughed at his dream were not worth his effort. What he thought was, if you dare to mock my dream, then I will convince you with virtue and reason, and let you understand the weight of the dream. But Luffy clearly said that he couldn't fight, so 10 times the pain. Bellamy looked at Luffy, who said he didn't fight. I don't know why, it was obviously Luffy who was scared in the eyes of outsiders. In his eyes, looking at Luffy's appearance, he felt that he was despised by him. Humph! Mystifying. Bellamy kicked his feet and was about to kill Luffy, but his eyes widened at the moment when the spring was compressed. It hurts. In fact, people feel pain every day when they touch objects, but it is very weak, which is enough for people to ignore. It's like when people step on the ground when walking, the gravity of the body will press the feet to hurt. But the pain is too slight for one step. Only when the number of steps is increased and the pressure on the body is heavy, will you feel pain. And the pain is 10 times greater, even if the wind blows over a person's body, it will make people feel a stinging pain. Not to mention the terrifying elasticity of the spring fruit. As soon as Bellamy pressed, he felt as if his foot was run over by a steamroller. Ouch! Chapter 150 Teach's first appearance kill record. A question mark slowly appeared on Usopp's face. What happened to him? Nami hesitated. Maybe, sprained his ankle. Bellamy's eyes were red. What did you do to me? The Straw Hat Pirates looked at each other, spread their hands and shook their heads to show that they did nothing. Why do I feel so painful if I didn't do it? Nami put her hands on her waist unhappily. Hey, you are the one who belittled the dream, and you are the one who wanted to fight. We didn't say a word, and now you want to blackmail us. Bellamy's expression was distorted, he didn't dare to use his ability, his feet hurt. He even felt that the comfortable sea breeze in the past was like a knife cutting on his body. Everything around him, including himself, became his enemy. Just now, I opened my mouth twice to talk, and the skin on my face was pulled and hurt. Damn it! Bellamy just stood there, not daring to move. The Straw Hat Pirates were confused. Why did he suddenly stop moving? Usopp asked. Zoro looked at Linbei. You did it, right? You did the same to that guy before. He obviously wouldn't die immediately, but he started twitching after falling to the ground. Linbei pouted. Don't look at me, I don't know anything. The captain said not to fight, so I won't fight. Nami glanced at him. You weren't so obedient before. Can't I change from now on? Hey, are you still going to fight? Let's stop fighting and continue eating and talking about things. We have to go to Sky Island later, and we have a lot of things to do. Linbei's words were like a slap in the face to Bellamy, who had just mocked the impossibility of Sky Island. Bellamy wanted to make a gnashing expression, but unfortunately, he couldn't do it. When his teeth were clenched together, he could feel the pain of his gums being squeezed very clearly. He said something to refute Linbei, but he couldn't open his mouth. When he opened his mouth, the skin and muscles on his face were pulled, which was also painful. Linbei saw that he was angry but dared not move, and he became interested and brought a plate of spicy lobster forward. Hey, talk, are you going to fight or not? Why don't you talk, do you look down on me? You fucking... Bellamy's forehead was covered with veins, and his neck was red. He pursed his lips, trying not to speak, but found that at the moment of speaking, he could feel the pain in his throat. As time went on, he could feel the pain coming from his whole body more and more clearly. Linbei raised the corner of his mouth. You scolded me. I should punch you in the face now, but our captain said that he would never fight with a little Karami like you. So, I decided to feed you. What do you think? Am I a very kind person? Linbei picked up the spicy lobster himself, and covered the tender shrimp meat with the spicy sauce. The red lump looked like a burning flame. Linbei stretched out his hand to Bellamy's mouth. I call this spoonful of shrimp a hot dream. Maybe you can have a dream after eating it. By the way, I almost forgot that you are very disgusted with dreams. Then you can run, run quickly. If you don't run I will stuff my dream into your mouth. Hot knowledge, spicy is a kind of pain. After taking this bite, Bellamy, who feels 10 times more pain, will die directly. Doesn't Bellamy want to run? He dare not move. Every time he moves, his feet hurt so much. Now he regrets it very much. Why should he grow so tall? Why should he be so heavy? Bellamy, the uneducated little pirate, thought to himself that eating is much more comfortable than running with painful feet. So, he insisted on not moving, and of course, he didn't open his mouth. He still has the dignity of being a pirate. Lin Bei fed him to his mouth, but he didn't open his mouth or run. Lin Bei was very angry. Eat! Damn it, why don't you eat? Lin Bei grabbed Bellamy's cheeks, which was a crushing force for Bellamy. He directly pinched his mouth open and put the spoonful of spicy lobster in. The next second, Bellamy's eyes widened. He felt as if he had eaten a ball of fire. He swore that it hurt 10,000 times more than the pain in his feet. The spicy pain in his mouth was so severe that Bellamy could not feel the pain in his feet. He only wanted to drink water. But when he looked around, he only saw the sea water. Bellamy, whose brain was full of spicy wood, jumped into the sea. Then he was not seen floating up. To be honest, Lin Bei really didn't want to kill Bellamy, and he didn't kill him. But Bellamy jumped into the sea out of his own stupidity, so he couldn't blame him. Although he didn't want to kill Bellamy, he didn't have the time to rescue him. Throwing away the spoon stained by Bellamy's saliva, Lin Bei walked back to the restaurant. What's wrong? Why are you all looking at me like this? You sob. You are such a devil. Hey, 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 you got it wrong, I am an angel. He was standing outside in the sun, and he couldn't eat, so I let him have a few bites of delicious lobster. I am so kind. Lin Bei changed the spoon and stuffed the remaining spicy lobster into his mouth. Very delicious. At the same time, Bellamy's brothers rushed into the sea and rescued Bellamy, who was almost soaked. After waking up, they turned around and ran away with Bellamy. They finally understood that their boss was so weak that no one could beat him. He could only bully the garbage in the town. Damn, the man with a 10 million reward was so spicy that he cried. How could they know that Bellamy at this time? I can clearly feel the flame entering my esophagus, then reaching my stomach end. It's spicy and makes my throat ache. It's like my body exploded. Who can resist crying? Besides, Bellamy at this time is just a brat. Just when Bellamy and his gang were about to run out, a tall figure blocked the door. Bellamy looked and saw that this was the loser he spat at on the road. Here, there was still someone hitting him with a spoon. Get out, you bastard! Accompanied by the clapping sound of the spoon, Blackbeard grinned a terrifying smile. He raised his right fist high, and a mass of black matter condensed on his fist, and then this fist hit Bellamy's face with a sound of breaking wind. 10 times the pain. Armament hacky. Dark fruit. Bang! Bellamy's head exploded directly, and before he died, Bellamy felt the most painful feeling in his life. It was not physical pain, but pain in his heart. It turned out that everyone he called a waste of the old era was a monster that was extremely powerful. Then what is he, who thinks he is a strong man in the new era?